and I'm also a gun owner. This bill is not a sweeping gun ban, as opponents claim. It does not affect weapons that people currently own. It doesn't touch any manually operated firearms like bolt action and lever action rifles or pump action shotguns, things like that. It doesn't touch revolvers. It doesn't touch recoil operated pistols, and the vast majority of pistols today, like Glocks, are recoil operated. In other words, the bill doesn't touch millions of firearms that Americans have used for self-defense, hunting, and competitive shooting for decades. The bill simply requires that 3 types of firearms sold in Colorado in the future, semi-automatic rifles and shotguns and gas-operated pistols, utilize fixed magazines that cannot be removed and replaced as quickly as detachable magazines. One of the reasons these weapons are so effective on the battlefield and so devastating in mass shootings is because shooters can reload quickly. By forcing an attacker to pause to reload, victims may have a chance to escape. The gun industry already manufactures a wide range of semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s and AK-47s, that use fixed magazines as well as adapters to make these rifles compliant in states like California and New York. Some of these guns and adapters would already be compliant under this bill. For others, gun makers may have to epoxy, weld, or solder their magazines in place, a small adjustment for public safety. Most semi-automatic shotguns today already come with fixed magazines, and as we heard, the amendment will make that even clearer to ensure that they are not captured by this bill. They have magazine tubes under their barrels that typically hold 5 or fewer shells. Right. Finally, most gas-operated pistols today.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry, just to be fair to everybody, I'm going to be pretty firm about the 2 minutes here.
Thank you.
Councilor or Ms. Doherty, whoever would like to go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of this committee. My name is Chris Russell, and I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force and the sitting member of Thornton City Council. When I served this country in uniform, my job was to protect people around me. We are trained to fight for our buddies on the right and on the left, and I learned to do that through extensive training with multiple weapon systems, including the M4 military-issued semi-automatic rifle. The military, a common use of these weapons is what we call suppressive fire, which involves shooting enough rounds at the enemy to keep their heads down and allow our teammates to move on the battlefield. This is a unique function of the military, and to do it well, we need weapons with high cyclic rates and detachable magazines. The M4 is great for this, and in fact, that we can swap out magazine after magazine allows us to suppress and sometimes kill the enemy. I can think of no time ever in civilian life when a law-abiding citizen would need to lay down suppressive fire. Now that I serve my community in an elected capacity, I have the obligation to protect my people. In this case, that means protecting them from the threats of hundreds of rounds of ammunition potentially being shot at them or their family members in a military-style semi-automatic rifle with a detachable magazine. What the Colorado legislature has done by putting forth this bill is innovative and should be a model for other states. Ensuring that detachable magazines don't increase death tolls benefits all Coloradans and only inconveniences a small minority. Note that I said inconvenience and not takes away rights. That was purposeful because when I served, I also fought to protect the rights enshrined by the Bill of Rights, including the Second Amendment. And I know from my experience in the military with firearms that prohibiting detachable magazines in no way infringes on an individual's rights to bear arms. I am strongly in favor of SB 03, and I urge you to vote yes in this committee and in all future votes so that we are taking concrete steps to protect all Coloradans from needless gun violence.
All right, thank you. Ms. Doherty, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Weissman and committee members. My name is Jane Doherty, and I'm representing myself. I am in support of SB 003, addressing Colorado's high-capacity magazine loophole that continues to put the citizens of our state in grave danger. In 2013, Colorado passed a law prohibiting magazines of holding more than 15 rounds in an attempt to reduce the body count. I, too, testified in support of that bill after my sister Mary was gunned down in the lobby of Sandy Hook School in Connecticut in 2012. My sister was the brave school psychologist that ran towards the shooter, who was armed with a Bushmaster AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and 10 30-round magazines. The shooter had blasted his way into the school. 8 expended casings were located outside the front door. 17 casings were located on the lobby floor where Mary and the principal died. 49 casings were found in classroom 10. 7 people were killed. 2 adults, and 5 children. 80 casings were found in classroom 8. 17 people were killed, 2 adults, and 15 children. If the plan is a mass shooting, high-capacity magazines are the killer's choice. Over 300 rounds were found at the scene. 26 souls were taken in fewer than 11 minutes. Mary was shot at close range with 5.56 caliber rounds, which killed her instantly. She went to work that morning and her family never saw her again. What was returned to her with her clothing in this keepsake box? Her clothing was cleaned, of course, because that's what we do. We clean it all up. We clean up the crime scene. We bulldoze the school. We sanitize it because we don't want to see it. But we have to see it. We have to see what high-capacity magazines will do to your family member. And I hope none of you have to suffer.
Ms.
My family
Ms. Doherty.
has suffered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, committee, this is the panel that's been designated by the proponent side to have extra time, so we'll have 15 minutes on the clock. Again, try to state questions briefly and as much as possible. Maybe there can be brief answers so there can be more discussion. Senator B. Pelton, I saw you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the time commitment. I will ask my 2 questions and see if the panel could answer it. So my first question is for Mr. Greg.
Lickenbrock, thank you.
Yeah, Lickenbrock, thank you. Again, if you're going to be prosecuted for this crime, and this new crime that's being brought to us today in this bill, you're going to have this this firearm investigated and making sure that it was following the rules and following the laws and everything. I'm just asking you said you tested firearms. How long is that going to take and that sort of thing to be able to make sure that this firearm is that way? And then for the Air Force veteran, I want to make sure to ask you, when you were in the military, because I'm a veteran as well, when you describe covering fire, you're talking about fully automatic rifles or 3-second burst rifles, correct? And not anything that we could buy here without a special permit. Those are my 2 questions.
So Mr. Lickenbrock, I think I heard one for you, and then Counselor.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. So I do not think it would be very difficult for a police officer to immediately look at a firearm and see if it's semi-automatic, and then test to see if the magazine is detachable. There may be cases where they have to fire the gun to see if it's semi-automatic. They may need to take it to a range to tug on that magazine, but I really don't think it would be that much of a burden. Thank you.
Counselor.
Thank you. Yes, there is a difference between those 2 guns in which you're referring to as far as automatic. The concept is what I was putting in testimony today, was the ability to fire suppression, and that is enhanced with the ability to change magazines quickly. That does provide for cover fire, despite the difference in the firearms in which you're referencing.
Okay, Senator Ball was next, and then Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you all for being here. Ms. Doherty, thank you for sharing your story. Mr. Lickenbrock, I have a question about what happens when a firearm jams. Can you discuss the process of clearing a firearm with a fixed magazine versus a detachable magazine?
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. So the process of when a gun jams, a rifle, a pistol, the first thing you're going to do is see if the magazine is seated in place. With a fixed magazine, you don't have to worry about that. Then you're going to check the bolt on the rifle or the slide of the gun, see if the round chambered. You're going to rack that slide. You're going to run that bolt to the rear. You don't need to touch the magazine for that. But let's say you have a worse malfunction. Most magazines today have a removable base plate. You simply take that off and everything in the magazine will drop out of the gun and you've cleared the malfunction. It's also a very helpful way to clean the gun. So it might include some additional time, but I would argue that many of the weapons that are covered here are not appropriate for a split-second decision self-defense shooting situation in the first place. Thank you.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anybody can answer this. Right now, it's illegal for FFL dealers to sell high-capacity magazines or drums in the state of Colorado. Is that right?
I can answer that. There are many exceptions in the high-capacity magazine prohibition, but yes, it is illegal generally to sell those to the general public.
Senator?
No, that's
Okay. I want to return to the subject of self-defense, specifically pistols. Again, Bruin spent a lot of time on this, understandably. So there are some key definitions in the bill. I think that we should clear them up early. We talk about a specified semi-automatic firearm. That in turn points to a definition of a gas-operated semi-automatic handgun with a detachable magazine. That's then kind of a disjunctive definition. There's 5 different ways. The bill says that a handgun could be a gas-operated semi-automatic handgun. I think it's important for us to understand, and again, I know that a pistol can be a modified AR platform with a shorter barrel lacking a fixed shoulder stock. Let's put that to the side for a minute. Pistols have a more vernacular sense that one might carry in a purse, in a holster, in a glove box for self-defense. What after September 1, 2025 would or would not be proscribed by this legislation? Mr. Leichenbrock.
Sure. Thank you again for that question. So again, the bill does not touch recoil-operated pistols. That is most handguns today. And people that wanted to purchase gas-operated pistols, AR-15, AK-47 derivatives, they would simply have to have a 15-round fixed magazine. And again, as I testified earlier, that would be a very simple modification with available technology today.
Okay. Members, other questions of this panel? Mr. Leichenbrock, I might ask you one more, just given what you said about your time very adjacent to the industry. An interesting point that was raised to me in a conversation that I had with somebody who reached out on the subject dealt with a kind of modification of one's pistol, maybe for competition shooting, maybe for other reasons. Another definition in the bill is of a rapid fire device, and I won't read the whole thing, but we've had a lot of conversation in this building about things like bump stocks, things like switches that can use the kinetic energy of the recoil to achieve nearly a full auto rate, at least until your magazine is empty. This individual I spoke with was not getting at those things. He was getting at simply the fact you might want to swap out a trigger mechanism for one of a lesser pull weight, if that is better suited to you. And the concern was over prosecution, if you will. I don't personally see that in the intent of the bill or its application, but I thought I would invite you to comment based on your experience.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So when we see modifications like lighter triggers, those sorts of modifications, it's generally marketed as increasing someone's accuracy, not necessarily the speed or rate of fire of the weapon itself. So it might help you as a shooter fire faster, but the way this bill is written, it is for devices that are marketed and sold specifically to enhance the weapon's rate of fire significantly. And so I think that really removes any question of what these devices are, but the Attorney General could, for example, make a determination based on the weapon, see how the weapon is modified, compare it to an unmodified weapon in that way.
Appreciate that. Senator Bell.
One more question, Mr. Lichtenbach. Opponents of this bill say that it affects many weapons that are commonly owned. I'm curious to hear your response to that.
Yeah, so I disagree with that strongly. You will hear people today claim that there are, let's say, 30 million semi-automatic rifles in circulation. The group that puts that number out has never shown their math on that number, but there are roughly 400 million firearms total in the United States. So 30 million is less than 8% of all firearms. And again, this bill does not prohibit the firearms. It simply requires that they have fixed magazines. So I believe it is affecting a very small part of the market that has unfortunately really gotten behind these weapons, marketed them heavily, and changed gun culture to where people believe they need them.
Ms. Sheik, to the same question.
Yes, I just wanted to address why often that comes up, and it's sort of a misquotation of the Supreme Court decision in Heller, where the test is whether that firearm is in common use for self-defense purposes, not commonly owned. And when you look at the more than a dozen federal court cases that have addressed this issue and looked at statutes that regulate military-style firearms, they have found again and again that these firearms are not in common use for self-defense purposes.
Thank you, Senator Ball. Good for now? Okay, I'm seeing no other questions. We might let you all go just a little bit early. Thank you for testifying with us today. Ms. Doherty, thank you for being here and for sharing your experience. Okay, we'll proceed to the next panel of folks signed up in support. We've done the one and only panel that will have extended time, so we're going to be on a 7-minute witness clock. And again, standard 2 minutes per witness. Callie Labia, Kathy Hagan, Mayor Aaron Brockett, and Adam Shore, please, if you'd join us up front. And again, as a reminder, green means go, yellow means time is running out, red and a beep means please finish your sentence. Make sure to turn the mic on with the little gray button on the stem, and whoever'd like to start.
I'm Kathy Hagan from Erie, and I'm testifying on behalf of Moms Demand Action in support of this bill. As a gun safety organization, Moms Demand Action has the goal of reducing gun violence in our communities. Because of the high number of firearms, high number of firearm deaths, and the increasing lethality of these weapons, our communities are not safe from gun violence. Shootings involving a firearm equipped with a high-capacity magazine resulted in nearly 5 times more people shot per incident compared to those that did not use high-capacity magazines. Reloading a detachable magazine takes seconds. Reloading an attached magazine takes longer. This bill gives law enforcement and citizens time to act to disarm and disable a shooter. In 2017, at the Sutherland Springs Texas Baptist Church, within 11 minutes, about the time one of these panels here takes to testify, the gunman fired at least 450 rounds from his Ruger AR-556. 26 people were massacred and 22 were wounded. We are invested in making sure the people we love don't die or get hurt from firearms, which is why we are worried about the 125 Americans who are shot and killed and the more than 200 wounded by guns every day. There have been 72 mass shootings in Colorado since 2018, killing 96 and wounding 278. Add to that the trauma these incidents cause families and communities. I understand that firearm owners have concerns about self-protection. This bill does not take away their ability to protect themselves with a gun. This bill just specifies that certain semi-automatic firearms must have an attached magazine. Gun manufacturers are already making semi-automatic weapons with attached magazines. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Whoever'd like to go next.
Mr. Chair, Committee, thank you. My name is Adam Shaw. I represent Colorado Ceasefire, and Colorado Ceasefire supports this bill. As an Australian expat and now citizen of America and someone who's lived and worked in other countries, I've seen firsthand what prevention looks like, and sadly, I now see what almost no prevention looks like. I recently visited stores and gun shows. There were endless 30, 60, 100-round magazines, 25-round shotgun magazines the size of a bucket, guns of all types, and bullets piled on tables. Everything previous mass shooters have used is there, including the add-ons to make you able to fire more and faster. The rampant selling and pushing of bigger guns and bigger magazines is not making the mom selling at the gun show or the family working at a gun store. There's countless millions in destroyed lives and incomes, not to mention the medical bills. Can you imagine that? Talk about fiscal notes. The city of Columbus, Ohio did a study. For them, the cost of gun violence is $500 million, $500 million a year. And that's just the monetary costs. And Denver is bigger than Columbus. Every American has the right to a fair go in life, the freedom to excel and make Colorado prosper, the freedom to run around being kids and get an education without fear. But those rights have been trampled and abandoned in return for the right to streamlined access to affordable semi-automatic weapons with huge magazines and other add-ons to make them even more deadly. So it's a simple choice. Support this bill to save lives and our state's money, or don't and accept that there will be more deaths and costs. Because gun violence prevention legislation actually saves lives, Colorado Ceasefire supports this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Aaron Brockett. I serve as the mayor of the city of Boulder, and I am speaking on behalf of the city today. I'd like to thank the sponsors for bringing this legislation forward and respectfully urge the committee to support this essential public safety legislation. In May of 2018, the Boulder City Council adopted an ordinance banning the sale and possession of several types of firearms, including the semi-automatic pistol that was later used to murder 10 people in a mass shooting at our Table Mesa King Soopers. In 2021, a state district court declared that Colorado state law preempted Boulder's ordinance, rendering it unenforceable. The weapon that was used in the King Soopers shooting would have been illegal to purchase, possess, or use in Boulder just 10 days before the grievous atrocity. In response to the district court ruling and the subsequent mass shooting in Boulder, this legislature became the first in the country to repeal its state preemption law. And for that, our community is incredibly grateful, as this local authority enabled our city council to pass a suite of common sense gun violence prevention measures. In the years since 2021, the city has continued to advocate for gun violence prevention measures that would extend the impact of Boulder's ordinances. The bill before you today is an excellent example of meaningful state-level action to prevent gun violence and its far-reaching impacts on individuals, families, law enforcement, and entire communities. This legislation will prohibit future manufacture, sale, and purchase of components and accessories that make firearms used in mass shootings more lethal. The detachable magazines and rapid-fire devices invite devastating violence and constrain law enforcement's ability to respond swiftly and effectively to active shooter threats. By addressing the danger of these firearm components on a go-forward basis, the bill will help prevent future tragedies like the one in Boulder. It's a sensible, reasonable step towards safer and more resilient communities. So I urge you to take a stand against preventable gun violence that has irreparably harmed so many of us and too many of our communities. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Ms. Labia, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Callie Leba. I am the Executive Director of AFT Colorado. We represent teachers and staff in the state as well as higher ed employees. And I am speaking on behalf of AFT in support of Senate Bill 3. I'm tired of welcoming new members to the club my family joined on April 20th, 1999, after the shooting at Columbine High School, where my husband was shot at. And we were re-inaugurated into this club when our son was at Deer Creek Middle School 11 years later, and a shooter shot 2 students in front of the school. I know this bill won't stop all the mass shootings in Colorado or elsewhere in America. I also know that we need to change the culture in America that's led to the commonality of these shootings, and this bill is a step in that direction. I believe this in the citizens, and I believe we can change the culture. It's time to start acknowledging through our laws that these types of weapons are designed for one thing, that is to kill as many humans as possible in the shortest amount of time. Sure, people like to shoot them for fun and maybe even kill predators on their ranches with them, but we have other firearms for those pastimes. These weapons turn bodies into gelatin and give victims a slight chance for survival. It's more and more common for teachers to be provided with stop bleed kits and get training on how to respond to a gunshot wound. When a colleague told me he was glad that there was something he could do, I reminded him that there's little he can do if someone shoots his kids with an assault weapon. And when I say his kids, of course, I mean his students. Of course, there's other things that we can do around mental health, and we need to do that. But today, this is what we're here for. And these are weapons of war. Coloradans don't need them any more than we need shoulder-fired missiles or hand grenades. Please vote yes.
Okay, thank you. So again, as a reminder, we'll have 7 minutes on the clock for questions of this panel. I will ask one. Mr. Shure, you referred, it sounds like it's been a bit ago now, that you were a resident of the nation of Australia. what can you say briefly about what laws look like in that country about private ownership of firearms, what kinds of firearms are allowed, what aren't, and if you have any recent sort of casualty data from accidents or crimes in your mind about Australia specifically?
Well, it's a different approach. I don't know if it could be compared, but guns are looked at as a public health and safety sort of an issue, and you can have any gun. You can have even a fully automatic machine gun. You can have an AR-15, but you have to be trained. You have to do some training. You have to get a license, that sort of thing. So there's no actual prohibition, but you do have to pass some tests in order to earn the right to say, I can have a machine gun and you can't. So it's a different sort of view there. So the laws have been steadily getting stronger since the last big massacre. And so now mass shootings using assault rifles and so on are down 85% and stayed there since the ban on assault weapons happened. There's just a steady tightening every time there's an incident. So, annually there might be a couple, 200 or 300 people shot, as opposed to, 48, 50,000 here. So, that's a whole Iraq war every 2 months that die here. So the laws are slowly getting tightened up so that fewer and fewer incidents happen.
Appreciate that. Members, other questions? Senator Bupelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Moms Demand Action. Have you guys, there's been a lot of discussion. Every year we see a gun bill in this building. Has there been any discussion of going to attempt to amend the Constitution of the United States, going to the federal government and going up there and seeing if you guys can get something up there done?
Ms. Hagan.
No. We believe in the Second Amendment. We do. We're not anti-gun. We are a gun safety organization. We are just concerned about gun violence in our communities, and that's what we are attempting to change. Nationally, we did make some progress nationally. There's still a lot of progress that needs to happen. I agree state by state is not the best way to attack this problem, but since it's not happening nationally, we are here in Colorado. We are making a difference in Colorado. That's my answer.
Senator, follow-up? Go ahead.
Yep, just follow up. My other question is that what are we classifying as assault weapons? Because in my opinion, it's a rifle that is painted black, because I have several rifles that I protect my livestock herd with that is not painted black, but it could still take a 15-round magazine or a 10-round magazine if I had to. Mine only has a 4-round magazine because I think I'm a pretty good shot with getting rid of the coyotes off our land. But I'm just asking, what are we calling assault weapons? Because a rifle is a rifle to me.
Thank you for your question. I would defer you to the handouts that every town created on what's exempt and what's not exempt as far as semi-automatic weapons. I am not a gun expert, but it is, I believe, a gas-powered semi-automatic pistol and a semi-automatic weapon that has a detachable magazine is what is defined in this bill.
Senator, good for now? Okay, and members, I will observe, I just did a find on the PDF version of the bill. The words assault weapon are not used in the legislation. We do have other defined terms. I referred to some of them. I know there's debate about what the term captures, and I just observe it's not here, maybe for a reason. Members, other questions of this panel? All right, we'll let you off the hook a bit early. Thank you for being with us. Okay, third and temporarily final panel of those in support, and we'll rotate as noted to the other side. Denise Golden-Dubois, Catherine Rude, Tom Wilson, and Gina Hochhalter, please. Again, apologize for any garbled pronunciations. Will not be able to attend. Thanks for that. All right, do we have Amber Estes? I'm just going to move down the line. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for being with us. Whoever would like to start off.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Rood. I wish to speak to the issues of fentanyl and migrants in our communities, both driven by criminal cartels in Mexico armed with U.S.-sourced firearms, including from Colorado. Gun laws in Mexico are strict, and there is only one gun store in the entire country, and that is on a military base. In 2023, 70% of the guns used in crime in Mexico were traced back to the U.S. We are a source state for straw purchases and contribute to the Iron River of 2,000 firearms per day that are smuggled across the U.S. southern border into Mexico. We together can stop this flow of highly lethal equipment from our state into the hands of the cartels. In 2023, the DEA in our region seized a record 425 kilograms of fentanyl, enough to kill 1 of every 3 Coloradans. Pueblo, Fremont, Adams, and Denver counties recently recorded the most overdose deaths. By 2020, criminal cartel activity caused the largest exodus of Mexican families in modern history, 90% of whom identified criminal violence as their reason for fleeing Mexico. Recent gun battles had resulted in over 500 Mexican police, National Guard, and military members murdered. Beyond the primary border source states, Colorado to El Paso, Texas is considered a prime gun trafficking route, with double the number of guns traced here compared to neighboring states like Kansas or Idaho. The top source cities for traffickers are Denver and Colorado Springs. Colorado can lead the effort to cut into the Iron River of deadly firearms, detachable magazines, and machine gun converters, enabling the horrific level of criminal violence in Mexico and thereby reduce both the flow of fentanyl and desperate migrants seeking refuge in our country and state. Please vote to pass this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Golden Dubois. I am deeply committed to ending gun violence as a mother of 2, a teacher, and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify here today. As a teacher, I have sat silently in a classroom with students on lockdown when the STEM shooting occurred in 2019. As a mom, I have received texts from my kids letting me know they were okay when there was gun violence happening near their college campuses. As a Mom Demands Action volunteer, I had to reach out and share resources with an 85-year-old family member who was a survivor of the Boulder King super shooting. Her message at her first meeting was, "Everyone deserves to grow old." This legislation is one impactful step to save lives and keep the citizens of Colorado safe. There are multiple tragic examples here in Colorado of our high-capacity magazine ban being evaded with deadly consequences. This is exactly what occurred in Boulder in 2021 at the King super shooting. The shooter legally purchased a Ruger AR-556 semi-automatic pistol 6 days before the shooting. He then paired that legally purchased firearm with multiple high-capacity magazines, which are illegal to possess under current Colorado law, and murdered 10 people. Similarly, in the 2022 Club Q shooting in Colorado Springs, the attacker perpetrated the attack with a self-assembled AR-15 style assault rifle and had several high-capacity magazines, including an empty 60-round magazine and several 40-round magazines, all illegal magazines under Colorado law. The Club Q shooter spent $9,000 on weapons-related purchases in the 2 years before the attack, after patronizing 56 different vendors. Colorado should ban the sale, purchase, and manufacture of all high-powered military-style firearms that can accept detachable magazines. No one should be able to make these already deadly firearms even more lethal by increasing their capacity with devices already banned by state law. Enacting this necessary and bold legislation will save lives. This legislation will be a critical thread in the tapestry of ending gun violence. I urge you to vote yes on Senate Bill 25003. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amber Estes, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today to voice my support on SB 3. I am here as a Marine veteran, a concerned parent, and as a Virginia Tech alumnus who was a student during the tragic mass shooting on April 16, 2007, which took the lives of 32 fellow students and faculty. My military service took me from North Carolina to Haiti, Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Middle East. All are places where I've used and/or witnessed the death-dealing power of military-style semi-automatic weapons. As has been seen time and again, mass shootings in America are worsened by the ability of military-style semi-automatic rifles to be reloaded quickly and with the ease of a simple button push. This even leaves the ability for an active shooter with extra mags to stay focused on their target while reloading. In 2010, I was aboard the USS Ashland when it was attacked by Somali pirates. As a member of the counter-assault team, I rushed to retrieve my rifle and ammunition, which was securely stored in the armory. In defense of the ship, it was crucial that I was using a rifle that accepted detachable magazines. Let us also be clear that these rifles and the purpose of the removable magazine to send more rounds downrange towards the enemy, along with the ability to rapidly reload. But let us be clear about the purpose of the removable magazine to rapidly reload and send more rounds downrange to suppress and kill the enemy. This is a level of firepower that a civilian does not need access to. As I previously stated, I am an alumnus of Virginia Tech and was a student on that fateful morning of April 16th. As Sung-Wee Cho killed 32 students and professors within a 10 to 15 minute window covering multiple floors of Norris Hall, his ability to inflict so much violence was in part due to the many extra magazines in his possession, allowing for multiple reloads and the ability to fire off more rounds. As someone who has experienced firsthand the loss of my brothers and sisters in arms from these assault rifles, I am in support of SB3 to honor the legacy of the fallen. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak. Semper Fidelis.
Thank you. Sir, at the end, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony for Bill SB 003, Semi-Automatic Firearms and Rapid Fire Devices. I'm Tom Wilson, and my wife and I live in Aurora. We have 2 grown sons, lovely daughters-in-law, and 3 adorable grandchildren. I'm offering testimony today in support of this bill because I don't want those precious kids to experience the gun violence that continues to devastate communities across Colorado. Colorado needs to take decisive action to enforce the state's existing high-capacity magazine ban by ensuring that all new semi-automatic rifles and shotguns and some gas-operated pistols sold in the state do not accept detachable magazines. These weapons, when attached with high-capacity magazines, are responsible for some of the deadliest acts of gun violence. Let's put some teeth into the 2013 law that prohibits magazines capable of holding more than 15 rounds of ammunition. We need to do more to strengthen state law to actually keep those deadly accessories out of the hands of potential mass shooters and criminals. Right now, high-capacity magazines are legally sold in all of our neighboring states. We have seen how deadly it is when a shooter has access to high-capacity magazines. 12 dead and 70 wounded in Aurora. 5 dead and 26 wounded in Colorado Springs. The law, we must stop now. In order to prevent future tragedies and save lives, lawmakers must close this dangerous loophole, ban these high-powered military-style firearms that accept detachable high-capacity magazines. Pass Bill SB 003. Please do it for my grandchildren, and please do it for all Coloradans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, members, questions of this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you all for sharing, and thank you for sharing your experience about Virginia Tech. All right, that was 3 panels on the proponent side. We'll alternate now to those who signed up in opposition. As noted, the first panel will have 15 minutes. I'm going to call names indicated to me by Senator Pelton. So in the first panel, if we could please invite Nephi Cole, Ava Flanell, Jeff Kramer, and Steve Hiddle. Okay, and Mr. Barker, I'm advised that one of those witnesses I just called might be remote.
El Paso County Sheriff.
Okay, if we could look in the Zoom list for a Mr. Jeff Kramer, who may be signed up in affiliation with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. So while we get him promoted, we'll invite the witnesses in the room to go ahead, whoever would like to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and of course, Senator Sullivan. My name is Nephi Cole. I'm the Director of Government Relations and State Affairs with the Firearms Trade Association of America, the NSSF. In 2024, you finally gave a budget and a mandate to a state agency to enforce the state's magazine restriction. They start enforcement this summer. You should let that agency work. Firearms deaths are down 21% since 2021. Mass shootings are down 24%. In recent years, more people were killed by police by almost 2 times than by mass shooters. There were more accidental deaths than mass shootings. This wasn't always the case, but gun accidents decreased by almost half after the inclusion of cable locks, like this one, on firearms became standard practice in 1997. If you pass this law, you will not be able to use these gun locks on the most common rifles in Colorado. Disregarding safety wasn't the intent of the sponsors. A gun ban was. This is the largest gun ban ever proposed in this country. It is a single feature ban. It bans 100% of semi-automatic centerfire rifles currently sold in Colorado, including all hunting variants. In 2019, Governor Jerry Brown said this in his veto message on similar legislation. The author's intent is to strengthen existing law, but, quote, this bill goes much further by banning any semi-automatic rifle with a detachable magazine. This ban covers low-capacity rifles that are commonly used for hunting, firearms training, and marksmanship practice, as well as some historical and collectible firearms. I don't believe this bill's blanket ban on semi-automatic rifles would reduce criminality or enhance public safety enough to warrant this infringement on gun owners' rights. Governor Jerry Brown of California was correct. You should reject this bill.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go next. I think you got it.
Okay. Thank you, Senators. My name is Steve Hildy. I'm a 42-year resident of Colorado, and I'm here as a hunter and a conservationist. I hail from Loveland, Colorado. I'm here to ask you to vote no on Senate Bill 25003. This bill will ban all semi-automatic hunting rifles, and it would be detrimental for hunter recruitment, especially youth. These semi-automatic rifles are the most popular guns sold today to hunters. Improvements in technology come annually, including safety. Detachable magazines make hunting rifles safer. You can remove the shells and bullets much more easily. And you can store the magazine and the rifle separately so that should your rifle be stolen, it's rendered useless to any thief. One of my concerns around this bill is with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Hopefully you'll have a representative here. Currently, they earn over $100 million annually in license revenue sales. I believe last year we got $36 million in Pittman-Robertson dollars, and the economic impact from hunting is estimated to be $6 billion annually. And so put yourselves in the shoes of a non-resident hunter. You can go to Colorado to hunt elk, you can go to Wyoming, you can go to Nevada, you can go to Montana. If you got a semi-automatic rifle, why not take your $10,000 and go to Montana? This will be a big problem for Parks and Wildlife funding moving forward. So again, I ask you not to support this bill. Colorado has a lot of problems, including mental illness, homelessness, insurance rates, crime, immigration. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flanell, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ava Flanell, and I've been a firearms instructor since 2013. I'm here today to express my concerns about this bill. The intent of this legislation is to promote safety, but statistics show it will create more accidents and take more lives. The simple truth is semi-automatic firearms are built with detachable magazines for a reason, so they can be safely loaded and unloaded. Fixed magazines make unloading more complicated. Users will either have to fire every round until the firearm is empty or manually cycle the action to remove every round. During this process, the user's hand is naturally on the grip and their finger is near the trigger. If users have a 15-round magazine and 1 round in the chamber, that's 16 chances that they might accidentally shoot themselves or an innocent person nearby. Another alternative would be to disassemble the firearm or magazine. Accidents during disassembly are some of the most common. Both methods are cumbersome and would also require removing the bolt to clear the chamber, which they might forget to do. Now, imagine if they had to clear a malfunction in a self-defense scenario against a criminal who would never comply with these restrictions. As a firearm instructor, one of our greatest concerns is a student having a negligent discharge. In order to avoid this, we stress the importance of keeping their firearm unloaded if they are not using it. This bill basically encourages users to have their firearms loaded, and because of the fixed magazine, they can't use a cable lock, which now makes it even easier for a loaded gun to fall in the wrong hands. This purported safety bill will have the opposite effect. It's a de facto ban that will make compliant versions of firearms incredibly unsafe. Please do not make firearms less safe and vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you'll all hold for a moment, we'll go to our online witness, then we'll invite questions. Okay, online, sir, hopefully you can hear us. Mr. Kramer, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Wiseman and committee members. My name is Jeff Kramer, and I have the privilege of serving as the El Paso County Undersheriff. I have previous military experience in the United States Army as a military police officer. I have nearly 28 years of service with the Sheriff's Office and have held numerous operational assignments. I'm also an avid hunting enthusiast. These experiences have made me familiar with and qualified to speak on the weapons targeted in today's legislation. Sheriff Joe Roybal and I believe that Senate Bill 25003 is an overreach of government and will set a dangerous precedent by mandating the removal of certain safety features on firearms and removable ammunition magazines. Every year we see legislators introduce gun bills with little or no regard for the negative safety impacts, crime and firearm statistics, or constitutionality. This bill is no different. It is politically driven, unconstitutional gun control bill that mirrors federal legislation pushed by DC gun control lobbyists to circumvent the recent Bruin decision. This bill would ban removable magazines from modern firearms, a key component to rendering a firearm safe, which we would all agree is critical. Removable magazines allow for simplicity and certainty when removing ammunition from a firearm. This is important for safe storage and clearing firearm malfunctions. This bill also disregards relevant crime statistics. Even if a specific set of firearms are banned, many other types of weapons can still be used to commit crimes. In fact, according to the FBI, rifles of all kinds are used in only a tiny fraction of gun crimes in the U.S. Almost all gun violence is committed with handguns, in particular stolen handguns. And lastly, this bill is unconstitutional as it will ban almost all semi-automatic rifles, most semi-automatic shotguns, and many pistols. These are some of the most purchased firearms in the state for self-defense. I ask this committee to strongly oppose Senate Bill 25003 and rather focus their time and efforts on legislation that will hold criminals accountable and reduce victims in the state. We believe House Bill 25-1062 is a strong piece of gun legislation which makes the theft of a firearm a Class 6 felony, regardless of the value of the gun. We look forward to supporting it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, sir, thank you. So we will start our 15-minute Q&A clock on this panel. Who would like to start? Senator Arpum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, panel, for being here today. I've got several questions. I'll kind of split it up. But first is for Under Sheriff Kramer. Why does law enforcement clear a firearm at a crime scene?
Sir, thank you for the question. In short, it's for safety. If the firearm is in fact part of the investigation, once it's been properly photographed and its condition documented, the firearm will be cleared to render it safe. Additional notes are taken as to the condition of the firearm and any ammunition or spent casings as we render it safe. But the firearm must be collected and ultimately tagged and moved to the evidence facility for storage. Clearing the firearm ensures safety for all who handle the firearm as part of that process and chain of custody, and for the storage of the firearm at the evidence facility.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So whenever a gun is involved in a crime, what's the turnaround time right now if stuff is sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
Under Sheriff.
Sir, I appreciate the question. I don't have that data in front of me. I know that like many agencies, they have a tremendous amount of work to do because we're a very busy state. Our agency alone is a busy organization responding to calls and making sure that we're doing good by our community. I don't have that specific data point in front of me. I apologize.
Okay, I guess I was kind of looking that, CBI's already under a lot of pressure, and this could just add to it, this bill. But kind of follow up on your previous answer, how do you properly clear that firearm, that's used in that crime?
Yeah, I appreciate that question as well. It's obviously a very important process to make sure we're safe in doing so. We start by pointing the weapon in a safe direction. Ensure that your finger stays off the trigger and outside of the trigger guard. Remove the magazine. Work the action several times. Lock the bolt or the slide to the rear. And then visibly and physically check the chamber to ensure that it's clear. And obviously this bill would remove a key step in that process, requiring that each round of ammunition be cycled through, creating an increased risk for an accidental discharge.
Whoever like to go first.
One more.
Senator Arpadon.
Thank you. And kind of follow up on that, have you ever come across a gun with a fixed magazine? And if so, did that cause extra work and safety concerns on your part?
I've had some personal experience with a weapon with a fixed magazine, not in a work capacity. And my personal experience has been similar to one of the testimony earlier from this panel. They're a bit more complicated in terms of the unloading capacity. So I concur with those statements that when you start to increase complexity to an unloading or administrative unloading process, you start to increase risk with firearms. Simplicity is important so that we can follow the safety rules and therefore decrease the risk involved to responsible gun owners that are in possession of firearms lawfully. And so I'm opposed to this bill as stated.
Senator Buchalter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of questions for the panel. The first one's going to Mr. Weddle, correct? My question for you is, I'm a hunter as well. So I take my magazine out. I have a 4, because that's what you're allowed to have, is a 4 mag when you're hunting, but I make sure to take it out. But when I looked at all of my little magazines that I have, I couldn't find a release on the bottom of those 4 magazines. Maybe they have them on bigger or not. But let's go through the scenario that you got something jammed in your weapon, in your firearm. You got something jammed in. I load my own ammunition at home. Sometimes it doesn't eject properly or any of that stuff, but you got something else jammed in there and another bullet jammed in. Can you please explain to everybody in the room about how it is illegal to have something in the chamber? Because you're going to have to take that firearm back to a gunsmith to have it repaired. And I don't know how you're going to transport it because you can't put it in your vehicle. So,
and am I on? You bring up a point that I'd like to make. So if you look at this bill, and I brought along the Parks and Wildlife brochure here, and I agree with you, you need a gunsmith. At least I would. I primarily hunt with a bow. But this brochure right here from Parks and Wildlife on big game alone is 82 pages long. There's one for small game. There's one for waterfowl. And so this bill complicates things for all hunters, whether they be resident, youth, or non-resident. And, my primary preference is bow hunting, but I also get cow tags. We have an elk problem in Loveland, and it is problematic. Now, my 7mm, I can drop that down, but, a lot of these guys are buying these new guns, and you can go out and drop 10 grand on a new semi-automatic big game rifle if you want. I don't see why I need to be limited as a hunter and can't select that. I don't know if that answers your question.
Senator, go ahead.
I was asking it says right in that you're not allowed to have ammunition in the chamber when you're driving.
Yeah, it's a dilemma.
It's a huge dilemma, and I don't know how you're going to be able to do that. Unless you can walk to the gunsmith.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it either.
Ms. Flanell, I have a question for you. How many, it's kind of going to the same thing where we're talking about safety of the firearm. You're suggesting that we'll see an increase in negligent discharge if this bill goes into law?
Absolutely, yeah. So something that's interesting that I wanted to point out is as far as So this bill essentially will ban rifles and shotguns. But when you look at the murders, so for example, in 2021, there were 6 murders with rifles and 2 murders with shotguns. In 2020, there were 8 with rifles, 1 with shotgun. In 2019, there were 5 with rifle and 4 with shotguns. So we're actually, I mean, you guys are trying to ban guns that aren't even part of the problem. I mean, again, this isn't, I'm not saying that any murder is okay, but, and there's a difference, I want to say there's a difference between murder and homicide. But I feel confident saying that if you guys pass this bill, that there is going to be way more murders as far as negligent discharges. There's going to be way more negligent discharges that this is going to, I mean, I guarantee it'll double, if not, quadruple. I feel very confident saying that.
Senator's good for now. Senator Arpon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cole, thank you for being here. Right now, does the state of Colorado have an enforcement mechanism for the current magazine ban?
Mr. Cole.
Mr. Chair, Senator, thank you very much. Yeah, the state does. We just instituted it last year, of course. There was a bill in 2024. It's the first time that the state has had an enforcement mechanism that has not come online yet. So there's a lot of discussion about whether or not the state, why they do or do not enforce this, but the enforcement mechanism is the state licensing. And so as of this summer, you won't be able to sell firearms in the state if you are out of compliance with the magazine capacity restrictions.
You brought up the gun lock earlier, and you said that they would not be able to be used on guns if this bill does go through and be signed.
Absolutely. So I talked about the number of accidents with guns, and in 1997, it became standard practice to include a cable lock like this with every firearm sold. And we've distributed over 38 million in conjunction with 15,000 law enforcement agencies additionally since that time. And of course, the way this cable lock works, and you're all aware of it, is you open the lock, right? And then once the lock is open, you take the magazine out of the gun. And then you string the cable lock through the chamber and through the magazine. If you have a permanently affixed magazine on a gun, you can no longer use this. There are tens of millions of these that are out there, and quite simply, you won't be able to use one on a semi-automatic rifle in Colorado because nobody makes a semi-automatic rifle like this.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Go ahead, Senator.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for not going through you on the last question. Just one real quick question. In your opinion, do these gun locks save lives?
Absolutely. It's definitive. Gun safety is important. I know that you know it's important. You believe it's important. Once again, more people are killed in gun discharge accidents than in mass shootings in common years.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cole, while we're on the subject of state enforcement, did your organization take a position one way or the other on that bill last year? And if so, what was the position of record?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I honestly cannot recall. I'm sure that we have a position of record. I'm sure it is with the Secretary of State's office.
Very good. I'll let it go for now. Mr. Hildel, am I saying your name right? Yeah. As you pointed out, one can hunt a variety of animals in a variety of ways. I respect you're doing it old school. Last I looked at CPW regs, it was not legal to take big game with 223 ammo, presumably because there's not enough power to humanely kill the animal. Is that still the case to your understanding?
I don't own a 223. I'd have to reference this. I had someone out hunting at my place a month ago. He used a 308. Mm-hmm. I have a 7mm.
Right. And I certainly understand a 308 to be a lot more common. The point I'm driving at, and it sounds like we could talk offline, to the extent that we are concerned about impacting hunting, at least big game hunting is not impacted by anything that prospectively after 9/125 touches a .223 caliber rifle, because it's not been legal for years to take big game with such weaponry. After all, was the only point I wanted to land on. My next question is for the undersheriff. Sir, when your organization, which is obviously one of the larger LEAs in Colorado, specs and acquires body armor for the safety of your deputies, is that sorted by the NIJ classification, or is there some other one?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. If you were going into, let's say the most severe kind of situation that you might ever be called upon, SWAT or worse, what is the NIJ rating of the armor that your deputies go out in for their safety?
I believe the current rating that we're dealing with is a 3A, if I'm not mistaken. We've made some recent changes to that, and so I can get you that answer probably within a matter of a minute or so. I'll just making sure that I'm quoting that accurately.
Okay.
But it's rifle rated protection for certain.
Appreciate that, and certainly glad to hear it. I guess I'll take you up on any kind of follow-up that there could be. And, I've had conversations with my local police department about measures that they take to keep safe from people who might be coming at them with higher caliber weaponry. I think in the last number of years, the U.S. military has started to transition away from the M16 platform and the M4 to the next generation squad weapon. So the XM7 and the XM250 that I think are chambered 6.8, because basically the U.S. military is running into the problem that people we are adverse to elsewhere in the world are getting better and better body armor. So we're not using the 5.56 anymore. Just casually searching on Cabela's, I have seen that one can buy AR-style rifles chambered 6.8 instead of either 223 or 5.56, and I know that puts me in a degree of concern for our law enforcement officials, just knowing that kind of higher caliber ammunition that was specifically selected to get through body armor could potentially be used against our law enforcement officials. I don't know if you might respond.
Christ. The ignorant arguments.
Well, we certainly have concerns with the potential for weaponry that's out there that is available to criminals that might be able to defeat a level of protection that we afford our workforce. Obviously, we do the best that we can. There's always a balance. We need our personnel to be able to be well protected, but also be able to do the job that we're asking them to do. And so there's always these mobility factors and things like that. And again, I believe that the rifle rated protection that our SWAT operators are, et cetera, it is a level two rating. I'm getting that note pushed in front of me now. Is up to that 308 area range, et cetera. But the concern becomes that there's always going to be someone potentially that has a caliber of weapon that may defeat the protection that we have out in front of them. And so we're going to rely heavily on other tactics and techniques to try to avoid those types of things. However, we know from tragedies across the country and here locally as well that we may face a circumstance where those odds don't go in our favor, if you will. We hope that through our intelligence and information we know going into those calls, that we can stack the deck in our favor through those tactics and techniques and proper approaches to be able to avoid those kind of tragedies, regardless of the equipment that we might have in front of us compared to the weaponry that the suspects may have on their side.
All right, sir, appreciate the answer about training. We have run to time on this panel, so thank you all for being with us, and we'll proceed to the next panel of folks who had signed up in opposition. Okay, so I've been given some names of we alluded to.
Let me do this. I'll crank them down for a minute. I know the volume's off.
I will call names, and I'll just ask Mr. Barker and our IT support team to be on the look in case any of these folks might be online. Seth Stern, trustee for the town of Grandy, Stern. Ray Elliott.
I'm just going to have to mute him for a second. But what's up, everybody? Welcome to the biggest clown show that I have seen in a very freaking long time. And I'm sorry, my mic's so low. I'm trying to fix it. But anyway, welcome everybody. I'm still cooking, trying to listen to this and sharing it with you guys. Now, we look at this ban, this shit coming up in Colorado. I promise you, this will come up in other states. All these bills get written by Moms Demand Action and Giffords, the ones who originally testified for this. They get rolled through the states, and these Democrats just keep pushing this shit. They just take a bill that they write, that the Moms Demand and Giffords write, and they slide it through. So this is a fucking really sneaky way to try to do an assault weapons ban without doing an assault weapons ban. Let me crank them back up because they're getting rolling again.
Lab. Due to the new criminal offense established in this bill, and based on the number of firearms that my lab is testing today, we anticipate the DAs would ask the CBI to test approximately 1,000 guns per year that could potentially meet the definitions of this bill. I think based on the illegal gun market that exists today and the proliferation of home manufactured or fabricated weapons, that 1,000 is an accurate number and maybe even conservative. I want to note that privately manufacturing firearms are easier to make today than it's ever been. The CBI is seeing an increase in confiscated guns of all types. We've also seen an increase in devices that are equipped to firearms to make them fully automatic. This device is commonly called Glock switches. Prior assault weapons bills included lists of prohibited brands and models and components that could easily be identified. For example, all AK types, including the following: AK-47, 26, AK-47S, and so forth. By contrast, this bill uses technical terms and definitions to define which firearms are controlled by this bill. In order to determine if a firearm is restricted, by this bill will require an expert firearms examiner's examination, rather than a visual inspection or consultation of a list. CBI examiners will be required to perform functionality testing on submitted firearms to determine whether or not the weapon or component is a specified semi-automatic firearm as defined.
Okay, sir, thank you. We will explore that further in Q&A. Because we have room left at the table, could I also invite Mr. Mauk from the Department of Natural Resources to join us? Sir, you're here ready to go. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ray Elliott, and I'm the president of the Colorado State Shooting Association, the official state association of the NRA. I am here on behalf of our thousands of members and supporters across all 64 of Colorado's counties to implore you to vote no on Senate Bill 3. Though proponents have stopped short of labeling this bill an assault weapons ban like their colleagues in the House before them, the bill is the same thing. All these bills are an attempt to ban law-abiding citizens from owning any firearms and does nothing to stop violent gun crime. If passed, Senate Bill 3 would ban the most sold rifle in America, the most popular home defense firearms, most common competition rifles, and numerous commonly owned pistol and shotgun models. I understand that some of you may be in favor of such ends and believe this will result in safer communities. Let me assure you, the exact opposite is true. The citizens you represent will be less safe, and the legislation will remove an important self-defense tool. Your constituents, many of whom support our organization, don't look so fondly on this radical anti-firearm agenda. To understand this, you only need to look at last year's Democratic primaries, where Representative Elizabeth Epps and appointed freshman Tim Hernandez were denied re-election by Democrat voters after they spearheaded legislation that looked just like this bill. This legislation is a radical infringement of our God-given right to self-defense. If it passes, CSSA will explore every legal option to overturn it, and it will be overturned. Be on the right side of history and vote no on this gun ban bill. Thank you.
All right, sir, we'll tell you what, we'll invite Mr. Mauk to go ahead, and we'll go to our two online witnesses, and then we'll open up for questions. Mr. Mauk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. I'm here today on behalf of DNR and the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife to testify and amend position on Senate Bill 3. As the wildlife and recreation managers of the state, we care deeply about the hunting and shooting sports here in Colorado. Based on CPW's interpretation of the bill, it would make it unlawful to purchase or transfer several types of firearms commonly used for hunting and or recreational sports shooting for the purposes of CPW's hunter education program. Semi-automatic firearms reduce recoil, which is why they're often used for hunting, and particularly with youth, individuals who are smaller stature, individuals with disabilities, or others who have concerns regarding a fire's recoil. CPDW also operates several regional shooting centers that often host various types of shooting competitions. These competitions commonly use firearms that would be described as specified semi-automatic firearms, and we want to make sure that new people can enter the shooting sports competitions, not just those who have already grandfathered guns. Colorado has approximately 341,000 paid license holders who spend nearly $1.6 billion in 2002 on hunting-related purchases, and $169 million in state and local taxes impacting all 64 counties. Target shooting participants spent about $530 million on target shooting-related purchases and $53 million in state and local taxes. We worry about the adverse impact on revenue. We recognize the intent of this bill is to keep Coloradans safe, and I want to assure you that DNR and CPW strive to ensure that hunting and sports shooting are done in a safe and lawful manner. However, we believe that additional clarifying amendments and additional exemptions may be helpful to reduce the impacts the bill has on the sports shooting. We appreciate the sponsor's effort to bring an amendment to exempt shotguns with tubular magazines, but more is needed. If significant amendments are not made, the agency may move to an oppose. While we're still working to identify what additional clarifications or exemptions may be appropriate, we want to be sure to flag these potential impacts for committee members.
All right, thank you, sir. And again, please hold for questions. We'll go to our online witnesses. Okay. Commissioner, you look like you're ready to go. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Commissioner Corey Applegate, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to Senate Bill 2503. While I recognize the intent of this legislation is to address concerns about firearm violence, I believe the bill poses a significant threat to the related scopes, effectiveness, and unintended consequences. The most concerning aspect of this bill is that the broad definition of semi-automatic firearms, which includes semi-automatic rifles, shotguns, and gas-operated handguns with detachable box magazines. These firearms are owned overwhelmingly by law-abiding individuals who rely on them for protection, recreation, and family traditions. By criminalizing the transfer, sale, or purchase of these widely owned firearms, this bill unfairly penalizes responsible gun owners while failing to address the individuals who obtain these firearms illegally. As a county commissioner, not only do I have the responsibility for advocating for the individual needs of the residents in my district, but also the fight for success of local businesses. If passed, Senate Bill 3 will cripple the financial vitality of firearm dealers and make a large portion of currently available merchandise illegal, not only to serve by transactions, but underground and resulting in further undermining of our public safety. It won't just be individual businesses that are impacted. According to Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, passage of Senate Bill 3 will have a negative impact on the conservation funding and the scientific wildlife management in Colorado. Last year, nearly $90 million in revenue was raised for Colorado Parks and Wildlife from hunting licenses alone. Any prohibition of these possessions, transfer, and sale of some of these commonly used firearms will depress participation in hunting and any sort of recreational shooting, resulting in millions of dollars lost in revenue to the state. Senate Bill 3 also raises serious...
All right, sir, thank you for spotting time and curtailing. We'll come back for questions. Mr. Stern, please go ahead.
Well, I got to say, I'm feeling an awful lot of resentment towards the majority for having spent the last 4 springs testifying against pretty blatantly unconstitutional, unnecessary, and ineffective legislation on the feel-good process of simply having done something to address a problem. Unfortunately, this bill is just the latest in evidence that the majority don't actually know how to solve the problem, as the vast majority of gun death victims are shot and killed with the first shot. And that would be because the vast majority of gunshot victims are suicides. Half to 2/3, in fact, going all the way back to 92, when we started tracing the problem. This is not going to reduce the flow of illegal firearms into the state. This is not going to reduce the danger of the next mass shooting. You're not addressing the core issues. The country, in fact, the state, are sick. There is a culture war taking place between us. This is only going to further drive that divide. And quite honestly, as I've said the last 2 years, if the majority really wants to create legislation like this without getting much pushback, they should create a new metro area regional government, and you can do it to each other rather than to the rest of the state. 60 plus counties in this state want nothing to do with this sort of legislation. We want to simply be left alone. We want to be able to use the most modern, effective tools to defend ourselves from criminals and tyrants such as yourselves. And quite honestly, we just want to be left alone. I really urge you to vote no against this. We will be filing a lawsuit before the ink is dry. If the governor, who has been, quite honestly, significantly better than his party on this issue, decides to sign this bad legislation into law, and we will win.
Okay, we will proceed to questions from members of the committee. Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Allen. In order, like you were talking about just now, in order to prosecute the criminals with this new gun law, how long is it going to take to go through this gun to find out that it has been used or it's an illegal gun? 2, how long is your backlog? And 3, I mean, if your backlog takes too long, is it in your opinion that the DA will drop the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. First, we estimated that an analyst could do 16 of these type of function tests in a month. Typically, that's much faster than the typical analysis that we do when we are actually comparing the projectiles to see if it was fired from the firearm. That is actually much slower, and those take longer cases. So it takes a long time. It does take a while though. 16 cases a month. It still takes us quite a bit of time. Then we also factor in going to testify, all those components that go along with being in the state crime laboratory. Currently, our backlog is over a year. We are hiring 4 additional firearms examiners. It takes 2 years to train them and bring them online. And so we will be bringing that timeline down, but without the staffing to do the analysis that would be required by this bill that we believe it is necessary, that backlog would grow and it would take longer to provide the results to law enforcement and district attorneys and delay prosecution of gun crimes.
Okay. Senator Arpelton, or sorry, go ahead. Whoever would like to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Elliott, you heard there is an amendment coming. Maybe I got the name wrong. You, sir, on the end.
Yes, sir.
There is an amendment coming to make concessions for Hollywood. In your opinion, what is your opinion of that?
I am not familiar with what that amendment looks like. I just don't think it does anything for this bill.
You know, I guess I find a little contradictory that they'd make concession for Hollywood, not their own citizens. But Mr. Allen, you kind of got stopped short on your testimony. Is there anything else that you really would like this committee to know?
Yes, the reason why we believe a firearms examination would be required is we agree that if there is a fixed magazine, that's an easy thing to determine. That's an easy thing to see. The concern we have is the technical definition that talks about gas operation semi-automatic handguns versus a recoil cycle handgun. That is a technical term that will require an expert to know, is this semi-automatic handgun that has a removable magazine illegal or not? And we know how many semi-automatic handguns are in well, we don't know how many. We know there are a lot. And so if every one of those has to come to us to determine if it is legal or illegal, 1,000 is a very small, is much lower than it would actually be. That's the concern, is that is a very technical definition to determine if a semi-automatic handgun with a removable magazine is legal or illegal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is for DNR. I asked the last person, the hunter, the same question. My frustration is that like, the chair pointed out, 308, 300 blackout are also can be used as hunting. It's not just 223, but they also can accept, 15 round magazines, that sort of thing. But a lot of people I know use some of those as hunting rifles if they're 4 rounds and that makes it legal. But if you have an attached magazine and you try, and like I said, I reload my own ammunition because I like to be as accurate as possible when I'm hunting. Sometimes they don't eject, sometimes you don't get it out, and when it automatically does a round, it's stuck in the breech. So essentially you have a loaded weapon and you put it back in your vehicle to drive. That is illegal to have a loaded weapon to drive around with. And I'm just asking DNR, I mean, is that something that you guys are looking at? Because I don't want to lose my hunting license if that happens to me and this bill passes.
Mr. Moak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate the question. First of all, I just want to make clear that I am not a firearms specialist or law enforcement or understand the details of that. We do know that there are some complexities with the proposed bill as we're looking into this, and that's the reason why we are taking our time to be purposeful in our review and coming up and identifying possible or potential clarifications or exemptions that we may ask as this proceeds.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Allen, I got your proposal for the $4.6 million, and maybe we can go through a few of them here. Can you explain to me what a comparison microscope that costs $90,000 and why your department would need 5 of those for a total of $450,000 to do this type of work?
Yes, so comparison microscope is the microscope that a firearms examiner does use to compare the bullets from crime scenes to a test-fired shell casing or bullet. So this is where the firearms examiner can compare and do that comparison to say if it came from the same source. And so all of our firearms examiners that are trained to do that examination do have one of those microscopes.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair, and I will caution we're about out of time. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yep. So that's it. So everybody needs a $90,000 comparison microscope to do the job, and so that's like about 10% of the cost of what it's going to take for that. We can go through, you can maybe explain your Ron Smith examining training for $185,000. We could talk about the new office that you need or the van that you needed to transport people so that you could fluff up the numbers to get this to be something that was exorbitant so that the people in the crowd and that the governor might all of a sudden think that $4.6 million was a lot, because as I do recall, your department had a 0 fiscal note for the last 2 high capacity or the assault weapons bans. You had 0 on both of those. You had a 0 fiscal note on the ghost gun bill, and across the country on specific assault weapon bans that have gone on, the most any department have ever asked for to fund that has been $400,000. And your department made it $4.6 million.
All right, I will observe we are over time on this panel. I'm going to let you all go. Committee, I have asked that the fiscal analyst be available. We'll invite him up next, and then we'll return to the third of the first 3 opposition witness panels to keep to that order, because the question is now an issue. Thank you, Mr. Allen, for being here. Thank you to our other witnesses and Commissioner online. All right, so the next panel we call up will be opposition witnesses, but I do want to see if, was he going to be online? Okay, Mr. Mayfield, we'll sort of pause the usual witness order. We've had Unusual servicing of the departmental difference. There's been some talk about it. Understanding that you are in a nonpartisan capacity, you don't weigh in for or against the policy. If you could just talk through your role in putting together the fiscal note and why it indicates no appropriation needed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Clayton Mayfield, Legislative Council staff. I prepared the fiscal note for the bill. When I was looking at this, the response I got from DPS was 1,000 examinations needed. I had to look at what I thought the caseload would be, and I had three sources for that: the comparable crime analysis, feedback from the Judicial Department, and feedback from the Department of Revenue. The comparable crime analysis showed that there were about 200 cases between FY22 and FY24 for the comparable crime, which was the high-capacity magazine prohibition. That boils down to about 67 cases annually. So there's data point one for an annual caseload. Department of Revenue indicated that about 1% of federal firearm licensees would be in violation. There are about 2,000 federal firearm licensees in the state, so that's about 1% of that's about 20 violations that DOR was estimating. Judicial provided minimal response. Their threshold for AS is 0.3 FTE. All those together to me indicated a minimal number of cases, somewhere in the neighborhood of 67, less than 100. So that's why I thought it would be an absorbable impact. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions of our fiscal analyst, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your analysis, did you contemplate a new law being in place that could complicate things and maybe add to the caseload?
Mr. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Pelton, I did that there would be new cases, that there would be an amount of forensic examinations or functionality tests that would have to be performed by CBI. I just didn't think it would be 1,000 that they were estimating.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, they just said that Mr. Allen was just up here and said he would have to, if one of these guns were used in a crime, it would be 16 a month. They could do the analysts on. That makes 192. So even if they were to do half that at 500, not 1,000, that's still a significant amount. And it would actually put a fiscal note on here. So even that aspect, that would be the case. I'd like your thoughts on that.
Mr. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sure. Fiscal notes are an iterative process, and the information I received from CBI was 1,000. I didn't get anything else regarding a breakdown of that. So as new information becomes available to me, I'll take that into consideration and maybe revisit the analysis at a later time. But for now, based on what I received, I'm confident in the minimal number.
Thank you. All right, members, other questions? Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayfield, for coming down here today. And I really did enjoy our conversation about the fiscal note process. I have been running bills about the public health crisis that is gun violence in our society for the 6+ years that I have been here. I have never had to have a conversation with a fiscal analyst. No one has ever said to me, oh, we've got to go and see how much this is going to cost. The things that we have been working on is trying to save people's lives and to make our communities safer. No one was concerned about how much it was going to cost. That having all been said, the way that you laid everything out for us, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were also the fiscal analyst on the ghost gun bill and on the two previous bills on the assault weapons ban. Is that right?
Mr. Mayfield, as much as you're able to respond to, given your nonpartisan role.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Sullivan, I was the fiscal analyst on the bills you identified.
Great, thank you. I mean, so I said, you guys have expertise in certain things, and so it was really enlightening for me after 6+ years of being down here to actually have to have discussions with fiscal analysts when it came to as I say, the public health crisis that is gun violence. So thank you so much for that. I think you really cleared up a lot of the questions that I had, and I was able to forward that information to the rest of my caucus and to stakeholders so that they all had a better understanding as how we were going to move forward from this. So again, I guess it's just a thank you for your hard work and what you do down there. Thank you.
Members, further questions of our fiscal analyst? All right, Mr. Mayfield, sorry to put you on the hot seat, but thank you for being available. I do not expect to call you back, so we know you have other work to do. Feel free to not remain in the room if you need to get on with work. All right, we are going to jump back into the flow, and I'm going to invite another panel of witnesses who signed up in an opposition position. Mr. Barker, I think some of these folks may be remote. Can we please invite Sheriff Steve Reams? Also, Sheriff Todd Rowell, I believe he's online. Do we have Captain Jason Kennedy? And I'm sorry, whether he was online or in person was not indicated to me. And Mr. Escalante. All right, while we figure out online, whoever would like to start, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Steve Reams, and I'm the elected sheriff of Weld County, Colorado. I'm here today to represent my office and the constituents I serve, as well as the county sheriffs of Colorado in opposition of this bill. A gun ban by any name is still a gun ban, and that is what Senate Bill 3 represents. While the bill has been purported as common sense, it will not make Colorado safer. It just isn't true because it's based on flawed logic, just like most every gun bill that we've talked about before this. Taking the ability to purchase certain types of firearms away from law-abiding citizens only makes Colorado less safe. As has been said so many times before, criminals don't care about the laws that you are going to pass. This bill will do nothing to deter criminals, especially if they're intent on committing acts of violence. And outlawing weapons will not undo the crimes that they have committed in the past. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. When the legislature gets serious about public safety, and I hope they do, they will quit proposing bills like Senate Bill 3, and they will start passing legislation that sends a clear message to those that might consider any type of criminal act that they will face the most severe punishments possible. And we will quit undoing the punishments associated with the crimes in Colorado. I just want to say as a final note, as a current law enforcement officer, I would not be able to purchase the weapon that I am currently wearing in my personal capacity. I couldn't purchase this firearm as an individual citizen, although I carry this firearm every day and I do so in the course of my work. Apparently, I'm only an attributable person to the safety of Colorado when I wear this uniform, and my dedication to the public safety of Colorado is no longer feasible unless I'm wearing this uniform, and that flies in the face of my 27-year career in law enforcement. I ask that you oppose this bill and do so in the name of safety for Colorado.
Thank you. Captain Kennedy, please go ahead.
Is this on? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the committee's time today. I'm here on behalf of Sheriff Weekly, Darren Weekly, who could not be here today. My name is Jason Kennedy. I have served in law enforcement for 30 years, and I'm concerned about this bill in part because of its complexities. And what we don't know, the unanswered questions that I've heard just today. This is first reading, public reading and public comment, I would guess you would say. And there seems to be quite a misunderstanding, or there's not a bunch of sunshine into exactly what will be allowed and what will not. With that said, we've already heard from the undersheriff in El Paso County about the firearm safety concerns. I share those concerns. I support those concerns as far as with a new firearms configuration. My one question is, will this bill affect law-abiding citizens who are responsibly owning and carrying firearms for their own protection? Criminals don't follow the law and they won't comply. Firearms are essential for self-defense, allowing Colorado citizens to immediately protect themselves and their families. In most situations, it takes law enforcement to respond maybe 5 minutes sometimes. Based on staffing and geography, response times are generally longer in rural areas, and this is an important factor. A Colorado citizen who's attacked by a violent criminal, if they choose to, needs to be able to continue to defend themselves. And if a witness who's also present takes that high calling to defend another individual, they would be able to do the same. I also ask that you vote no on this bill.
Thank you, sir. We'll go online to Sheriff Rowell and then Mr. Escalante. We'll come back to you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Todd Rowell and I am the sheriff from Mesa County. I am here in opposition of this bill. My opposition also represents the position of the County Sheriffs of Colorado, which represents 64 county sheriffs entrusted to keep our community safe. Make no doubt, I condemn illegal gun violence, and I have nothing but compassion for the families of loved ones who have lost their lives in these senseless attacks. Over the past 6 years, my community has had 22 homicides. We have also experienced 6 mass shootings in the last quarter of a century. Not a single firearm used in the 22 homicides or 6 mass shootings fit the definition of a specified semi-automatic firearm under this bill. I will remind you that criminals do not obey the law. First-degree murder is illegal in Colorado, and it has a minimum sentence of life in prison. Someone who is willing to commit this heinous crime will not be detoured by a Class 2 misdemeanor that has a maximum sentence of 120 days. No, it is the law-abiding citizens that will be affected by this bill. Being a county of over 3,300 square miles, law enforcement response may be delayed by close to an hour in some remote areas. Relying on police protection may not be an option. As the sheriff of the most populated county outside the I-25 corridor, I expect law-abiding residents in my community to have the ability to protect themselves from violent criminals who wish to do them harm. Committee members, I will stand beside you to improve our mental health crisis, an area where Colorado continuously falls in the bottom 10%. I will support stronger sentences for violent criminals to keep them out of our communities, and I will support increasing law enforcement presence in our schools, places of worship, and at any large gathering. But I oppose passing a law that would have no effect on violent criminals and disarm law-abiding residents. Thank you for your time.
All right, Sheriff, thank you. Please hold. We have one more witness in the room, then we'll open for questions. Mr. Escalante, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ian Escalante. I'm the Executive Director of Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, and I'm here to oppose the most egregious gun bill that has ever been filed in Colorado history. I want to make myself abundantly clear, this is not a magazine enforcement bill. This is a gun ban. Full stop, this is a gun ban. You are going to see, you go into a gun shop, you see the guns that are on the wall. Almost every single one of those rifles will be banned. A large amount of those shotguns also will be banned. How that's going to work is this is exactly what's going to happen. The gun store owners who are sitting in this room, who are coming here opposing this bill because this will ruin their livelihoods, this will shut their businesses down, there will be a hold of guns coming to Colorado for an unspecified amount of time. The reason why is because these fixed magazine rifles while they are manufactured, are so incredibly rare, the manufacturers would have to be completely redesign the most commonly purchased firearm in the country. It's been said time and time again, there are more AR-15s in this country than there are Ford F-150s. All the gun store owners who are standing here behind me will not be able to make ends meet on top of the new restrictions that have been imposed by House Bill 1353 that passed last year. Now, I want to talk about the safety component. This was touched on briefly. Telling someone to take the base plate off of a magazine that's fixed to the gun while the gun is hot is not making the gun any safer. If anything, it is increasing the chance that there will be some sort of accident, whether it's a negligent discharge, whether it's an uncleared jam. You're making the guns more dangerous. The people of Colorado will not stand for this chamber violating their rights over and over again, and that's why every single person on this committee received petitions from their constituents today. I urge you to vote no on this bill and allow the people of Colorado to live freely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to questions of this panel. Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff Rames, it's good to see you today. We heard a lot about in the beginning about enforcement of the law. Let's say that this bill does become law and you have to enforce it. What is going to happen if the backlog goes so far because of the CBI? What do you think your DA is going to do with if it's a 2-year wait or even a 3-year wait?
Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Pelton. I can't give you a specific information as to what my DA might or might not do, but there is always the likelihood and the high likelihood that if a case stalls out for 2 or 3 years, it becomes very difficult, if not impossible, to prosecute because you lose witnesses, you lose victims sometimes, and oftentimes the suspect disappears as well. In addition to that, the backlog from CBI is real. It's a concern that we all face, and it doesn't matter what your agency's capabilities of. We all rely on CBI for certain forensic tests. This bill is so confusing. I'm not exactly sure when it comes to defining what a firearm would be in the future, how you wouldn't be sending a lot more firearms to the CBI. And their 1,000 caseload estimate to me seems extremely low.
Senator B. Pelton, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Reams. Mr. Escalante, can you kind of explain the Bruin decision that you and I discussed earlier?
Mr. Escalante.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that you mentioned that because some lawsuits were mentioned earlier, and in 2022, the Supreme Court of the United States had a pretty landmark decision regarding firearms, and it completely changed up the way that scrutiny is done for gun laws just like this. And it said very clearly that the bill must fit the text, history, and tradition of the Second Amendment. Well, a plain look at the plain text of this bill, it doesn't fit. You look at the history, there were no severe gun bans in the first 150 years of our country. You were able to, back in the Mexican-American War, the Continental Army, the United States military, contracted out people's private cannons, which during that time were considered a weapon of war. So-called weapons of war have always been protected by the Second Amendment. And on top of that, because of that, Rocky Mountain gun owners, in conjunction with the National Foundation for Gun Rights, where I have a cease and desist right here, we are fully prepared to file a lawsuit under the Bruin decision, and we will fight this as long as it possibly takes. We will not let a law like this stand.
All right. No, there will be no outbursts, one side or the other in the room. Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, panel, for being here. It's good to see law enforcement here around a bill like this. Captain Kennedy, you mentioned illegals and illegal guns and stuff. Do you have any statistics on, it was mentioned earlier in opening remarks about some mass shooters that the first time they bought a gun, that was a gun used. In crimes, I presume there's a lot of guns that were acquired illegally. Is that something that you see a lot of?
Captain.
Senator, thank you for the question. I don't have stats on that, but I personally do see a lot of illegal guns, guns that are stolen, those types of things that are used in crimes of violence against Colorado citizens.
Senator,
Thank you. In your opinion, any of the law enforcement could answer this. Is a criminal, does he care about what the law says when he goes to commit a crime?
Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, no.
I have a few questions, maybe either Captain or Sheriff for you since you're here. To the question of needing to utilize CBI capacity, and several of us in the room also serve on the Judiciary Committee. We are quite well aware and concerned by that. But just drilling into the bill. So a bill is not a specified semi-automatic firearm for the purposes of prospective prohibitions if one of a number of things. Essentially, it is 22 rimfire or lower only. I presume that law enforcement professionals can tell that without needing to go to the CBI lab. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. If it is operated by an action that's bull pump, lever, or slide, also you can tell on site. Fair?
I think most law enforcement officers could.
Right. Okay, next one, permanently fixed magazine. Now, there are different hardware sets that will do that. Some states, you're advised to put some epoxy in as well. I will grant that is less easy to tell on site. Moving down the list, a firearm that's been made permanently inoperable, different ways of doing that. Your opinion of assessing that on site?
That would be difficult at a crime scene because you don't know if it's been made permanently, rendered permanently safe, so to speak, because it was damaged in the course of the crime or because it's been done so intentionally.
Fair. The next one is antique firearm, and there's a cite to federal law. Maybe plus or minus a few years for certain models, because I think, among other things, there's an age parameter in that. I mean, your pros, you could probably also tell without involving CBI. Fair?
I think that's probably true.
All right. Thank you. Another key definition is gas-operated semi-automatic handgun, and I think what is and isn't in this category is sort of doing a lot of work in this hearing as we discuss things. I will admit I probably can't necessarily tell a long-stroke piston from a short-stroke piston system on site. However, manufacturers seem to describe these things quite precisely, and retailers do, because if I'm in the market, I want to know what I'm buying. I think the key distinction is maybe not so much between any of the 5 things that are a gas-operated semi-automatic handgun, but rather everything else that's not, such as recoil only. So I wonder if you could give me your professional opinion on that.
I don't know if I can answer the question that you're specifically asking, but I think where I see the most area of concern is on page 5, line 6 and line 8. Those seem to be in conflict with each other. It says a firearm that has a permanently fixed magazine that cannot accept more than 15 rounds of ammunition. I don't, that's not very clear as to how that would pertain to a handgun such as the one I carry. And then a single or double action semi-automatic handgun that uses recoil to cycle the action of the handgun. Those 2 definitions kind of stand in opposition of each other, to be honest with you.
Okay, wish we could explore that more, but I'm going to enforce time on myself too. Thank you all for being with us. All right, that was our third of the 3 initial opposition panels. We will now flip back to the proponent side. I will call 4 at a time up to the table here. Do we have Dr. Carol Calicote, Annalise Dixon, Michael Linderman, and Mark Harris? All right, thank you all for being with us. Whoever would like to start.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, senators, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mark Harris. I'm a member of the board of Colorado Ceasefire, and I'm a gun owner, and I'm here to testify in support of this bill. There are 400 million guns. Some say 434 million guns in America. A large segment of that amount are these military AR-15 style weapons that utilize detached magazines. This state in 2013 enacted the high capacity magazine limitation to 15 rounds in order to address mass shootings and to address the overwhelming lethality of these exact weapons that are involved in this bill. But it hasn't been successful. That high capacity magazine limitations alone have not been effective. Sellers and manufacturers have had workarounds on the magazines, and simply the law has not been enforced. I have personal knowledge on both of these issues. As part of the Colorado ceasefire's efforts to check on gun law enforcement, I've gone to gun stores, I've gone to gun shows in Adams County, El Paso County, Pueblo County, Arapahoe County. And when I go to gun stores, I see magazine extenders everywhere, aisle after aisle, magazine extenders to defeat that very law that we all passed in 2013. When I go to gun shows, I see table after table after table of high capacity magazines that aren't supposed to be there. 20 rounds, 30 rounds, 50 rounds, 100 round drums, they are there in those counties that I went to. This bill more specifically and better addresses what we're trying to achieve to limit the lethality of these weapons by eliminating detachable magazines. I believe we should follow up on our public safety concerns in 2013 and pass this bill.
Okay, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Senators. My name is Michael Linderman. I'm the director of the Brady United Colorado chapter and a 24-year resident of Colorado. I'm speaking today in strong support of Senate Bill 003. There have and will be many salient points made in favor of this bill today, though I believe this comes down to three main themes. First, we have a serious public health problem. The high-capacity magazines used in 2021 at the Boulder King Supers and 2022 in Colorado Springs Club Q mass shootings are proof points the current 15-round magazine limitation is not working. That 2013 law, commonly flaunted by gun retailers with easy workarounds. As of 2020, 39 of the 64 counties have passed resolutions declaring themselves Second Amendment sanctuary counties, indicating even our sheriffs are resisting enforcement. Secondly, we have a proven legal solution available to this problem. A report published in 2020 reviewing FBI data over 33 years showed states with large capacity magazine bans experienced 48% fewer mass shootings and 61% fewer domestic violence related mass shootings compared to states without such laws. Finding my third point, a majority of your voting constituents are in favor of banning high capacity detachable magazines. A 2023 Pew Research poll found that 66% of Americans are somewhat or strongly in favor of banning high-capacity magazines. In sum, we have a well-documented public health issue. We have a well-defined, proven legal framework to address that public health issue, and we have a majority of voters backing your legislative action. I urge you to support Senate Bill number 3. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Annalisa Dickman, and I'm a senior manager with Brady's Combating Crime Guns Initiative. I'm a resident of Douglas County, born and raised in Colorado. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 3. At the time 20 children were massacred in Newtown, Connecticut, my youngest child, Aviel, was a first grader. After learning that another first grade Aviel had died that day, I reached out to her family, and her father pleaded with me to use my professional skills to end gun violence in this country. As part of that work, I've met many survivors of gun violence, some of whom know that their loved ones died only because of the incredible prolific efficiency of the weapon used in the crime. Today, Colorado has an opportunity to prevent these gun deaths by closing what has been a wide loophole in our laws. Experiences in other states prove that having less rapid fire power available does indeed reduce gun death counts without infringing on the rights of law-abiding gun owners. And while Colorado's 2013 ban on high-capacity magazines has gone a long way toward preventing these types of deaths, these magazines have continued to be used to take and destroy lives because the guns that are designed to use them continue to be sold in Colorado stores. In 2021, I got a tearful call from my son, Zach, a sophomore at Boulder. He had just received an "I love you" text from a friend. His friend was at work at King's Supers, hiding from a gunman. That gunman used a firearm equipped with a high-capacity magazine to kill 10 people and terrorize dozens more. This bill will impact Colorado. Over 70% of crime guns recovered in Colorado come from Colorado dealers. Please support.
Thank you. Dr. Calicote, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members, and bill sponsors. My name is Carol Calicott, and I strongly support this bill. Not long after the mass shooting at the King Supers I sometimes frequent, where 10 of our neighbors and a responding police officer were murdered, I went grocery shopping. As I walked into the store, I realized I was wearing flip-flops, and a single thought plagued me as I stood frozen in place. I can't run in these. What was I thinking? To live in this country is to live with restricted freedom. We are not free to go to grocery stores, churches, concerts, schools, because we are the country where mass shootings occur on a regular basis. Colorado has experienced 61 mass shootings in the last 10 years. This bill ensures that Coloradans can't get around our magazine limit by purchasing a weapon here and then crossing into any of the states that border us, or going online and purchasing a high-capacity magazine that can legally be purchased in Colorado, that cannot legally be purchased in Colorado, a loophole the Boulder King Supers and Club Q shooters both took advantage of. We also know that many gun sellers in Colorado are not complying with this magazine limit. High-capacity detachable magazines are uniquely lethal and have been a key part of many of our deadliest mass shootings. Additionally, a study in 2018 estimated that guns equipped with high-capacity magazines account for 22 to 36% of crime guns in most places, and nearly 40% of cases involving serious violence, including homicides of law enforcement officers. These statistics are the result of policy choices where we have continued to allow weapons not suited for civilian use. Colorado has taken great steps over the last several years to address the deep-rooted problem of gun violence in our communities. 2/3, as my co-panelists pointed out, 2/3 of Americans believe that high-capacity magazines should not be available. No one bill can solve everything, but this one will help make us all safer and more free to go about our daily lives without the constant threat of another gun-related tragedy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions of this panel. Members, any questions? Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for coming today. Ms. Lichtman, I never had the opportunity to meet Aviel Richmond's father. Everything I read about him tells me about what he was doing after his daughter was murdered. A very intelligent man who was had the ability to do things, and they with the money that came in, they had a lot of programs out there that are helping a lot of other people. But the one thing that it couldn't help was her father himself. And a few years ago, he took his own life. And that's the additional thing on what we all are talking about here, the criminal element, the actual action that takes place on that one occasion that a lot of people want to forget about and just move on to something else. The others have to live with that day after day after day about what that was like. And being a parent of a murdered child from a very public mass shooting, to read the story about Aviel's father taking his own life I continue to look at that and say, that could be me. Or when is that going to be me? Because it's too much for all of us. So I'm glad you were able to reach out to him, and I know the things that is helping a lot of people.
If I could respond, thank you so much for that, and I'm sorry you feel that way sometimes about yourself. I would like to emphasize that those deaths occurred as the result of a crime. This bill is about preventing that crime by regulating the dealer. Those guns from getting into the hands of the people who would do to anyone else what has been done to Abiel and Alex.
Dr. Calicott, are you a medical doctor? Some other kind of doctor?
I have a doctorate in physical therapy, so a medical related field, yes.
Okay. Is it fair game to ask you about cavitation injuries? Or
That is definitely not my area of expertise.
okay, I'll leave that be. Members, other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll let you all go. Thanks for being with us today. Okay, next panel, we are still on the proponent position. Alexander Cisneros, Stella Kay, Anjali Pasrich, again, I'm sorry if I'm not getting names right, and Rhiannon Danborn. All right, thank you all for being with us. Whoever would like to start us off.
Write down. Good afternoon. My name is Anjali Pasrich, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Team Enough as the director for Team Enough Denver. I'm a senior at Arvada West High School, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak before this committee in support of Senate Bill 3. As you see me now, I'm first and foremost a student. I'm extremely grateful for my education. In fact, before coming here, I was taking an AP chemistry test. However, I've also grown up knowing that my education may come at the price of my safety. When House Bill 1224 was passed in 2013, Colorado banned these high-capacity magazines. However, a Reddit thread asking about magazine limits in Colorado published in 2022 shows responses like, LOL, nobody cares about mag limits, big chain stores won't sell them, but walk into any gun store and have your pick, and others with similar claims. In order to prevent future tragedies, we need to ban high-powered military-style firearms that accept detachable high-capacity magazines. No one should be able to dramatically increase the lethality of an already dangerous weapon with an easily obtainable device already prohibited under state law. Colorado has made progress to protect our citizens, but the state still allows the sale of firearms capable of accepting high-capacity magazines. This means those who own firearms compatible with high-capacity magazines can cross state lines or illegally obtain a high-capacity magazine to create an even more destructive weapon. I love road tripping, but not to bring the possibility of violence and destruction back to my state. I hope to see a safer Colorado where the next generation of students does not worry for their safety in class. Passing SB 3 allows you all to take action in making that future a reality. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Good afternoon. My name is Stella Kay. I am 17 years old and attend Denver East High School. I'm also a gun violence survivor and a proud member of the Students Demand Action National Board. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 003. Colorado took a significant step forward in 2013 by banning magazines holding more than 15 rounds, but the law, as it stands, is far too easy to circumvent. Let me explain to you exactly why. Semi-automatic firearms such as AR-15s and AK-47s that accept detachable magazines remain perfectly legal in Colorado. This means a person with intent to harm can legally purchase one of these firearms, cross state lines to obtain the prohibited high-capacity magazine, and return to commit mass acts of violence. The gun industry has had nearly a decade to develop safer firearms, but instead it has prioritized profits over people. Just 5 gun makers alone made over $1 billion in the past decade selling AR-15 to civilians, despite these weapons being the clear choice for mass shooters. Worse, they continue to market and sell rapid-fire devices such as bump stocks and binary triggers that circumvent existing machine gun laws. This bill is an opportunity for Colorado to act where the industry has failed. By banning the purchase and manufacture of semi-automatic firearms that accept detachable high-capacity magazines and prohibiting rapid-fire accessories, we can close the dangerous loopholes that enable mass violence. Importantly, this legislation is tailored. It will not impact law-abiding gun owners who already possess firearms, nor will it ban all semi-automatic weapons. Rather, it focuses on ensuring these weapons cannot be modified into tools of mass destruction. This approach is not only enforceable, but also life-saving. Requiring fixed magazines on semi-automatic firearms limits the capacity for rapid-fire attacks while preserving the rights of responsible gun owners. It also holds the gun industry accountable for its role in fueling America's epidemic of mass shootings. Colorado has been a leader in gun violence prevention before, and we must lead again. Passing this bill will honor the lives lost to preventable gun violence. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. If you'd like to go next.
Can you hear me? Good. Chair and members of the committee, I'm Alexander Cisneros. I'm an undergraduate at the University of Colorado Boulder and president of its Students Demand Action chapter. I believe, and perhaps you will agree with me, that the defense of human life must come first, before property, before recreation, before culture. It is clear that this legislation improves that defense, and for that reason, I ask that you vote in support of this bill. There's little practical use for weapons that can fire over 15 rounds, least of all in self-defense. For them to be applicable in self-defense, I imagine that there would have to be concrete evidence that over 15 rounds are frequently used. Lucy Allen of National Economic Research Associates analyzed nearly 1,000 instances of self-defense from January 2011 to May 2017, drawing from news reports and the National Rifle Association's Armed Citizen Database. Instead of an average of 10 or even 6 rounds, an average of 2.2 to 2.34 rounds were fired in those instances. Ultimately, out of those nearly 1,000 instances of self-defense across the entire nation, there were only 2 instances where more than 10 rounds were fired. It is exceedingly rare for more than 10 rounds to be used in the defense of oneself. Instead, we find that high-capacity magazines worsen the losses suffered in serious crimes that threaten public health. For instance, of 115 public mass shootings from 1982 to October 2022, in which the magazine capacity is known, high-capacity magazines were used in 63% of them. When high-capacity magazines were not used, the average number of fatalities was 6 and the average number of injuries 3. With high-capacity magazines, the average number of fatalities is 10 and the average number of injuries is 16. While Colorado recognized the danger and prohibited magazines that carry over 15 rounds of ammunition, Coloradans are only partly protected from the danger, while weapons that can still accept those magazines are proliferated. That is what this bill addresses. Please vote in support of this bill.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Danborn, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Rhiannon Danborn, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Denver chapter of Team Enough. I'm a student at the University of Colorado Boulder and have lived in Colorado for my entire life. I'm also a member of the National Executive Council for Team Enough, the youth-led initiative of the Brady campaign. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of SB 3. I have grown up as part of what is called Generation Lockdown, a generation that has only ever known the consequences and ensuing fear of mass school shootings. All too often, these tragedies have involved a semi-automatic weapon with a high-capacity magazine, as was the case in a high school in Parkland, Florida, and in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. The fear brought on by these weapons is not unique to my experience as a student. I've also grown up in Colorado, where semi-automatic military-style weapons attached with high-capacity magazines have been responsible for some of the deadliest acts of gun violence in our state, despite the high-capacity magazine ban Colorado wisely enacted in 2013. There are multiple tragic examples of this ban being evaded in Colorado, such as in the Boulder King Super shooting in 2021 and in the 2022 Club Q shooting. As both a resident of Colorado and a member of the gun violence prevention movement, I've witnessed firsthand the lasting impact of these tragedies on our state's community. I attended a vigil following the Club Q shooting and mourned not only the loss of 5 lives, but the loss of what before was a safe space for celebrating love, joy, and community. In just the past week, I spoke to classmates and a professor at CU Boulder who shared how their lives were changed forever when they happened to be at their local grocery store at the wrong time on the wrong day. I have grieved for my peers and my community whom have experienced acute loss because of access to these weapons and watched as my community has done the same. This grief is and has been Colorado's reality and will continue to be unless you take decisive action. Thank you, and I urge you to support SB 3.
Thank you all. Members, questions of our witnesses? Not a question, just a comment. It can be challenging to land your testimony in 2 minutes. I think you all did that admirably, and I would guess it reflects a degree of preparation. So thank you for coming and being with us today. Okay, we will do one more panel of those signed up in support, and then we'll flip back to opposition for 3 panels. Christy Burton, Commissioner Ashley Stoltzman, Zaina Prospero, and Grant Gramer. All right, thanks for being with us. Commissioner, if you want to start us off.
Thank you so much. I'm Ashley Stolzman, Boulder County Commissioner, and I want to thank you all for hearing our testimony today. I'm here on behalf of Boulder County to testify in support of the bill in front of you and encourage you all to vote in favor. Being a leader in Boulder County, I'm all too familiar with gun violence. Even being a Coloradan, I grew up and was a high school student where we practiced lockdown drills. As Coloradans, we're all too familiar with violence, and so for that reason, I really would like to extend my great thanks to sponsors Senator Sullivan and Gonzalez for their leadership in really searching for an effective way to find that we can move Colorado forward to address the violence and pain that semi-automatic firearms and rapid-fire devices have caused our communities. So thank you very much. I was a judge. I was lucky enough to be a judge at History Day last week at a local middle school. And the theme for History Day this year is rights and responsibilities. And it was wonderful to hear the 8th graders talk about rights and responsibilities. And several students chose gun-related themes, gun violence-related themes to talk about. And one standout presentation was about the 1968 Gun Control Act. And it really highlighted the need for collective work at the federal level or at the state level to take action, and how those responsibilities and those in leadership and authority in the cases in 1968 were really able to make a difference. At the local level, when I was the mayor of Louisville and as a county commissioner in Boulder, we have taken the authority that you at the state have granted us to take action at the local level, and we know it's not enough. We know that we have shooters that are buying guns in other jurisdictions and coming into our jurisdiction. The boundaries are not that clear between our counties and our local municipalities. And so we really do see the need for this statewide effort, and that responsibility is upon you. So thank you for coming up with a solution that is inclusive, really stakeholdered very well, and addressing our problems.
All right, thank you. And please hold for questions. Whoever would like to go next.
Members of the Colorado State Legislature. My name is Xana Prospero, and I'm a junior that started a Students Demand Action chapter in Fairview High School. And I am terrified of the prevalent issue of gun violence. So today I urge your support for Bill 25-003, which aims to enforce Colorado's existing high-capacity magazine ban. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before you today. The personal experience of me and my classmates has been at the least alarming. We've had several shooter threats throughout the years, and it doesn't help that a few minutes away at walking distance is a place where devastation happened, the King Super shooting. Every time I step foot in there, I think about the 10 innocent people that were unfairly massacred. My heart goes out to everyone that's grieving from that. The reason that so many died so fast, the reason that not even an officer could stop him was because of his gun attached with a high-capacity magazine. High-capacity magazines are designed to kill. This is not an opinion of a high school student. This is proven. And mass shootings with 4 or more people killed between 2015 and 2022, high-capacity magazines led to more than twice as many people killed and about 10 times as many people wounded per incident. When making your decision today, I urge you to compare the impacts of either allowing more people to access this or to restrict their access. Consider that a 2021 study revealed that a national restriction, although it only lasted about 10 years, prevented 11 mass shootings. Your vote in favor of the bill will save lives. But if you vote against, you're not acknowledging the lives that have been lost and the lives that will be lost. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kramer, please go ahead.
My name is Grant Kramer. I'm a junior at Denver East High School and the co-president of East Students Demand Action. I'm only 16 years old and have already survived 3 shootings. Only in America is this considered normal. Only in America do children and teenagers die more continue to suffer and die because of political inaction. When I dreamed about high school, I dreamed of pep rallies, sports games, and late night study sessions. I never imagined walking past blood-stained concrete where a classmate was shot. I never imagined hiding in a dark closet for hours, trembling as SWAT teams armed with military-grade weapons evacuated our school. I never imagined standing around a memorial in silence grieving the loss of a classmate. And I never imagined the sound of gunshots echoing throughout my school hallways. But these are the realities students like me face every day. Across the country, we live the same nightmare. Our dreams of a safe, normal high school experience have been stolen. Instead, we wake up every morning wondering if today will be the day we don't make it back home, as so many of our classmates have experienced. I'm not here to take away anyone's guns, nor am I a part of some political agenda. I believe in the right to own guns, but I also believe in the right to live. That's why I'm urging you to pass this bill. When dangerous gun attachments and high-capacity magazines are contributing to the deaths of 40,000 Americans every year, something must change. The time to act is now. You have the power to make a difference. Pass this bill and put an end to the nightmare that has defined my generation. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll please hold, we'll hear from our witness online, and we'll open up for questions. Ms. Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. My name is Christy Burton, and I'm testifying on behalf of Colorado Faith Community United to End Gun Violence. I'm here to testify in favor of Bill 25-3. I'm speaking to the impact of semi-automatic weapons on human life. The bill prohibits knowingly manufacturing, distributing, transferring, selling, or purchasing a specified semi-automatic firearm. Since 2021, Colorado has experienced 4 mass shootings, including the 2023 attack on the Nuggets championship celebration. In mass shootings, the number of people shot is 6 times higher when semi-automatic firearms are involved. One study found that semi-automatic weapons accounted for more than 85% of the deaths of mass shootings. Regardless of the setting or the scale, all mass shootings impact the communities where they occur. The Boulder King Soopers attacker lived a few blocks from my house. I have had lunch in the family's restaurant. Compared to manual action firearms, semi-automatics fire more and deadlier rounds in a shorter period of time. They are disproportionately used in public shootings and are not suitable for hunting, sports shooting, or any other purpose than killing the maximum number of people in the minimum amount of time. They were designed to be used in the battlefield, not civilian life. An increasing number of extremist groups are intimidating others and chilling public discourse because they're bringing those semi-automatic weapons to churches, polling places, courthouses, government buildings with the intent of disagreeing with, intimidating people.
All right, Ms. Burton, thank you. Okay.
Yes, thank you for your time and service to Colorado.
Thank you. Members, questions for any of our witnesses? All right. Mr. Kramer, just to confirm, you said you're 16 years old right now.
I am.
And you've been through 3 school shootings.
Yes, I have.
I guess the next comment is, involving this bill and even broader than it. We owe you a lot better than that, and your peers as well. Thank you for sharing today.
Absolutely. And that's why I urge everyone up here today to vote in favor of this bill.
Thank you, sir. Need to keep to the 2 minutes. Committee, any other questions? All right. Thank you all for being with us. All right. That was 3 panels in support. We're now going to call up 3 panels of folks who are signed up in opposition. I'm going to call names down the list. If we miss you, if somebody has stepped out, if they're in the other room, we'll try to return back. And, if somebody's temporarily out, you're not going to miss your chance while we have time on the clock. All right. Nicholas Martirosian. Michael Canepa, Canepa. Stephen Feder. Allison Spink. Jaden Karp, Carpe. Tyler Smith. Dominic DeKoff. Kevin McPeak. Jessica Fensky. Adam DeCamp. Okay, here we go. All right, we have a panel of 4. Whoever would like to start, please go ahead. Let us know your name and affiliation, if any. Please proceed with 2 minutes each, and we'll come to questions at the end.
Senators, I'm Dr. Canepa, faculty member at the University of Colorado School of Medicine. This bill is a gross overreach of people's natural rights, a blatant disregard for Supreme Court precedent, fails to address the issues behind violent crime, and will fail to protect Coloradans. Do not be fooled by the rhetoric. This isn't a magazine restriction. It's a flat-out ban on modern firearms. Bans like this don't work. If they did, we would no longer have a drug epidemic. Advocates claim stricter regulations will make us safer. History has repeatedly demonstrated the opposite. Let me be plain. If your stated goals are true, then this bill is a false solution. The truth is, this legislation is a thinly veiled attempt to undermine the power of the people. Our rights are not about hunting, target shooting, or sport. They're for keeping government in check. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The Founding Fathers were not concerned about certain types of weapons. They were concerned about certain types of government. This week marks 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz, a stark and potent reminder of what happens when people can no longer stand against their government. You claim the threat is from our fellow citizens. I say the greater threat is from government unchecked. I'll leave you with a final quote from our founding father, Patrick Henry. Guard with jealous attention the public liberty. Suspect anyone who approaches that jewel. Nothing will preserve it but downright force. Whenever you give up that force, you are inevitably ruined. The right to bear arms is not a privilege, it's a fundamental right, and the last check in securing the safety of society. Senator Ball, I implore you, choose liberty over constraint and oppose this bill today.
All right, thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Can you hear me? I was born and raised in Colorado, and I am a father. I care deeply about the lives of my family and my fellow Coloradans. The bill's sponsor, Senator Sullivan, stated in an interview discussing this bill that the loss of life isn't anything we that oppose this bill cherish. The state of Colorado, the government, compiled a whole host of information in a document titled Firearm Deaths in Colorado 2016 to 2021. There are 3 data points I want to highlight from this study. First, among firearm injury deaths, 74% were suicides, people taking their own lives. 25% were assaults or homicides. Second, from 2016 to 2020, handguns were used the most at 73%. Shotguns were used the second most at 7%. and rifles were the third leading firearm type used at 6%. The most important data point and final to highlight from the study, of all firearm homicide circumstances preceding death, 25% were justifiable self-defense. Did you hear me? 1/4 of homicides were justifiable self-defense. These are American citizens lawfully with a gun using a firearm to defend her life or his life or others. This bill will ban semi-automatic firearms, which with detachable magazines, which are the vast majority and commonly used firearms for self-defense. 343 Colorado lives would have been condemned to their attacker in this time period. Are these 343 lives meaningless to you, senators? Do these people fall in the category of not cherishing life? Senator Sullivan, senators, will you support legislation in Colorado that would disarm every one of the 343 Coloradans whose lives were saved with the defensive use of a firearm? Please vote no.
Thank you. And sir, could you just let us know your name for the record?
Kevin McPeak.
Very good. Thank you. To the first witness, Dr. Canepa, I think you mentioned you work for the School of Medicine. Just to clarify the record, you're speaking of personal capacity only? Very good. Whoever would like to go next.
My name is Stephen Fader. I'm a Jewish American and a taxpayer. Obviously, it looks like Mr. Sullivan here doesn't seem to care about our words, so I'm going to speak to those of you that are here. The biggest reason that I'm here is that I will lose my job. The place I work will most likely shut down. 99% of small businesses will be in our industry will be affected by this. Me and thousands of others will lose our jobs. I hope you look for my face in the unemployment line if you pass this bill, because I'll be there. I've been in my job for 5 years, by the way. There's a direct overreach by the government. You cannot tell us how we can defend ourselves. Jews across the country are arming themselves at an alarming rate because you can't protect us, you know? And it turns out that if another October 7th happens here, I'm gonna need way more than 30 rounds. And I wanna point out something no one else has brought up. You're trying to ban NFA items, the possession of. So how would you go about doing that exactly? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me, especially when they're federally regulated. I don't understand why you think you can ban the possession of something that is already regulated by the federal government. And then you guys are cowards going after law-abiding citizens instead of the criminals. You don't seem to care that the criminals don't care about your laws. You only want to go after us that follow the laws for no good reason other than that you are cowards and lazy. I would also like to point out that you keep saying that this is going to save lives, but 15 rounds is still going to kill 15 people potentially. So what, 15 people is better than 30? Maybe, but that's not saving lives, that's just taking the count down. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll remind witnesses to refrain from making characterizing statements about members of the committee or anyone else. Sir, on the end, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Tyler Smith, and I'm a resident of El Paso County. While I understand your intentions may come from a place of heartfelt sincerity, voting to pass this bill will not prevent school shootings or reduce gun deaths. The reality is that these firearms which you seek to ban, they're already in common use. Consider how many are already in circulation, let alone the amount of capacity, or what you consider high-capacity magazines, which are actually just standard capacity magazines. Unless you plan to go door to door, which the panel before us that came up sounds like that's what they'd prefer you do, and get rid of all guns, that's what this is. This is a semi-automatic ban. If you listen to what they said prior, it said a semi-automatic ban, and then they brought up the magazine enforcement. So they'll never truly disappear. We can easily drive to a different state, pick up as many 30-round mags as I want that I can fit in my vehicle. Moreover, no law, no matter how well-intentioned, can vote away the existence of evil people, all right? People can kill just as many people with a van that they run through a parade as they can do with an AR-15, sometimes even more. People that are committed to doing crimes and committing atrocities, they're gonna do them. They're gonna find a way to achieve that. For 3 consecutive years, politicians have passed restrictive gun laws here in this room. Many of the laws from last year haven't even gone into effect yet, so we have no idea how they're going to work out. Safety hasn't gotten better. In fact, it's gotten worse. And you've created all these gun laws in the past, 8 years? Criminals don't obey laws. That is literally that's why they're criminals, okay? I know that many of you share concerns for the safety of our children. I share that same concern. I'm preparing right now to welcome my first child into the world, and I have the same concerns. But how do you feel like you can control how I feel like I can protect my family and my property? Thank you. And please vote no on this.
Thank you. Members, questions for any of our witnesses? All right, thank you all. Okay, for the next panel, sir, I saw you come in. I think maybe I called your name, but you were in the other room. Feel free to come up and be part of this panel. All right, is there a Matthew Davis? Okay, Wolfbrand Leverett. Hunter Weaver. Connor Kincaid. Frank Lehners. Lehnerz. All right, looks like we have 4 folks. Okay, on the end, please go ahead.
My name's Adam DeCamp. I'm from El Paso County.
Just please make sure the mic is on by pressing the gray button on the stem.
On? Oh, cool. My name's Adam DeCamp. I'm from El Paso County. And I just want to say thank you. And I was here last year, and it's pretty cool that citizens can come and talk to their representatives and give their opinion. I came to the United States in 1985. I was adopted. I served 20 years in the military, retired, and I spent most of my adult life as defending the Constitution. And it is my opinion this bill is unconstitutional. It punishes law-abiding citizens. It's disingenuous to say that the intent of this bill is to enforce existing laws when it's clearly adding additional restrictions. And I don't have anything, profound to say. It's just that please stop punishing law-abiding citizens. Concentrate on something that might actually help your constituents. Before we came here, we went to a McDonald's down the street. I'm sure you guys have been there. Armed security guard, person licking the windows, the door, bathroom's locked. My buddy had to go. We asked, and it wasn't the bathroom was out of order. It's just because she said to him, make sure you're doing, what you're supposed to be doing in there. So I think we have a lot of other problems that we need to address instead of punishing law-abiding citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go next.
Oh, it's already out. Hi, my name is Matthew Davis, CCW holder and amateur competition shooter. SB 3, it only increases the danger to every Coloradan, unjustly punishes lawful users, as he stated, with the most common firearms available, most especially people with mobility issues such as myself. With proposed modifications that are not intentionally designed to operate safely with a fixed magazine or a botched, inexperienced trigger job to lighten the trigger, they can easily malfunction with hazardous manual of arms that could have life-threatening results with the cumbersome nature of these modifications. Further dangers is the expansion of the black market of firearms that will take the place of local and safe FFLs. Prohibition benefits only criminal enterprise, gangs, and cartels, and then also categorize innocent average people who simply just want to defend themselves effectively as the same dangerous criminal element. It's a ban on the most effective means for anyone, regardless of age, sex, mobility, to exercise their right to defense or sport to their own unique needs. Such legal trigger devices, spring kits I use in my competition gun, every single competition gun I own due to the disability in my right index finger, my trigger finger. These devices help me overcome my mobility issues in competition and defense, allow me to be more accurate, but would possibly make me a criminal under this bill. with the expansion and authority given to the Attorney General that can just change the nature of this very bill at whim. It takes it away from us, which is supposed to be democracy. This is not democratic. I do not trust the office of the Colorado Attorney General, who has shown himself in the office to be used as a political device as opposed to just upholding the law. And additionally, it could be removing the grandfather clause. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Oh, it's already on. Evening. My name is Frank Lenners of Fort Collins, Colorado, representing myself, obviously in opposition. And I want to say that gun control measures, which this is very much a case of, have long been used to disarm those in this country considered deemed, say, quote unquote, not deserving of their full natural rights. From the colonial times, before and after the Civil War, to marginalizing certain immigrant communities at certain times, and obviously up to and past the Civil Rights era. Common thread among all these laws, but it was their intention to deprive the rights of certain people who weren't considered full people at the time. They were obviously unable to defend their lives or their loved ones. And I'd say in recent years, especially since 2020, the largest growth of gun owners have not been people that look like me. They've been Black Americans, Native Americans, LGBTQ, women. So we're seeing, I guess you could say, a diversity in the number of new firearm owners, and many of them interested in defense, interested obviously in sports and hunting. And just with this bill, one can only imagine how, given we've had all this confusion and back and forth and maybe misinterpretation by probably a little bit of anybody in here about the particulars of what this bill bans and doesn't ban, how this could be used against somebody by, let's say, a zealous prosecutor, a corrupt cop, a politician trying to make a point. And Dexter Taylor comes to mind. That's a gentleman from New York. But and to add insult to injury, there's been some recent gun control lawsuits that have made it up to Supreme Court. And I hate to say this, and I don't think this was their intention to cite these laws, or maybe it was, but they actually cited some of these old, and let's be blunt, racists, like black codes, slave codes, as justification for their gun control laws. And Stefan Halbrecht of the Independence Institute said, and I'm about to run out of time.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you for everybody taking the time to meet with us here today. My name is Hunter Weaver, representing myself, and I have prepared a statement. To the committee, I stand here before you today as a tax-paying, law-abiding American citizen residing in the great state of Colorado. I'm here to express my against opinion regarding SB 25003 and the potential impact this would have on the other law-abiding citizens in this state. Considering the language written, I oppose this bill because I, along with the congregation behind me here today, would be directly affected in a negative fashion, and our constitutional rights to keep and bear arms would be limited to better suit the opinions and emotions of the bill's proponents. I live in East Denver, and every night I hear the sirens when EMS and law enforcement respond to calls. Nearly every day I wake up and read about the recent increase in violent crime, murders, assaults, and other evil committed by criminals who could care less what legislation is or has been passed. Evil as old as humanity itself, and I'm a firm believer that the good guy is always fighting for what's right. I graduated high school when I was 16, and I finished college at Gettysburg as a registered nurse at 20 years old. I've treated the sick and injured children, adults, and elderly. I've seen the effects of evil upon innocent civilians, as well as educating and training civilians. I hold permits and clearances with several law enforcement agencies, including the Denver Police Department, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, as well as the Department of Defense. And as such, I paid the taxes due, completed the background checks, paperwork, and reviews as required, and I followed the state and federal laws set forth by elected leadership. To Mr. Ball, sir, I'd like to acknowledge and thank you for the service and sacrifice you made for this great country we call home. And I'd also like to acknowledge the oath you swore to uphold. This bill, SB 25003, would not affect the criminals committing the evil, but would carpet blanket the entire grid square regions of law-abiding Colorado residents. Limiting fathers like yourself from teaching their own families and children gun safety in the various forms as they see fit, limiting their opportunities to decide for themselves how they so choose to keep and bear arms, and most importantly, limiting their options to defend themselves. Indeed, Mr. Ball, this is not Afghanistan. This is the United States of America, the land of the free, the home of the brave.
Thank you, panelists. We'll now call up the next panel. I'm sorry, are there any questions, my colleagues?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Davis, with your disability in your hands that you explained, can you expand further on how fixed magazines where ammo is loaded one by one would be very difficult for you to use?
A juvenile arthritis in my index, my first metacarpal. I have 3 pins holding this, so this is my full range of motion. So something in the dexterity, I have to use my middle finger with my thumb, which is a larger, grosser movement versus precise movement. But mainly for me, I'm worried about the vagueness of the language of the trigger springs, because that's very important to me, because I need that for my trigger finger. And if there's like a prohibition or limitation on safe legal devices that are sold by reputable companies versus me getting like wish.com Glock trigger, which I wouldn't get, but something like that, or a backdoor, an amateur trigger job, that could be far more destructive to me and to other people, if just trying to lighten my trigger. So.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe we've got a couple people in the room who were called earlier, but are here now. Jessica Finsky, Leverett Wolfbrand, and then I'll go down the list. Missy Espinoza, Leslie Hollywood, Alicia Garcia. Oh, I think we're good. Thank you. Whoever would like to begin may start. If you, there's a button on your, there you go.
My name is Wolfbrand Leverett. Today I'm testifying against SB 25003. I am representing myself today. I work for a firearms retailer in Colorado. I can say with certainty that this bill is an assault weapons ban, despite the sponsor's attempts to portray the bill as anything else. This bill is much more expansive in the scope of the firearms it prohibits than previously proposed assault weapons bans in this state. Nearly every firearm that would have been prohibited under previous bills would also be prohibited under this bill were it to be enacted. While this bill does exclude arbitrary feature clauses present in other assault weapons bans, it does prohibit a detachable magazine feature, just as many other previous assault weapons bans have proposed, making it, in a sense, no different. As a firearms salesman, every day I sell firearms that would be prohibited under this law to law-abiding Colorado citizens. The people of Colorado clearly express through their purchases that the firearms outlined in this bill are ones they choose for self-defense, sporting, and recreational needs they wish to pursue. Finally, this bill is a blatant infringement on the individual rights of the citizens of Colorado. Myself and many other Coloradans are sending a clear message today that our individual rights, including those to pursue firearms ownership, do not come from government, and that this bill is an affront to our lives, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I demand the committee strongly oppose this bill because I deserve to be free.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Jessica Fensky. I'm going to keep my remarks short because I had to run from the other room and forgot my paper. We're here again, meeting again for the same issue, which is hard for people who have to take time off work to get here. It's hard for the people who have to come fight for this right. It's hard for them to come down here and get here. But I want to thank you because every time you bring us all together, we meet, we organize, we get stronger, and we will fight even harder each and every time. And nobody in this room shot up any school, and it is wrong to take our rights away. And that's all. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Missy Espinoza, representing myself. This is the third year in a row you pulled this type of stunt. Hundreds of citizens show up. We tell you it's our civil right. We tell you we will not give it up. We tell you our stories, but you don't care because you can't use us as tools like you do the children or the lobster backs over there. Some of you keep using the line, it's not all semi-autos like Glock. But you treasonous liars don't think we know Phil Weiser is part of a group of attorney generals trying to cripple Glock through a lawsuit using taxpayer dollars to attack the most commonly used pistol. That's what I carry. Good luck taking it from me. I carry 5 extra magazines every day. In this place, Democrats write bills that put us, the citizens in danger and steal our income to give to someone else, whoever you want, like illegals and junkies. I said last year we'd make an example out of you, and we will. The writer of this bill said he doesn't care what this does to the firearm businesses, livelihoods, and family legacies. How despicable. He said life-saving legislation. What a lie. Guns save lives. Me and my family, we know what happens when citizens don't have adequate firearms. A little place called Mexico becomes controlled by cartels. To the sponsor, this fiscal note, I will not fund my own oppression. Are you kidding me? Me la pelas.
All right, Ms. Hollywood, you're next. I'm just going to remind everybody, treat others in this room with the respect that you would like to be treated with yourself. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Hollywood, and I am going to just put together some thoughts that I have about this bill. I want to mention somebody who spoke about 2 panels ago, and he brought up how many lives have been saved in Colorado by firearms. And that's actually out of the Office of Gun Violence data, in case you're wondering where that information comes from. He said it was 25%. They've actually have fantastic data on justified homicides, or in that realm. I myself personally, my youngest daughter is 13, and several years ago, a madman attacked her and her dad had a firearm to defend her life. And if he had not had that firearm at that day, she would not be here with me today. So guns do save lives. And although I think every death is tragic, every life is valuable, just like my daughter's. The other thing I really want to bring up is that we do have a really big problem here in Colorado when it comes to gun violence. You guys are not wrong about that. But what's really interesting is that in 2013, Giffords put out a gun law scorecard for Colorado. And in 2013, we got a C. At that time, 2 per 100,000 people died of a gun-related homicide. Now, in 2023, Giffords has us a gun law scorecard of an A-, yet now it's 4.5 per 100,000 people. So not only is it not working, it's getting worse. We have more than doubled since 2013 our gun-related homicides. There is a huge problem, and we have passed 20 gun control laws in the last 5 years, 23 gun control laws since 2013, and this is what we're going to do with our time, this enormous bill. I also want to add that for the firearms that would be banned in this bill, the rate of death by firearm is 0.089 per 100,000 people, comparatively to what I just said.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions of this panel? Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hollywood, could you kind of go through clearing your firearm with magazine affixed that you expressed to me that you were worried about?
Hollywood.
Certainly. So when it comes to the safety issues of this bill, whether we're talking about clearing a firearm, storing a firearm, I have teenagers. I just mentioned I have a 13-year-old. I also have a 17-year-old. So the idea that we are going to now no longer be able to safely clear firearms, in my opinion, is going to cause, it's going to mean that it's going to be The norm now in this country is going to be to store firearms loaded. Now, I will tell you, I have a lot of teenagers in and out of my house. When you have a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old, and I like to know what my kids are doing. I have a lot of teenagers in and out of my house, and how my firearms are stored matters deeply to me. There's a lot of things that people do. They will separate their ammo from their guns. They will always make sure that their mags are separated. There are certain things that are done, whether we're talking about because we've got unknown teenagers coming in and out of our house. We might have children who are in crisis. We might have family members in crisis. There's a lot of reasons that we need to make sure that we are thoroughly thinking through how we're going to be able to easily clear a firearm and be able to easily separate the magazine from it, the ammo from it, and not have to leave loaded guns laying around, because that's what's going to become the norm under fixed magazines.
All right, members, other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for being with us tonight. Okay, we'll call one more panel of folks who signed up. Okay. We'll call one more panel of folks who are signed up opposed, then we'll rotate back to the other side. Do we have Alicia Garcia? Okay, please come up. Parker Cromer. Joel Dudley, Dr. Joel Dudley. All right, Michael Zundalevich. Kellen Lanier. Amanda Harden. Kyle Howard. All right, looks like we have 4. On the end, ma'am, please go ahead.
Is that it? You hear me? Hello, everyone. My name is Alicia Garcia. I am the plaintiff in Garcia versus Polis. So when he gets a 3-day waiting period, I'm a firearms instructor here in Colorado, and I'm also a very, very pro 2A advocate. I've been here before plenty of times, and it's kind of ironic I have to sit here and do this again. You know, I hear today in opposition to this bill that I want you to vote no. I want you to think about the toll that it is going to take on this community. We talk about the lives that are going to be saved by getting rid of these types of firearms, and we're not talking about the lives that continually are saved because they have these types of firearms. I want to remind you of somebody by the name of John Hurley of June 21st, 2021 here in Old Town Arvada, Colorado. He acted in self-defense of an entire community that day because he deployed his magazine-fed firearm to defend life that day. He did not question whether the people he was defending were Democrats or Republicans, pro-gun, anti-gun. He knew that something had to be done, and he went and he did what he needed to do. And because of his actions, hundreds of people went home to their families safe that day. So when we're talking about disarming an entire population of people, we're not accounting for the people that are here and alive because they had guns. When you think about the CDC says that there are over 500,000 to 3 million defensive handgun uses every year, and the CDC is notoriously anti-gun. Okay, so if you talk about the lives that are quote unquote dead because of guns, right? That's 48,000 people. That's still including suicides. So defensive gun uses per year is anywhere from 500,000 to 3 million people. What about those people? What is going to happen when they no longer have the ability to defend themselves? What's going to happen to all those lives? Do we not have consideration for the value of their life either?
All right, thank you. Sir, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. Thanks for listening to me today. I'm here as a resident of Louisville, Colorado, obviously speaking out against this bill. So I'm actually here as a card-carrying member of the Liberal Gun Club. And of course, the reason I'm speaking out against this bill is that I find it to be illiberal. But one thing I want to make the committee aware of is I actually then spend a lot of time on liberal and progressive gun owner forums. I've never seen so much upheaval against a bill as I have against this bill. And if we're allowed to actually submit materials to the committee for reference, I actually printed out one of the documents that's been circulating around liberal and progressive forums on Discord, on Reddit, which is just an example of the sentiment that many liberals and progressives find this to be illiberal. liberal and anti-progressive. But I also approach this as a scientist. I'm a former tenured. The thing I did, of course, was look at this bill and said, what's the evidence that this bill will be effective towards the claims that have been made in support of the bill? And of course, I found none. But I would make an offer to any legislator here on either side of the aisle. If you if you think you have evidence and you want someone to help you sort through that evidence, I'd be willing to help you. One of my claims to fame is I was actually the key scientist who uncovered the fraud at Theranos. So I'm definitely committed to good rigor, scientific rigor. And some of you might think, well, the science is good enough. Let's just try this bill, right? Because we got to do something and the science is good enough. We've got correlated data. I regret to inform you, that's not how scientific reasoning works. When you have a claim about an intervention, you not only have to study the first order effect of that intervention, you have to study the counterfactual. Means this bill could have, let's say, negligible first order effects, but it could have negative second order effects. And you cannot put forth a bill like this without studying the counterfactuals or the second order effects. And I'd be happy to help you do that. So please, due to simply to the lack of evidence to support this bill, I urge you to vote against it.
All right, thank you, sir. And maybe you could just state your name for the record, please.
Joel Dudley.
Very good, thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Kyle. I'm the owner of Empire Gun Club. My family has given nearly a century of service to this nation. Ranger Scrolls, bronze and silver stars, and V devices don't come easy, and certainly not for grinding coffee for the colonel. So for those who have, thank you for your service. Evil will find a way, and it doesn't have to be guns. It can be electric cars, fertilizer bombs, airplanes, and no matter how many laws are signed, and none of them are going to legislate evil. And in the last 20 years, over 20,700 total have sustained critical injuries from violent attacks, and 2,400 have lost their lives. In contrast, a report of the same time frame from Colorado's own Department of Health shows 4,100 murders, not including suicides, and an average of 20,000 instances annually where a citizen sustains severe bodily injury. What's awkward here is the first set of numbers isn't Colorado. It's the war in Afghanistan. It's been said we're not in Afghanistan and no one needs an M4, but the numbers say we are indeed at war. And bad policy is the cause of it, and it's the same evil intent doing it. As Senator Gonzalez said and danced around, this will ban 90% of firearms and make exceptions for guns that can't and won't exist. We might as well make an exception for solar-powered Glocks. I would love to see someone top-load a Glock with a fixed magazine, because you also can't disassemble 80% of handguns without removing the magazine and pulling the trigger. I'll close with this. My mother, a former Marine in her 60s, utilizes an AR pattern pistol and 9mm. She does not possess the strength to cycle, slides, or use revolvers confidently. Shotguns are too large and difficult, but this tool gives her a capability to live alone as a Gold Star widow with my special needs sister and grandmother as their only source of safety. She can use both hands to pull a charging handle, and at 2 a.m. when my phone rang with panic, she held her own for 25 minutes until I arrived, even though I was called after local police and I still got there first. My mother, sitting right there in yellow, and other citizens and vets with physical limitations need these tools for defense. A yes vote turns your back on them and says they don't matter. Can we finally take steps to address the real problems, show us there's hope, break the party line, honor the oath, and sitting next to an annoyed Senator Sullivan is temporary, but this could be forever.
Okay, sir, at the end, please go ahead. Again, let me please remind everyone to refrain from characterizing other folks, be they legislators or otherwise. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Good. Last year, I shared my credentials. I spoke of my doctoral studies in complex adaptive systems and human networks. I provided models for solutions to the problems you now ponder. Your response was unanimous. Black voices and lives only matter a few days in November. And so here we are again, pondering crafty ways to chill rights statistically unrelated to the problem you discuss. Despite our cries for representation, despite the immutability of objective reality, we are all but invisible in the shadow of party politics, yet bear the brunt of their consequence. I'm tired, we're tired, of our lives being traded for optics that data cannot justify. History proves one thing: gun control is racist. We have a chance to do something extraordinary here in Colorado. Instead of focusing on trying to win, let's find real solutions that make our state safer for everyone, not just some. This time, I created a video to explain so I don't waste the time here. So I'll part with a story. Imagine an alternate future where you won. It begins as it began for me in 2021. Two individuals forced their way inside my home, past my wife, and directly toward my 1-year-old daughter. Because daddy was not allowed to purchase a tool to defend her, she gets to meet the very ancestors who fought and died for the rights at stake now and explain how this bill protected her. In the 1800s, we believed that drilling a hole in one's head was an effective method to relieve headaches. It was a standard of practice until data-driven decision-making prevailed. Studies show that this type of ban is either inconclusive or ineffective. RAND, FBI, HUD, just to name a few. You can vote for this bill, or you can vote to protect the people of Colorado. The choice is yours.
And sir, could you just mention your name for the record?
Kellen Lanier.
Very good, thank you. Senator B. Pelton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lanier, I found your testimony to be very passionate. I mean, how important are your gun rights to you? And how do you feel like you're being oppressed by this gun law?
Mr. Lanier.
I mean, if you look at history, ever since the 1600s, it's been the same type of logic and the same mental gymnastics. And right now, all I see is the disparate impact that we're pondering here. And it's 5 white men deciding this for people that look like me. If you look at the purchasing data, it's Black women and Hispanic women that are purchasing these firearms to defend themselves. So I have to wonder why. Why are we trying to take that away now when, as we hear, sometimes help doesn't come? And by keeping the police armed and us, it's I've heard discussions on the floor, by these same people saying that's wrong, but now it's right in this. It's perplexing.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're a firearms instructor.
Yes, sir.
The Second Amendment, in your opinion, is it flexible? Is it shall not be infringed? Very, matter of factly.
I don't think that there is anything other than matter of fact about the Second Amendment.
Senator, go ahead.
Follow up. So I'm sure you teach safety. What is your perception if this bill would go through and become law? What is your opinion around the safety of a fixed magazine?
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. So having a firearm that you don't have the ability to clear malfunctions effectively puts not only the user at risk, but the people that are potentially in the vicinity of when a firearm is needing to be used. When you're responding to a threat, keep in mind, we're not law enforcement. So if a threat presents itself to me, it's because I have to respond to that threat that is already happening. So I'm already behind the 8 ball. So if I have to present a firearm, extend it, try to hit my target, and I have a malfunction, the first thing I would do is, tap it, rack it, see if I can clear it, drop a magazine, insert another magazine, and get back in the fight. If I don't have the ability to do that, 1, I'm probably dead. 2, I'm using a firearm that doesn't have the ability to clear the malfunction very simply. I'd probably have to take that slide off, right? And I'd have to do something more egregious with that, meaning I might need tools, something of that nature. That puts me at risk, and it also puts the people around me at risk, because now you're not allowing me to have the best tools to stay alive. So you're also jeopardizing the people that are in the vicinity who may or may not be an assailant to have a malfunction or an issue or a discharge of a firearm that shouldn't be able to be discharged.
Senator, follow up.
So in the past, say 6 to 8 years, have you seen an increase in people wanting to come to you and be trained and get their concealed carry? Is what I'm getting at, the number of gun bills have been passed in this state in the recent past. Has that
made people more apt to want to come be trained and be gun carriers, gun owners.
Absolutely. I think with the heightened state of violence that we're living here in the state of Colorado, with the rise in crime, with the infiltration of, foreign gangs that are taking over neighborhoods, that are taking over businesses, home invasions, people are afraid. People are terrified. We're having such increased crime that people don't feel that they're able to count on anything other than themselves. And unfortunately, I've had people come to me that have been notoriously anti-gun. And they're like, you know what? I think it's time. I think it's time I get a gun, at which I'm very welcoming and I want to hear that. But at the same time, we need solutions that are real solutions. We've had years and years of being here testifying against all of this gun control that is just an onslaught against this community. And it's very difficult to not feel that an active bias and prejudice is being targeted to my community. At the same time, we have crime skyrocketing. We have carjackings. We have home invasions. People are feeling like they have no other choice than to take the availability of arming themselves and educating themselves to ensure their own safety.
Members, other questions? All right, seeing none, sorry, Senator Arpelt, go ahead.
And I was just giving the rest of the committee a chance to ask a question. And I don't remember your name, the guy that mentioned AI Joel analysis and stuff. I didn't get a chance to really peruse this, but there's a section in here, section 6, that has to do with the Attorney General, and I don't know if you analyzed that part of it to really give me any insight on that.
I was referring to the claims of improved safety from the bill was the claim that I was evaluating scientifically and found no such evidence supporting.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator, good for now? All right, seeing no further questions, thank you all for testifying with us tonight.
Thank you for testifying.
All right, we will rotate back to folks who had signed up in a position of support. Next panel, Grace Taub, Fiona McDonald, V. McDonald, Clara Taub. All right, we have 4. Thanks for being with us into the evening, whoever would like to start off.
Good evening. I fear for my life every single day. Living in a society where guns are prioritized over lives is neither normal nor acceptable, yet it is undeniably our reality. The life-saving high-capacity magazine ban from 2013 was a step towards changing that reality. Here's the problem, though. It has a dangerous loophole. Coloradans can and have gotten around the ban on high-capacity magazines by purchasing high-powered firearms legally in our state and attaching magazines purchased elsewhere. Beyond building upon past successes, though, this bill serves as a chance for Colorado to be a leader. As Justice Louis Brandeis wisely observed, states play an important role as laboratories of democracy. It is infinitely important for Colorado to be a model of common sense approaches to address an issue that we really can all agree on, saving lives. I also have been astounded by the number of comments concerning taxpayer dollars. And I'd like to remind all those here, especially those in opposition, that according to Everytown, gun violence cost Colorado $11.7 billion a year. This bill would not even make a dent in that. Also, the comments that seem to think that our movement has ignored the fact that suicide is in fact a large portion of the gun deaths in Colorado, I would challenge you here to address that. I haven't heard anyone come up with a solution that would fix that, and gun laws, this one and others, are a step in the right direction to preventing suicides as well as homicides and mass shootings. So for these reasons, I implore you to give Colorado the opportunity to change the unacceptable reality of gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoever'd like to go next, we can just go down the line if you prefer.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Fiona MacDonald, and I'm a senior at East High School and a member of Students Demand Action. I'm here to express my strong support for Senate Bill 3. I'm not going to sit here today and discuss hypotheticals. Here are some real-life examples. In the Boulder King Super shooting and the Club Q shooting in Colorado Springs, the attackers used high-capacity magazines. Our high-capacity magazine ban does nothing when people simply drive a couple of hours to turn their semi-automatic rifle into a weapon of war. Instead of thoughts and prayers, it's time to take actual action to prevent them from happening again in the future. We cannot continue to ignore how these weapons of war exacerbate the scale of violence. High-capacity magazines allow shooters to fire dozens of rounds without needing to reload, increasing the damage they can cause in a matter of seconds. The gun industry, motivated by profit, has chosen to prioritize the production of lethal weapons over developing safer alternatives. This bill is about recognizing the deadly reality of modern-day mass shootings and doing everything in our power to prevent them. The evidence is clear. These weapons are designed for one purpose: to kill in large numbers and quickly. In what world does a hunter need to fire 50 bullets in the blink of an eye? In what world does self-defense, meaning having the ability to fire round after round without ever taking your finger off the trigger? And to everyone here today in opposition, if you believe that we cannot place restrictions on Second Amendment rights in order to protect children, then I assume you must not also support restricting First Amendment rights to protect children. I assume you will come out against drag bans, against book bans, and against banning critical race theory, as those all impede on the First Amendment. And if you're truly worried about protecting children, I'll tell you what the #1 killer of my generation is. It's not a drag queen reading a book on critical race theory to children. It's gun violence. If you want to help change this statistic, I urge you to pass this bill.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Vi McDonald. I'm a freshman at East High School representing Students Demand Action. And in the first week of school, there was a shooting threat made. My sister has gone through 3 shootings and far too many threats. When I sat in my classroom 3 years ago and heard the news of a shooting at Denver East High School, I had no way of contacting my sister. I fear my life walking through the hallways, and even further, I fear for my sister's. Mass shootings, made more deadly by high-capacity magazines, haunt my school and others like it. My safety, my sister's safety, my friends, my peers, and anyone who values their lives' safety is at risk without enforcing this ban. One way to prevent mass shootings and the traumas caused by them is to enforce our state's existing high-capacity magazine ban. These weapons and magazines used in mass shootings are weapons of war that allow shooters to unleash rapid-fire barrages on victims using high-capacity magazines that are quick to reload. In Colorado, the rate of gun homicide increased 134% from 2014 to 2023. The easier the access to firearms that accept high-capacity magazines, the higher increase in mass shootings and homicides. I stand in firm affirmation of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. At the end, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Clara Taub, and I'm a student at Denver East High School. I'm here today not only as a student, but as a young person whose life has been deeply shaped by the realities of gun violence. Every day, students like me walk into our classrooms carrying more than just our backpacks. We carry the weight of constant what-ifs. What if today's the day a lockdown isn't a drill? What if a classmate, teacher, or I become the next victim of senseless violence? This is not just a hypothetical for me. Gun violence has touched my school, my community, and my generation in ways that no student should ever have to endure. Rapid-fire devices and semi-automatic firearms with detachable magazines contribute to these numbers. We've seen what happens when these devices are accessible. Lives are cut short, survivors are left with trauma that never fully heals, and communities are forever scarred. I'm here today to tell you that enough is enough. As a young advocate, I shouldn't have to plead with you to prioritize our lives over weapons designed for war. And as someone who has experienced the fear and grief of gun violence brings, I refuse to accept that this is the status quo we are meant to live in. I urge you to pass this bill. And I would just like to address comments that have been made by members here to testify, I would like to assure them that I do not feel used as a student, and I wear the red that I do proudly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, questions of our panel? All right, seeing none, just thank you all for being with us this evening. Okay, next panel of folks who signed up in support. Dawn Fritz, James Wiley, Kelly Murphy, and Paige Leonard. Okay, we'll start on this end. Please go ahead.
Had some handouts to.
Sure. Ms. King will come in and get them in a moment, but feel free to start with your testimony.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the chair and committee members. My name is Paige Leonard, and I am strongly in support of this bill. Here is just a sample, not all, of the lives taken and those injured specifically by weapons with high-capacity magazines. Sutherland Springs, 26 people killed, 20 people injured. Orlando, 49 killed, 53 injured. Las Vegas, 60 killed, and 439 people injured. I'm going to repeat that number again because it's hard to understand. 60 people killed in Las Vegas and 439 people injured. And here in Colorado, Boulder King Supers, 10 killed, 28 injured. Aurora Movie Theater, 12 killed and 58 injured. Colorado Springs Club Q, 6 killed and 25 injured. Let's not forget that these numbers are real people. They are mothers, they are fathers, sons, daughters, and many of them young children. Let's not forget that when a person is killed or injured, it leaves a ripple effect of trauma, grief, loss, and anxiety throughout their family, friends, and community. As a graduate of Virginia Tech, where 32 people were killed, and someone who has also lost a family friend to gun violence, I can tell you firsthand that the ripple effect of the trauma never goes away, ever. Research and evidence have shown that rapid-fire weapons and high-capacity magazines are the weapons of choice of public mass shooters. How many more data points do we need? Please close this loophole in our state's high-capacity magazine. This bill will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Kelly Murphy, and I'm here representing myself in support of this bill. Colorado has endured a tragic number of mass shootings and mass casualty events where this type of legislation might have helped to prevent loss of life. The Aurora Movie Theater, Club Q, Boulder King Supers, among others. I personally have an older sibling who was a perpetrator in a shooting here in Colorado, where 3 people were shot and 1 was killed. He too was a law-abiding citizen until he wasn't. Then in 2019, my 9 and 11-year-old children survived the shooting at the STEM School Highlands Ranch, where 9 students were shot and 1 student was killed 3 days before he was to graduate high school. I'm also privileged to have dual citizenship in the United Kingdom and truly envy my sister who sends my niece to school every day there without the fear of her being gunned down in class. Since the shootings that have impacted my family, I have lived my life in a hypervigilant state, always anticipating a shooting to occur when I'm in public places, and would feel better knowing that if someone I love was to survive another mass shooting, that they'd have the best chance of escape possible. I see this bill as a compromise with people who enjoy owning semi-automatic weapons. whether for self-protection or sport. This will not prevent ownership of these firearms, nor the amount of ammunition you can purchase, but would help buy valuable moments of time for people like myself to flee a mass shooting, or for those who would like to take down a shooter. We need to try to work harder to work together to end gun violence in this country. I ask the committee to vote yes on this bill to help save lives and help prevent an additional mass casualty event here in Colorado. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And sorry, I think you might be on the other side of the issue, but you're up here. Go ahead.
James Wiley, Executive Director of the Libertarian Party of Colorado. I'm here to implore you to support this bill and to vote yes. The reason being, we don't quite appreciate, nobody has mentioned the innovative value that this bill can produce. When automatic weapons were banned, we had bump stocks. When bump stocks were banned, we had resetting triggers. This is incredible innovations that's driven by anti-Second Amendment legislation. So I would encourage you to vote yes on this bill for the reason that we can move the gun industry into the future. We have electric cars. Why do we still use gas cars? We can have electric guns as well. Why do we still use chemical-powered weaponry when we could have, laser guns, magnetically propelled plasma guns? These are innovations that we need to see. I've been playing Halo since I was a child, but I haven't seen a plasma rifle, despite the high temperature that these guns can produce and burn your fingers while using plasma rifles, as was demonstrated in Halo. We have not seen that kind of innovation yet in the weapons industry, and I would implore you to vote yes on this bill, so that we can move into the actual future, so that people can protect themselves from things like drones. Drones are moving into the future. Drones are being more aggressive against the domestic populations. We need plasma rifles to defend people. We need laser rifles to attack these drones who move almost as fast as chemically propelled bullets can travel. And if we don't have these kind of innovations, we'll be outmatched by our federal and state governments who continue to terrorize the people with the type of tyranny that we see coming from legislatures such as this. So please vote yes on this bill so that we can continue innovation forward in the future. My name is James Wiley, the Executive Director of the Libertarian Party of Colorado. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions of our witnesses? All right, thank you for testifying with us this evening. Okay, we'll call one more panel of folks who had signed up in a support position. Brooke McKenna, Kamaya Keeney, Mary Parker, and Susan Long. All right, maybe no Susan Long. Okay, please go ahead.
My name is Brooke McKenna, and I'm a leader with Student Action at Cherry Creek High
Yeah, please press the little gray button on the stem of the microphone.
Here we go. Okay. My name is Brooke McKenna, and I'm a leader with Students Demand Action at Cherry Creek High School. I'm here to testify in favor of SB 3, which addresses Colorado's high-capacity magazine enforcement loophole. I've spent my whole life worrying about gun violence. Starting at the age 7, I started to jump at any sound at my elementary school. One of the things I remember most about my childhood is having to go into lockdowns or leaving school early because there was a shooting near us. I remember having vivid nightmares at 9 about there being a shooting and seeing every kid I knew shot. That was 3rd grade. I'm a junior in high school now, and I still have these. Back then, I was just a kid worried about myself and my friends, but now I worry about my baby cousins, all ranging from 6 to 9 at their schools and preschools. I worry about my parents when they leave for work or errands, and the kids I teach swimming to, who can be as young as 3 months not coming to their next lesson. This is not normal. This is not a normal anxiety one should have. These fears multiplied when I found out there was a loophole in the law enacted in 2013 that prohibits magazines capable of holding more than 15 rounds of ammunition. While purchasing such things in Colorado is illegal, it is not in the 7 states surrounding us. This means that people just need to drive a couple of hours to get these deadly magazines, which they can then add to firearms capable of holding them. This law is meant to keep everyone safer, as high-capacity magazines make shootings more lethal by increasing the amount of ammunition that can be fired before a shooter needs to reload. However, with this loophole, the law does nothing but make me fearful. This very loophole is what occurred in Colorado Springs in 2022 at the club Club Q shooting and in Boulder in 2021 at the King Super shooting. The shooters at both purchased a firearm capable of holding high-capacity magazines, then acquired high-capacity magazines. In total, in these shootings, they killed 15 people. This loophole has allowed 15 plus people to die and countless others to be traumatized.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Kinney, please go ahead.
Dude, he was completely trolling. Completely trolling.
Sure the mic's on.
Oh, shit. Let me turn the camera on. Fuck it.
Thank you. My name is Kamaya Kinney, and I'm speaking as a senior from Cherry Creek High School in support of Senate Bill 3 to close the high-capacity magazine ban loophole.
That was completely troll.
Each first day of school, I check for the exits.
Troll.
I close my eyes for a moment, and I picture the shooter entering the building. I hide, they approach me, and I tremble. My eyes open, but then nightmares continue to follow me through the halls. But you all send us your thoughts and prayers, so it's okay, right? Except as you sit here uncomfortably and feel bad that you're telling a girl that this is her reality, you have a chance to do something different. But you justify it to yourselves. You say it's a constitutional right or it's self-defense. And I've heard it before. The echoes that it's not the weapon, but the person behind the gun. Yet in mass shooting with 4 more people killed between 2015 and 2022, high-capacity magazines led to more than twice as many people killed and nearly 10 times as many people wounded per incident on average. These high-capacity magazines take lives, which is why in 2013, Colorado passed a high-capacity magazine ban, but it is not enough. Criminals can simply cross state lines to buy them in neighboring states, and we pay the price. But we've seen the positive effects of banning high-capacity magazines, including their transfer during the federal high-capacity magazine ban. For example, Virginia found that the percentage of crime guns that were equipped with large-capacity ammunition magazines reached a low of 10% in 2004, and then steadily climbed after Congress allowed the ban to expire. By 2010, the percentage was close to 22%. The facts are clear. When we stop these high-capacity magazines from being in circulation, we prevent crime and we save lives. Now, I'm not here to take your guns, and this bill isn't either. It doesn't infringe on possession of assault weapons, nor does it ban all semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. In fact, these guns are still operable without high-capacity magazines. Thus, I urge you to vote in support of Senate Bill 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Parker, please go ahead.
These people is a
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Parker. I'm a gun owner in support of SB 25003. Sometime in the last 10 years, we started hearing that gun rights are God-given rights. But the Bill of Rights is a set of amendments, not commandments. God does not command us to keep and bear arms. The right to self-defense is universally recognized around the world, but it is only in the United States, where there are more guns than people, that high-powered, rapid-fire guns are considered necessary for self-defense. We're like the child who killed his parents and then asked for mercy on the grounds that he's an orphan. Americans have allowed guns, including those modeled on weapons of war, to proliferate in this country to the point that we now plead in front of lawmakers to let us keep these weapons because we need them to defend ourselves against all those guns that are out there. School children used to hide under their desks to protect themselves from Russian bombs. Now they hide from fellow Americans, sometimes fellow classmates, bearing guns with high-capacity magazines. More Americans have been killed by guns in our country since 1968 than in all the wars we've been involved in combined. Limiting the size of magazines will limit the number of additional deaths. In 1838, Abraham Lincoln gave a speech warning, "If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher." He feared that the United States would, quote, "die by suicide," end quote. Limiting the size of magazines is a common sense step towards preventing this national suicide. I urge and I vote on SB 25003.
Thank you. Ma'am, at the end, please go ahead.
No more killing people.
I am actually testifying for Susan Long. Hello, committee. My name is Dr. Susan Long. I'm a retired research and teaching psychologist. I live in Longmont, Colorado. I am mom to 2 children in public school. I urge you to support SB 25003.
Please help stop the madness. We cannot risk our children's lives. We do not want Colorado's name splashed in the headlines as the site of another mass shooting. What is the common element in mass shootings? Detachable magazines that rapidly fire and rapidly kill dozens of people quickly. At least 8 out of the 10 highest casualty mass shootings involved semi-automatic weapons and a high-capacity magazine. This is why I'm urging you to support SB 25003. What is the common element in Sorry, I just read that one. High-capacity magazines make shootings more lethal by increasing the amount of ammunition that can be fired before a shooter needs to pause to reload. In 2013, Colorado wisely enacted a law prohibiting magazines capable of holding more than 15 rounds of bullets. However, a potential mass shooter or criminal can purchase an exceptionally deadly firearm and obtain a prohibited magazine with relative ease.
However,
this is a dangerous loophole of the 2013 law.
The governor won't sign it.
The law is easy to evade because people intent to kill can easily cross state lines to legally buy magazines in all 6 neighboring states that border Colorado. Because the state still allows the sale of high-powered military-style firearms capable of accepting high-capacity magazines, and these firearms remain compatible with magazines that hold anywhere from 15 to 100 rounds of ammunition, we must close this loophole. We must protect the 15 to 100 lives that each magazine can take. I plead with you to protect your constituents. I ask you to join me in supporting SB 25003 by voting yes. Thank you.
Who testified
Thank you. Well timed. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, thank you all for being with
I
us
didn't know
tonight.
that till, I don't know, 2 years ago.
Okay, we'll rotate back to calling folks who signed up in opposition.
That one Garcia chick.
Adam Welbon, W-E-L-B-O-N.
Fucking excellent follow.
Okay, Sam Karkov, C-A-R-K-H-U-F-F.
Damn, I thought he said Tarkov. I was getting happy.
All right, I was told they might be available. Okay, moving down the list. Brian Bricky. Dalton Olson.
I said they so
Travis Couture Lovelady.
Names like Bend Over.
Rick Weber.
There was a hearing where they actually
Linda
did that.
Weber.
Funny as fuck. Is Bend Over in the crowd?
Glenn.
I'm gonna rail you.
Okay, looks like we have 4. We'll stop there. Okay, sir at the end in the gray sweater, please go ahead.
Is Hung Solo out there?
My name is Brian Bricky. I'm here testifying for myself. First of all, I want to say to everybody here that has lost somebody to gun violence, my heart is with you. I feel for you. I can't imagine the pain that you went through or that you still go through. To the students that have lived through these events,
I know
I'm sorry that happened to you. I truly am. But this bill will not fix it. It doesn't go to the root of the problem. It says nothing about actual crime. That's where most of our gun homicides come from. It adds no security to schools. So here in this building, it's great because you have armed security that have better guns than what you're trying to ban. And you have bulletproof glass on many of the windows, if not all of the windows. We guard guns, we guard money, politicians, the cultural elite, with the same weapons that you're trying to ban.
Back up.
And yes, it is a ban.
Maybe you can hear me a little bit
Not
more.
one single bill regarding putting security in schools. In fact, I do believe last session or last year, you tried to remove them from schools. Denver, as a city, I know did remove them from schools. This does nothing to stop the criminal that wants to come into the school. It doesn't stop.
So I don't want to stop the testimony too much, but yeah, bolt actions will be next. All right, one of the first school shootings that I ever heard about was in '96. It was 2 kids with, I think one had a lever action, one had a bolt action outside of school shooting at people coming off the bus. All right. Soon as they can get a handle on semi-automatics, the next person's going to walk out there with a Remington 700 with a whatever scope on it and start capping people. And then they're going to be all after sniper rifles. And it's going to be, oh, you can't have these scopes. And it's just walking down the line. And once they do that, kids in Georgia, no, it was an Arkansas run. We've looked at the shooting before, but it was in Arkansas. The first one I can think about, the two kids in Arkansas. A 13-year-old and 14-year-old or something. And they grabbed their squirrel guns, and one was pissed off that the girl broke up with him before the end of the school year, and they went out there zapping. And I can't remember how many died. I know that one of them had stole their mom's van. They had ammunition in the van. They had a whole getaway plan. It was planned all the way out. It was before Columbine. And what people don't understand about Columbine is Columbine wasn't originally them going to go shoot people. They had IEDs. They had explosive devices everywhere. But their explosives didn't go off because they're a bunch of dumbasses. So then they grabbed their guns and went to shoot. So all the horse shit we hear in these hearings, it's just that, it's horse shit. Okay, no detachable magazines. Okay, I carry more than one gun. You can't have this. Okay, work with me here, kids. Have you ever seen the damage of a 12-gauge slug at close range? Because I can load a pump-action 12-gauge very fast. I'll never let that gun go dry because every couple of shots, I'm going to load the tube. I'm going to continuously feed the gun. It's ridiculous. And all these politicians, like the ones in this building right now, sit in a building protected by people with guns and then try to tell everybody else you can't have guns. You can't come in this building. You don't have an ID. You can't come in this building. You can't get past security. Here's a metal detector. Can't come through this building. But they won't do that for our children. I'm speaking as someone who has a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. So all these lion sacks shit can, at this point, and I've been listening to this since I started out, they can all kiss my ass. Because their numbers are bullshit. Their so-called facts are bullshit. Their logic is completely fucking warped. And they're not going to stop anything. One of the shootings in the UK, a dude walked in there with revolvers and shot the kids. And he just had a couple of revolvers on him. Bang, 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 bang. Reload. Bang, 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 bang. Never let his guns run dry with revolvers. They literally want you disarmed all the way to where the UK is at right now, where they say you have to grind the points off your knife. And now you have rape games running around the UK and everybody's getting stabbed. And home invasion robberies are normally in the afternoon when everybody's home. So, no, thank you. I got better shit to do. All right, let me let this play. I've been ready to go off all day listening to this shit, so I gotta let this play. Where'd my volume go? There it is. If it'll work.
So I am just asking today, and I'm opposing this bill for the reasons that I've stated before. And I ask that you don't take away my ability to defend myself at home with the weapons of my choice. Plus,
they play with these numbers.
Unfortunately, under this bill, it doesn't stop the bad guy. The bad guy will still be able to get these illegal weapons if they become illegal. So the bill doesn't really help. It only hurts the honest person who isn't going to break the law.
Yeah, G.
So thanks for your time.
Patriot, yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir, at the end.
My name is Richard Weber. I'm a resident of Mesa County, Colorado. And I was waited 11 hours last year to testify, and I watched the testimony of sheriffs speak. I stayed on and watched the summary of the what they found. And the committee last year weighted the sheriffs a 0 on what they had to say, and all on emotion, mostly from young people. We have 64 sheriffs in this county that are against this bill. That is equivalent to about 1,500 years of accumulated law enforcement history. So I hope that you will apply the adequate support for them. I want to talk about Andrew Pollock. Andrew Pollock stands resoundingly opposite the sponsors and most of the people for this bill. Why is that important? And who is Andrew Pollock? Andrew Pollock
lost his kid in
lost
Marjorie
his
Stoneman.
daughter, Meadow, in the Parkland shooting. Andrew Pollock wrote a book called Why Meadow Died, the People and Policies That Created the Parkland Shooter and Endanger American Students. Basically, it's the gun controls that killed him. He also wrote, you hear gun control advocates say all the time, guns kill people, and you hear a lot of Second Amendment people say, no, people kill people. But Andrew Pollock, through research, has learned that. But what you have to understand, and what you will understand after reading this book, is gun control kills people. He researched. John Lott Jr. is the #1 world
John Lott is
renowned,
the
eminent
man,
person
by the
on
way.
gun control and why it doesn't work. If you want to learn about the truth about gun control, you need to read these 2 books. I'm going to leave these books here for you. If you don't
They
study
gonna
these
read 'em.
books,
They
you
gonna
will
run
be
that shit like a
uninformed.
script tonight.
And you need to know what's in these books. That's what turned Andrew Pollock 180 degrees apart.
Okay, thank you, sir. One more call before questions for Travis Couture Lovelady. Okay, sir, come on up.
I
All right,
still
will
got a
invite
couple
your
of
2
books
minutes.
from the
and we'll
anti-gun
questions.
crowd I got to read
Please
and
go
go
ahead.
through, and I just can't bring myself to do it. I can't. This is
Thank you,
enough
Mr.
pain
Chairman,
for me.
members of the committee. My name is Travis Couture Lovelady. I'm Colorado State Director for the National Rifle Association. On behalf of our members in Colorado, I'm here to represent their opposition to SB 25003. That's been talked about what this bill does. It's been claimed it's not an assault weapons ban, but this
It's pretty
bill
much an every
is
weapon
a
ban.
semi-automatic gun ban modeled after the federal bill titled the Go Safe Act. It's been said by the folks, some of the folks pushing this, that it is a model bill, and that's where it comes from. That's why it looks different, why the sponsors claim it is an assault weapons ban. So what that Go Safe gun ban does, prohibits any person to import, sell, transfer, receive, or possess any semi-automatic rifle. Unlike the 94 Clinton's assault weapons ban, this ban does not contemplate a firearms features. So rather, the Go Safe ban prohibits all semi-automatic centerfire rifles, includes America's most popular rifle, AR-15, many pistols, similar things such as that nature. So Go Safe also prohibits common gun parts in a vague manner. We oppose it because of that. We also oppose it because this language is indefinite nonsense that could result in the banning of all manner of firearms, including competition or adjustable triggers, semi-automatic firearms that have had a trigger job to improve operational performance, or even items that reduce the distance between a shooter's hand and the trigger, such as certain firearm stocks or grips. We thank you for your contemplation of our points, and many other folks came here to testify in opposition to this. Happy to stand for questions.
All right, thank you. Committee questions of anyone on our panel? All right, seeing none, thank you all for being with us tonight. All right, we'll keep, sir, if you'd like to leave them, you're free.
I'll mute that one just for a second. So yeah, they mention this 40,000 number all the time. We have roughly about 1,700, 1,500 gun murders every year. And that hasn't changed for decades. Not in any kind of meaningful way. It's stayed pretty well the same all the way through. The numbers they quote is suicides. It mentions justifiable homicides. It mentions accidents with firearms, negligent discharges, which are kind of different than accidents in some cases. All that. They throw everything in. We don't do that with any other cause of death on this planet. We take cancer and we separate it out 70,000 different ways so we can focus on each cause of cancer. They throw all this into the same bucket so they can cloud the numbers. It's always with manipulated numbers, Fluff. If you've seen it enough, fuck, man. They can't be honest about the numbers. If they're honest about the numbers, they know they lose the argument every single time. Because there may be about 1,000, 1,500, 1,000, 1,700 murders with firearms every year. But even on the low end, there are over 40,000 defensive firearms uses every year. That's on the low end. That's coming from Vice News.
Firearms are common use for lawful purposes are not unusual, and that in common use is satisfied by hundreds of thousands sold. Semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines were first sold to American citizens in 1907. This rifle, the Winchester M1907, was invented for hunting. The AR-15 industry estimates that citizens own 25 million AR-style rifles. With a 118-year history of ownership and an ownership level well surpassing hundreds of thousands, it's clear that semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines are in common use. The Gun Control Act of 1968 says that the lawful uses of firearms include hunting, target shooting, trap shooting, personal protection, and all other lawful uses. Semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines are commonly used for all of these except trap shooting. Your own boss agrees that semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines are appropriate manners of take for big game and small game hunting. Given that semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines are in common use for lawful purposes, they are protected by the Second Amendment, which means that bans on such firearms would be unconstitutional. Any vote for unconstitutional law violates the oath of office to support the Constitution. Each of you has to decide for yourself if being an oath breaker is worth such a vote.
All right, thank you. Sir in the vest, please go ahead.
Yeah, the leading cause of death for
All
children.
right, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to House Bill 25-003, a bill that threatens both our constitutional rights and small businesses across Colorado like mine. My name is JD Murphy. I'm the owner of Triple J Armory. We're a family-owned business with 2 gun stores and an indoor shooting range. We employ over 25 people, many of them veterans, and work hard to provide a community for responsible gun owners and a safe place to shoot. This bill would devastate small family-owned businesses like ours by banning the sale of specific semi-automatic firearms. You're not just targeting products, you're threatening jobs, cutting off revenue, and pushing businesses towards closure. These businesses are vital for our community and local economies. If you look at the last couple of years, it's quite clear that a lot of Colorado officials have shifted their strategy using measures like HB 24-1353, the firearm dealer permitting, and Proposition KK, the sin tax on our industry to burden federally licensed dealers such as myself and push us out of business. These efforts ignore the real issue and unfairly target responsible gun owners and small businesses who already ensure firearms are sold responsibly. Instead of punishing law-abiding citizens, we should focus on real safety measures that protect rights without jeopardizing livelihoods. I urge you to oppose this bill. Our rights, businesses, and communities deserve better.
Thank you. Ms. Flanell, please go ahead.
This is Dragon Man.
My name is Melissa Flanell. I'm a co-owner of a farm store and a farms instructor with over a decade of experience certifying over 13,000 men and women. I will say firsthand myself and the other farm store owners here that I know of do not sell 100-round drum magazines or even 30-round magazines. The new Department of Revenue created last year was also made to regulate this even further. Why not give that a chance, see how it goes first? We and other FFLs are doing our best to comply with all the new laws that have been put out. Additionally, I'd like to note that the availability of firearms we can order with a fixed magazine is negligible, and creating universal technology to load magazines through the chamber is even more impossible. But I have other issues with the bill. First, efficacy. So a huge percentage of farm-related deaths are attributed to handgun suicides and accidents and handguns. Research has shown that while, yes, there are high-profile incidences, many represent a small fraction. If anything, it seems like we really just need to protect our schools better, and actually a portion of the revenue from the excise tax is supposed to go towards that. Why ban, such a sweeping spread of firearms that punishes the masses? When do you recall a magazine-fed shotgun ever be used in a mass shooting here in Colorado? When a car plows through a crowd, no one suggests banning cars. They do, however, support added security with bollards along the sidewalk. This bill would disproportionately affect individuals who also use certain firearms like myself, like 9mm PCC rifles due to low recoil. A 9mm handgun, which this bill would not ban, has a round traveling at a velocity of 1,100 feet per second with a drop of 1.8 inches at 50 yards. The PCC travels at 1,200 feet per second with a 1.5 drop at 50 yards. How can you rationalize greater lethality when it's a mere 100 feet per second and 0.3 inch drop difference? Please realize we need to shift the conversation on comprehensive bipartisan solutions rather than targeting
the masses and law-abiding citizens putting businesses essentially at stake, why not address broader issues related to gun violence and support community programs aimed at reducing shootings, such as placing officers in our sensitive spaces, like grocery stores, like churches, and securing our schools the same way we treat hospitals, and also adding improved background checks that apply uniformly across all firearm purchases. With that said, members of the committee, I strongly urge you to consider a no vote, and let's find a uniquely American solution that we can all agree on.
Thank you, Mr. Orff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, committee. My name is Richard Orff. I'm here on behalf of the Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado. As testimony is limited on this bill, I do not wish to repeat too much of what has already been said and shall be said into the evening. I'm here to state on behalf of my commissioners and my municipalities of Garfield, Rio Blanco, Moffett, Mesa, Grand, Delta, and Montrose counties. We stand in opposition to Senate Bill 3. Why are county commissioners and municipal members opposing this bill? Well, like we've said over the last 3 years, we are hearing from our constituents about what we are doing as elected officials to protect constitutional rights. And so we ask you as a committee and you as a legislative body, what are you doing to support our constitutional rights? Rather than debate the individual pieces of this bill, because there's been plenty of that going on this evening, we instead ask the committee to not look just solely at the supporters of this bill, but look at who's in opposition to this bill. You've heard from our sheriff in Mesa County. We have other members of county commissions across the state still waiting to testify on this bill this evening. I've run into members of my church in this building here to testify against this bill. In rural Colorado, where while we love our law enforcement officials, when help is 20 minutes away, that is literally a lifetime away. In rural Colorado, it's just a different case. We do reach out in opposition to this bill. Again, appreciate to answer any questions you have, but I appreciate the committee's time.
All right, thank you. If you'll all please hold, we'll go to our one witness online, then we'll invite questions of the whole panel. Okay, Mr. Forbes, please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today. I stand before you in order to address this proposed assault weapons ban, which I frankly believe is a direct attack on the rights of the citizens of Colorado. In the days of today, with strangers slitting women's throats in the middle of the street and apartment buildings being taken over by gangs, it's hard to feel, in my opinion, that the state really has nothing less than negative intentions behind disarming its citizens and taking away, frankly, our ability to defend ourselves and our family. And I would really like to know what government in good conscience would willingly deny its citizens their inalienable right to defend themselves, their family, and others, if they so choose to do so. And I'm willing to field any questions related to this.
It was a potty emergency.
And I will wrap that up there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, questions of anyone on our panel? Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Flannel, I would just like to ask you about what I've asked before in the past about the clearing of a weapon, especially since you own a gun shop and you would know how to do all that stuff. So would you please explain the difficulty of how it is to clear a weapon, even though they have the slot on the bottom of the magazine, but in a situation that you need to use it?
Ms. Flannel.
So, they call it, a double feed is where one round is coming up, one round is coming out. And if you have a magazine that's fixed in there and you're trying to, bring the bolt back to get out the initial round, you're probably just going to bring up another one, causing more of a malfunction. You're not going to be able to clear it. You'll have to take off, push out the roll pins, the takedown pins, and then bring the upper up to clear the entire rounds out. So it would just take a long time, and depending on the malfunction, you could actually have one stuck in the bolt ramp as well. So it would just be really time consuming and really ineffective as far as that goes. So not ideal for personal defense.
Hey, come here.
Senator Arpel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I didn't get your name, the second gentleman from the right. Did you state that you're an FFL dealer?
Yes, sir. Yep. I have 2 different FFLs.
Okay. Under current law in this state already, what happens if you sell a high-capacity magazine?
Under the current law, we're not allowed to transfer the ownership of a high-capacity magazine other than to those with a law enforcement or military, sir.
And so you would probably lose your license.
Because law
I
enforcement
don't
and
know the
military
repercussions
always
of
get
that
their car
off the
back.
cuff.
But it's,
I know the law passed last year that we
They're
now
better than
have
you.
the opportunity to lose our permit and a $250,000 fine.
so that's severe enough that you don't even attempt to do anything.
It would be devastating to any gun store owner in the state.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Let's make it like
Members,
this.
other questions?
Can't have shit like this.
All right. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Ooh, spooky.
Okay. I will recall a few names who maybe were in the other room before. Sam Karkoff. Okay. Nicholas Rogers.
I got to redress this
Okay.
later.
All right. Aaron Kroll. Kroll. Karen Rudolph Porter.
Hey, Fluff, look at the amount of jobs and the amount of commerce
Kevin Driscoll.
that these leftists have shut down with their gun bans.
Michael Zucklar.
About completely shut down places that were
Margaret
selling
Sebern.
frames, receivers, parts, full guns in a lot of cases.
Okay.
Millions of dollars in commerce and
All right.
jobs.
We'll start on this end. Please go ahead.
They don't give a shit.
Thank you,
Doesn't
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sam Karkoff
Yes,
from Aurora, Colorado. I'm a husband, father, hunter,
Doing all right.
outdoorsman,
Doing better.
and concerned
Doing a lot
citizen. I'm here today to express my opposition, 4003. As a hunter, recreational shooter, and gun owner, I share the bill sponsor's goal of reducing gun violence in Colorado while promoting responsible gun ownership.
I do. It's not on the stream. I'll show you the incision.
There are numerous implications of this bill that I've heard today. Second Amendment concerns, interstate reciprocity concerns, local and rural commerce implications, and cost concerns of Colorado to defend such a decision, which I don't feel the state is prepared to
Bigger than
fund.
what they said it was going to be.
That said, as an outdoorsman, I want to note that 11% of gun sale revenues are directed back to the state wildlife conservation efforts. This reduction in our conservation investment would surely decrease funding for wildlife in Colorado. These conservation and wildlife dollars are already stretched thin enough when funding one of Colorado's greatest resources. Finally, as I stated previously, I am concerned about gun violence in our state. I'm concerned about all violence in our state. This bill, however, goes too far. It impedes the rights of responsible gun owners, creates numerous additional issues for Colorado that we've all heard today, and the bill will not have the effect that it is intended to have. Going off script, I heard law enforcement experts sit up here and testify.
I'm going to mute him again real fast. Colorado, like a lot of these states, has continuously shot down bills that would give criminals higher penalties for shooting people in crimes or for stealing guns. They've continuously shot down bills like that because they don't want to punish criminals. They don't. They want to ban the guns. What the criminals do, fuck no, they'll let them off on anything. They'll plea down, they'll let them off, whatever. This is not about public safety. It's not about keeping people safe. It's not about saving lives. It is purely about the guns. That's all it's about. That's all it's ever been about. If it wasn't about that, then why not make stronger laws for people who steal guns or people who use guns in crimes? Murderers. Shit like that. Why make laws against just the possession of something? Because I can possess plenty of things and never hurt another single living person. But it's not about public safety. It's not about saving lives.
Constitutional issues with, not the least of which being the broad authority given to the Attorney General, which fundamentally just kind of erodes away.
Hopefully they weren't
visceral
douchebags, Ron.
process for making laws. That you can't just simply afford a different entity the ability to make a law. That because of all of that, I think that this has the very real potential to have the exact opposite effect of what you intend. And that if you pass this bill, everybody will immediately sue you. It's such low hanging fruit for anybody in the gun lobby
Yeah, it is,
because of
Sam.
how poorly it's put together, that I
It
think it will
absolutely is.
effectively be an embarrassing loss for the state, hopefully an expensive one too. And in that capacity, will act as a deterrent
100%
against anyone
Fluffy.
trying to pass any similar nonsense in the future. So while I'm opposed to this bill, I think because of how sloppy and poorly put together it is, I would love to see you pass it so you can take a hard loss and act as a deterrent against other people in the future.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Well, no, let me let this play. I don't want to miss this.
Chairman, Senators, thank you for your time today. My name is Margaret Seaburn, and I'm here representing myself. I'm a third-generation Coloradoan, mother, moderate, military widow, and hospice nurse. I don't want to hurt anyone. Then I faced evil at my door. As a widow, I'm now the defender of my home, which I became acutely aware of when my house camera showed a man stalking my daughter out front, who was now at our back door trying to get in. Of course, I called the police, but their response time was delayed, and he hid until they left, and he persisted. Now imagine if this was your wife and your daughter facing evil on the other side of their door like I did. It could be anyone here. And I got a terrifying reality check that I had left my family vulnerable. After that, believe me, I got myself to a range. I learned I have hand weakness that needed to be compensated for, and I found a weapon I could control with proficiency, an AR-style pistol. It's hard to understand for me, but I'm told it's a semi-automatic by definition. Hopefully we can agree that everyone should have the right to use a weapon they can safely, accurately, and efficiently operate to defend their
I wish
home.
I could show guns
I
on YouTube,
understand
but we
wanting to passionately defend your child, but I
have
believe this bill will
AK back
backfire
there or-
and you'll be responsible for opening the floodgates, and it will actually cost more lives than it hopes to save. Instead, I believe we must focus on programs that improve mental health. People need to be seen and heard and have productive avenues for depression and hopelessness. This bill misses the real problem and will instead exponentially increase the vulnerability of not just widows, but everyone in Colorado, because you'll be announcing Colorado as an easy target and it will be open season. On behalf of the vulnerable, including the 5 million Coloradoans, you will inadvertently make vulnerable with this bill. I'm begging you to vote no and instead make Colorado the state that champions mental health. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, at the end, please go ahead.
See you, chick.
My name is Nicholas Rogers. I represent myself, my brand, the Big Timber Lodge, and then also all the Coloradans that can't be here today that want to have their voice heard. Okay. I originally came with a whole bunch of bullet points that have objective legal points about how this ambiguous gun control law that's being hailed by both anti-gun and pro-gun control individuals and organizations as being the most extreme form of gun control is, if this is so ambiguous that I needed to have a talk with you guys, just person to person here. If this passes, there's going to be so much ambiguity, I can't even say the word. It makes me so upset. I lived in California before I lived here. I was stationed in California for 5 years before I was stationed in Colorado. And due to the ambiguity of the gun laws there on whether or not you could carry a firearm in the national forest or in the California state parks, I was drawn on by a state park police officer. And I ended up being disarmed. Luckily, I was able to beat the charges and I was able to get my firearm back 10 months later. I have a cool head. I was in the military. I didn't act irrationally when the officers pulled on me. And also to you, Senator, as a father of 2 children, I cannot imagine the pain that you've gone through. It just breaks my heart to think of what you've been through. But I'm actually a survivor of a nightclub shooting from the early 2000s in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I have to say, not all survivors or family members of victims feel the exact same way. And I would love to have a conversation with you about this.
Control is the operative word.
And I'm so sorry for your loss. But this is not going to be it. This is going to force people like myself that are tax-paying Coloradans to leave this state as Second Amendment refugees. And once this is overturned by the Supreme Court, we won't be coming back. You will be losing a lot of good people like myself and hundreds of thousands of others.
You can only hope the Supreme
All
Court
right,
will
sir,
take this
thank
up.
you. Members, questions of our witnesses? Seeing none, thank you all for being with us tonight. Okay, we'll rotate to the other position, and I'll call up folks who had signed up in support. All right, Paige Leonard. Apologize. Gets this late, deduping isn't perfect. Julie Ort.
Damn it, I don't want to meet her.
It looks like she
I'm gonna
might
let
be
this
outside.
play and then
Lucy
we'll
Pfeiffer.
freeze for a little bit after
Okay.
it's done.
Pat Rotschafer.
Yeah, Dome.
I think she was
I'm
here
there
earlier.
with you. For sure.
Does anyone know if Pat Rotschafer is still around?
She's in the corner over there.
Okay, we'll
As
leave a
many
chair for her.
butts, as many butts here.
Okay, thank you all for being with us.
Well, yeah, when I say
We'll
America
start with
Fluff,
you.
a lot of times that's what I'm talking about. Is just the go.
My name is Mary Liz Calloway. I support this bill
Good
and
morning.
any others that will lower the death toll from gun violence.
Oh God, here we
That
go.
is because the King Soopers shooting was a near miss for my family. If the shooter had done a few things differently, my daughter's partner might have been one of the bodies in the parking lot. On that day, the shooter used a modified semi-automatic
It'd have
pistol
been a war by
that he
now.
bought
Phil.
legally at the Eagle's Nest in Arvada. He also had 6 illegal high-capacity magazines. 2 of those magazines held 30 rounds. When he stopped shooting,
You like these
the
two?
first magazine was empty and the second had only 4 bullets left. That's a total of 56 spent rounds. The combination of the semi-automatic pistol and the illegal magazines meant the shooter was able to kill his victims steadily and easily, only having to make one quick magazine change. Using only publicly available information, it isn't possible to know exactly how many lives might have been saved if the shooter used a fixed magazine of 15 rounds. One mother testified at the trial that she was counting the shots as she hid, waiting for a reload so that she could try to escape with her son. And then there was the heroic employee who made 4 trips into the store during the course of the massacre to guide shoppers to safety through a back exit. Might he have gotten more out safely if the shooter had been forced to reload
That
3
whole
times
idea has been
to get off
crushed
56 shots?
so many times. It ain't even-
Would there have been an opening for the police to intervene when they arrived instead of losing one of their own? We don't know. But the research suggests yes, some lives
What about
would
this
have
one?
been saved. Mass shootings involving a firearm equipped with a high-capacity magazine result in more fatalities compared to other
This one.
incidents.
Ma'am, thank you. In the blue shirt, please go ahead.
Hello.
Where's my 30 round?
Thank you,
flip-flop?
Chairperson
What about
and
this one?
committee members. I am here as a constituent and in support of SB 3. As a retired DPS teacher, I remember the day I first considered guns to
Damn
be a
mad, I'm
potential
telling
issue
you.
for my students in
Might
need.
include my
On
brother.
April
Mike
20th,
included
1999,
the
shortly
goon, my
after
brother from the
11:19
north.
a.m., our staff began to hear about Columbine. During an emergency meeting after school, we cried, held each other, and
Yeah,
thought
they
of
have
ways to
no
comfort our
shame,
kids the
Brother
next
Mike.
day.
No
What seemed at
shame.
first to be a tragic anomaly instead became a part of our school culture, with professional development about active shooters and lockdown drills during school day. Practicing how to react in case an active shooter ever entered our school was unnerving. The class immediately stopped their activities as I locked the doors, gathered children out of sight of windows,
Baggies of bullets.
took a head count, and called the office, all in a few seconds. Our own teacher training emphasized how crucial just a few seconds could be.
Just
From
learn from
Columbine
me.
to
I've been
Aurora
there
to Club Q,
plenty
King
of times,
Supers, and
Brother
everything
Mike.
in between,
Plenty of times.
I've been proud to see many Colorado legislators recognize the need to protect the lives of people going about their day. One bill they were able to pass, the Magazine Capacity Law of 2013, is meant to protect innocent people while keeping the interests of responsible gun owners, buyers, and sellers intact. It's clear, however, that purchasing higher capacity magazines out of state or even here in Colorado is way too easy. That's why this bill is so important. It reinforces the magazine capacity law and makes limiting magazine capacity more enforceable and invading the law less tempting. Limiting magazine capacity combined with a fixed magazine does not impact a person's right to purchase and own compliant semi-automatic weapons. It only adds extra seconds to the time it takes to reload, which in normal situations is meaningless, but could make a difference when such a weapon is in the wrong hands. In 1999, mass shootings became an issue here in Colorado. That continues today, 26 years later. Please help make it less of an issue by voting yes on the semi-automatic firearms and rapid fire devices bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, ma'am, could you just please?
Oh,
restate your
Lucy
name?
Pfeffer.
Okay, thank you. Just so for our record.
It is
Ms.
an assault
Ratchford, please
hammer.
Go ahead.
Look,
Hi, thank
it's
you for
steel
allowing
on
me to
one
speak.
end and rubber on the
My
other.
name is Pat Rothschafer, and my words today are my own.
I guarantee you I can
On May
assault you with
31st,
this.
2004, my 26-year-old daughter, Christy, was shot and killed by an angry young man with a gun. I tell you this to highlight my fervent belief. We need to reduce gun violence.
Yeah, they are, Sam.
We need to do whatever we can. SB 25003 is a bill that is designed to close a loophole in a bill that was passed in 2013. This has been mentioned many times today. This bill was designed to prohibit the sale, transfer, or possession of high-capacity magazines, thereby reducing the impact of mass-capacity magazines in mass shootings that have become all more common in our society. The bill before you would eliminate the current practice of driving across a border into a neighboring state to purchase high-capacity magazines, thus making HB 13-1224, the original bill, virtually useless. We hear in these committee meetings a common plea
useless when it was
from
passed, lady.
many that we need to just
Not any
apply
more
the
useless
laws we
now.
have. Let's just apply the laws we have. Let's do that. That's what this bill is going to do. This bill is going to strengthen the law that was passed in 2013 by requiring weapons have a fixed magazine rather than a
Send me a
detachable
video about it
magazine.
dragging off.
We hear in meetings like this that people need guns of all sorts, including the ones with detachable high-capacity magazines, to defend themselves, as law enforcement is quite far away in many parts of Colorado. I say this to those people.
Shut up, Kat.
If you can't defend your home with 15 rounds, you need to go to the range. That's where you need to go.
Can I?
We hear in committee rooms like this that
Where's my assault
crime is
hammer?
skyrocketing,
Let me have
and
a
we
talk
need
with this
guns to
kid.
defend ourselves. I have an article here that talks about crime in Denver. It
Sure.
is down. It is
Ma'am,
not up.
need to ask you to conclude there. If you have a handout, Ms. King can.
I'm sorry.
bring
What
it
state
up
had
here.
complete
At the end, please go ahead.
apartment complexes taken over by gang members?
Okay, it's on.
Was it not Colorado?
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Julie Ort. I live in Highlands Ranch, and I support this bill. Esteemed neuroscientist R. Douglas Fields says that the most important factor in violence is not pathology, psychology, or politics, but biology. Aggression is not driven by reason, but rather by a rage reflex that exists even in the meekest of us all. When the outcome is good, we call it quick thinking. When the results are tragic, we call it snapping. Either way, rage operates beneath our consciousness and temporarily short circuits our ability to reason. In 1981, I was a 13-year-old girl who snuck out in the middle of the night to toilet paper a stranger's house with friends. The homeowner's reaction was to grab his gun. He knew we were kids.
I've heard
He
this
called the
chick testify
police,
before.
but before they arrived, he snapped. He pulled his handgun trigger 3 to 5 times. I fell to the ground, instantly paralyzed by a .25 caliber bullet. 40 years ago, bump stops, rapid fire triggers, 30-plus preloaded magazines equipped with lightweight, high-velocity bullets designed to pulverize tissue upon impact were an uncommon concern. There were enough seconds between each trigger pull to slow my shooter's cascade of rage. Ultimately, there was but one girl, me, not 12, on the ground, bleeding profusely, convinced she was going to die, and begging her friends to drag her away. In 2013, Colorado citizens recognized the danger of rapid-fire modifications to semi-automatic weapons.
I am not here to villainize responsible gun owners, but I refuse to entertain any mythology that we can transcend the limitations of our own biology. High-capacity magazines and rapid-fire conversion devices render semi-automatic firearms too quick and too lethal and irresponsibly loaded for civilian use. A simple manufacturing modification
Ma'am, thank
can
you.
keep them on the market but match their
Ma'am, thank you.
firepower to our civilian capacity to
Thank
use
you.
them responsibly.
Sorry to have to enforce
understand.
strictly. I just have to enforce strictly. All right. Members, questions for anyone on our
Good
panel?
to see you, Tuck, brother. What's going on?
All right.
Welcome
Thank
to
you
the
all
shit
for being
show,
with us
as
today.
always. You know how we roll.
All right, we're going to call another panel of folks who had signed up in a supportive position. Peggy Dara.
Oh God, what did I get us into tonight? This is going to
Anita
go on.
Dickeny.
They're what, 3 hours behind us in the East Coast?
Dusty Morrow.
Fuck me, really.
Naomi Solomon.
You assholes hit the link.
Debbie
I
Stafford.
do this to myself.
Fiona McDonald. Yeah, I think we called her earlier. Okay. Dipesh Bhatia.
If someone is going to go out and murder innocent people,
Do we have Kate Davis?
do you honestly think a magazine ban means anything to them?
Okay, we'll
Nice
start at this
friends.
end. Please go
I've
ahead.
used that as an example plenty of times. Dude killed 84 people in less than 30 seconds.
My name is
with a
Peggy
truck.
Dara, and I'm here to testify on behalf of myself in support of Senate Bill 25003. I started paying attention to this country's gun violence epidemic in 2012, then a mother of a toddler and an infant. After the Aurora Theater shooting, I remember asking my husband, how did the shooter get that gun? These
Your husband's
high-powered
an idiot,
weapons
lady,
are
if he
meant to
didn't tell you
inflict
that he
the
could have
highest
done that with
casualty
anything.
rate in the least amount of time. I didn't know people could purchase military equipment. Then 5 months later, the Sandy Hook massacre
You're a pussy.
unfolded in front of my eyes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was livid that people were allowed to have
Joseph,
such
welcome
guns,
to the clown show,
weapons
man.
of war. 12 years later,
Unless you're
May
calling me a pussy. but
2024,
everybody-
Uvalde, Texas. An
Yes.
18-year-old shot his grandmother in the face before driving to Robb Elementary School to continue his rampage. Armed with an AR-15 style rifle he purchased days after his 18th birthday
Jesus Christ.
and 30-round magazines.
Why do I do this to
He
us?
shot 38 people,
Why do you guys
21
check in
fatally
for this? Is a
inside
better
classrooms.
question.
At that same time of the massacre, I was in a park in Lafayette, chaperoning a field trip with students the same ages as the kids being murdered in Texas. On July 4th, 2022, a man armed with an AR-style rifle and 3 30-round magazines opened fire at a parade in Highland Park, Illinois. He fired 83 rounds, shooting 55 people, 7 fatally in a matter of moments.
Notice she doesn't.
During
need
this
to summon in a
massacre,
Ford
I was
SUV
actually
right
walking in an Independence Parade in Superior. As my father-in-law always says, there's a lot of luck in life, but let's not rely on luck. Instead, pass this life-saving bill and
Lucky you
give
and
people
me
a chance
both.
to live or to escape.
I ought to be able to
Thank
go
you.
to a vending machine and just like
thank you.
put
Please go
in
ahead.
249 and
Hello and thank you. My name is
It's
Kate
popped
Davis. I'm a mom of 3 elementary-aged kids in Jeffco, growing up at the tail end of a generation terrorized by mass shootings. But I am not just a mother. I'm also a mediator. And as a mediator, I'm trained to look for what both sides have in common. And all afternoon, I have heard testimonies of fear. I hear the fear of my fellow Coloradans who are grieving the loss of life and liberty of loved
Nice
ones
looking
that are
to
gunned
give up.
down. I hear my neighbors explaining that they fear that their livelihoods and chosen lifestyles are under attack, and their fear is valid.
There's a
If we
30
cannot
minute-
stop the epidemic of gun violence, eventually society will choose freedom to live over freedom to shoot. As our leaders, you are entrusted to make decisions that hold all of our needs
They don't care.
and grievances in your
Didn't happen
hands.
for the gun.
Colorado is home to responsible gun owners, like I'm sure many of you behind me are, and also home to mass shooters.
If I could show
It is high
frames
time
on
that
screen
gun
without getting
manufacturers
banned,
do
I'd
their
do it.
part. Our nation is dripping with the
blood. Any state could cause change in gun manufacturing like Colorado has the opportunity to do. This bill would put manufacturers at a crossroads. Do they lose out on hundreds of millions of dollars of business in Colorado, or do they produce equivalent weapons that do not have the capability to attach already outlawed ammunition and safety locks that are compatible with those? The manufacturers can make guns with the same strength without the severe risk and let Colorado business owners be on the forefront of these new sales. I mentioned that my children are at the tail end of a mass shooting terror. If the adults in charge today don't increase safety of our neighbors and friends and prove that they can also own these weapons, the children now will not continue to live under the mass shooting threat once they're in charge. This is a pro-gun ownership longevity bill. We know from hard facts that restrictive laws on devices such as the ones mentioned lead to less death, but this bill is unique because it gives the good guy with a gun a chance to continue owning powerful weapons without aiding mass murderers. It will put Colorado on the historical map of reasonable, sensible change that will not only protect lives, but affect change in gun manufacturing that will increase the likelihood that the next generation will have access to guns that so many value the ownership of. I would support a much, much stricter set of restrictions on guns. Those who oppose this bill don't want to encounter the decrease in business and availability, but this bill will save lives and prolong the rights of gun owners in this state. So as a mediator and as a mother and as a Colorado citizen, I believe you should support it.
All right, no outbursts, please. She had 2 minutes, sir. You'll get your time. Please go ahead, Mr. Bhatia.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dipesh Bhatia, and I live in Douglas County. I'm here as a father and a concerned citizen to express my support to SB 3. In 2019, when my daughter was in first grade, her school, STEM and Highlands Ranch, became the site of a horrific shooting. I will never forget the image of her standing on the footpath with her arms raised. Waiting for the bus to bring her back to me. That day, I was terrified she wouldn't make it home. While my daughter survived, the fear I felt that day has never left me. Now, as she grows older and gains independence, in a couple of years, I worry every time she goes out on her own, whether it is to the movies, the grocery store, or a concert. I fear the possibility of someone armed with the same weapons used in tragedies like the Boulder grocery store, Club Q, the Aurora Theater, and the Las Vegas concert, being there too. This is not the world I want for my daughter. No parents should live with this constant fear. High-capacity magazines and rapid-fire devices are not for sports or self-defense. They are tools of mass destruction. For the safety of your children and communities, we must act now. And I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Possibly Indian. Maybe Indian.
Can you hear me? Good evening. My name is Naomi Salomon, and I am a parent and a nonprofit professional fundraising for children's mental health. I know that there are differing opinions about implementing gun policies. However, I am hopeful that you, as our leaders, could be the example and work together and pass Senate Bill 25003. We have all heard the verified statistic that gun violence is the leading cause of death among children and teens in Colorado. And I know that many people have truly
I'd
become
say
numb
Indian.
to
I
this.
just checked in. I had to go
Just think
take
about
care of
it.
something and just check back in. But yeah.
Children are killed more from gun violence than cancer or car accidents.
No, they're not,
And
lady.
you can do something about this today. There have been credible and continues to be credible
Please, get some
evidence
honest people in this
published
conversation.
by various organizations outlining their research and studies how increased gun policies results in a decrease in the number of deaths by firearms, and this bill would be no different. So I would just like you to take a moment right now or not a moment, a few seconds, and picture the life of an individual child that you love. Just put them right now in your mind's eye.
Wubba Wubba, come here.
Now,
Eli,
imagine how their life
come
or
here.
death could be decided by this decision, which is what is at stake here. And I recognize, quite frankly,
Here's one that I love.
understand those who do not want the access
And
to their
none of you went
firearms
hard to gun
or the
laws?
ability to defend themselves to be compromised. That is not
night,
at
everybody.
jeopardy here. It is simply a way to minimize how lethal firearms can be in ways that can
Night,
save
everybody.
hundreds of lives.
Now say
The
night
work
night.
you all do as legislators is
night-night.
vital to our
Say
community
good nights.
and extremely important.
Let's go.
But what is more important than the life of a child? We have the power to change statistics, and I hope you take the steps today
Every one of them.
and pass this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, questions?
This
All right,
ultimate
seeing none,
fucking
thank you for
guilt
being
trip
with
on the kids shit is getting fucking old.
Okay, one more panel of proponents, and then we'll rotate sides.
Yeah, he is, Fluff.
All right,
medic.
Dr. Susan Long. Oh, that was red. Okay. All right, Nora Kraus. Scott Davidson. Brooke McKenna.
This entire guilt trip over kids.
Do we have
and
Marcella
the political people
Schiffeline?
is so fucking emotionally manipulative that it's not even funny.
If
I
somebody
can't even say everything.
If
that
you
I
haven't
want to
already
say on
testified and you want to read somebody else's comments instead of your own, we'll allow that. It's already happened. Okay,
Oh,
somebody
true,
signed
Chuck.
up with the same name in
100%,
both
dude.
boxes. Haley.
They'll coddle the shit out of them.
Okay.
But they need
Paige
victims
Higgins.
to push their control. So at the same time, they're talking about gun this,
Andy
gun this,
Mueller.
gun this. They'll let these douchebags do their thing so that they can get enough people scared of this shit so that they can push forward.
Andy Mueller, Moller. Okay, and do we have a William Tice?
Oh, dude, I wish you had a William Cooper.
All right, no Mr. Tice. Okay, we'll just proceed this way.
I might
ma'am, on
have
the
some
end, I
hearings
understand
in
you wanted to
Alabama
maybe
talk
read
about this
something.
shit.
Go ahead.
Oh, fuck me running, man.
Good evening, committee chair and members. I am Marcella Schefflin, a Mesa County, Colorado resident, and I am unable to testify in person or virtually, and have permitted Sheila Wheeler to read this
absolutely,
testimony
dude.
on my behalf.
In New Orleans
I
is
fully
shit
support
show.
Senate Bill
Always
25003. This bill addresses a critical loophole in Colorado's gun laws that has persisted since the passage of House Bill 13,
the other day,
1224 in 2013, which was intended to
Year's
prohibit
Day?
the sale, transfer, or possession of magazines holding more than 15
turns
rounds.
through an alley,
Senate Bill
right down Bourbon
25003
Street, runs over a bunch of people.
strengthens and clarifies these regulations to uphold their intent. Why this bill
F-150,
matters.
white F-150.
Who wouldn't want to close a loophole
Damn
that
racist
undermines
white
public
F-150.
safety and the intent of the 2013 legislation? Colorado Sun recently reported that opposition primarily comes from gun shop owners who claim they will face financial losses if this bill passes. She notes a source. While some gun shop owners may see revenue decline, this is a direct consequence of exploiting the loophole for profit. No amount of revenue justifies leaving gaps in the law that enable harm. Public safety and saving lives must take precedence. Responsible business practices and public safety can coexist, and ethical gun shop owners focusing on legal, safe firearm ownership will continue to thrive. Like regulations on vehicles, hazardous materials, alcohol, firearm laws balance individual rights with a broader need for public safety. By closing this loophole, Colorado aligns firearm regulations with other responsible oversight measures and ensures the focus remains on protecting the public while upholding the integrity of the firearms industry. Passing SB 25003 takes a decisive step toward reducing gun violence and setting an example for other states. Public safety is not just a goal, it is a shared responsibility. Please pass Senate Bill 25003. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ma'am in the black, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Haley. I'm a Colorado resident. I'm here for the kids growing up in the age of mass shootings, and I have some questions for you. Do you believe our rights exist without regulations and restrictions? What is the practical purpose of high capacity magazines for certain
I
types
really
of
need a
guns?
really sharp object to
Are these
jam
guns
it
the
into
choice
my
guns in
eardrums.
mass shootings? How many bullets can be fired in 4 minutes? How many
Jerry
people
Mitchell
can
can
be
do it a
killed
lot
in
from a
4
fucking
minutes?
revolver, bitch. Get
How
over
many
it.
mass shootings have there been in the past 10 years? Do you believe
Mostly gang
more
shootings.
deadlier weapons is making us safer? How many teachers are fearful every day? How many kids have accepted the fact that school shootings are a normal part of life in America? How many lives has gun violence touched in this country?
How many cliches can
Why
she
is
go
this
through in 2
uniquely
minutes?
an American problem? How many more lives will it take until we've had enough? What would happen if we chose human rights over gun rights? Would lives be saved? Is one life worth
Because
saving?
females are completely manipulated
Lives
by
worth
emotions
saving?
when they use
Are
them.
20 lives worth saving? Are you here to protect our lives, or are you here to protect magazine capacity of deadly weapons used in mass shootings?
True that,
And
Ron.
with each incident of gun violence, I would like to point out that our side grows by the thousands. And the answer is we have to do everything, not just one thing. We have to do everything. And I encourage bipartisan support, and those on the other side, and you guys on the other side, I'm willing to work with whoever, whatever, but I want to see more Republican senators supporting this senator right here. It's your responsibility as too to help us.
Thank you. Ma'am, at the end, please go ahead.
Hi, my
Women
name is
think
Andy
about things
Moeller,
more
and I
emotionally.
am a mother and citizen here in
Easier
Colorado.
to manipulate.
And the data and research is clear just how devastating high-capacity magazines can be. 2018 study estimated that guns equipped with high-capacity magazines account for 22 to 36% of guns used in crimes. And for crimes of serious violence, including homicides of law enforcement, that increases to 40%.
Most of the
We
guns
also
sold
know that
on the
we
market
could
these days
prevent
have
mass
what
shooting
they call a
fatalities by
high-capacity magazine.
70%
That's
if
why.
we prohibited assault weapons with high-capacity magazines. And we know this because from 1994 to 2004, when the federal prohibition was in effect, they were down. Mass shooting fatalities were down by 70%.
It's bad more than one way, brother.
And the research is clear. Restricting access to assault weapons with detachable magazines enhances public safety by minimizing the potential for mass
It never has.
shootings and
It never
reducing the
will.
lethality of criminal activities. And when I say public safety, I'm talking about everyday activities. For me and my 2-year-old son going to the grocery store, I should not have to fear for my life, but I do. When he gets older and we want to go to the movies, I shouldn't have to fear for my life, but I will. And when he gets older to have to go to school, I shouldn't fear for his life, but I will have to. These high-powered weapons are prohibiting Colorado citizens to feel safe and to actually be safe in public spaces, such as buying necessary food to put on the table of my family.
High-powered.
Amongst this devastation, I'm trying to cling to hope and hope that you hear the testimonies and understand that we don't have, we
Humans
not
are
only need
terrifying. Look
to
up
be
that
safe, but
video.
it's a call from your constituents.
I have to look it up, man.
Just this November,
But humans
the
are
majority
absolutely
of
terrifying.
Colorado voters wanted to pass the second in the nation policy to fund violence prevention efforts through an ammo excise tax. So we are speaking out and hoping that you will support us in this bill.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions of our witnesses? Seeing no questions, thanks for being with us tonight. All right, the next 3 panels will be folks who signed up indicating an opposed
If for
position.
any reason, Brooke Cheney, if you're hanging out,
Noah
with
Engelhardt.
can you
David
some good
Barlotto.
vibes? there's
Jonathan
some good
Wilson.
vibes, some fairy dust, something.
Paul Cherry.
I love you to death. Cause Jesus.
Brendan Broussard.
Jesus.
Max Heeren, H-E-E-R-E-N. Okay, if somebody wants to password, Scott Bond. John Hutchins. Cat Fry. Gregory Allen. Charles Stakiv, Stakhiv.
I try not to talk
Jeffrey
about
Lepp.
someone I know
Okay.
very personally.
If folks come in and we've already got four, we'll just bring them up on the next panel.
Is having to deal with ATF.
Okay, we have three folks.
Stuff right now
Marcelino
for,
Romero.
Like audit.
Russell Schaefer. We'll leave one seat in case somebody can join from the outside. Sir, at the end of the pledge, please go ahead.
So y'all throw some good vibes that way. I won't say who it is, but y'all throw some good.
Am I live? Okay. My name is Paul Cherry, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. I represent ARC Tactical and FFL in Lakewood, Colorado. This bill is dangerous and will directly lead to more injuries and deaths.
Yes, it will.
It forces users to ignore the safety instructions the manufacturers provide in their owner's manuals for the safe unloading of ammunition, requiring users to drop a ready-to-fire bolt on each live round just to remove them. This is extremely dangerous. This bill will cost the state millions in annual tax revenue. It puts FFLs such as us out of business, eliminating all current and anticipated tax revenue, including the expected revenue of the state's new firearm tax it recently imposed, not to mention the millions in legal fees it's going to cost to defend this. The bill is in direct violation of the SCOTUS Bruin. The burden is on the government.
We lost some connection there, guys. Sorry. I'll get it back in a second. But I'm so sick and tired of hearing about the Bruin decision at this point, because the lower courts don't give a good goddamn about the Supreme Court, the Bruin decision. They don't give a hell damn about Miller. They don't. None of that. Until the court actually holds them accountable, they don't give a shit. If Bruin, Miller, Heller,
violent crime, that you would introduce a bill to prevent law-abiding citizens from acquiring commonly used firearms defies logic. Given the recent legal and political winds have shifted so wildly against your ideology, this bill shows how out of touch you are with the people you are entrusted to govern. This bill is too dangerous and too costly to the great people of this state. I urge you to not support it.
All right, thank you. And sir, in the leather jacket, you just came in from outside.
No.
Excuse me, sir. Leather jacket with a collar. Did you sign up opposed? Okay, I think we called your name and you had to come in from the other room.
I probably won't find it now, and I'll unmute this quick. But John Crump, if you're not following him, I'll try to find his stuff posted in the chat in just a minute. He was talking about firing the Kel-Tec pistol. It's a 5.7 stripper clip fed, no detachable magazine, and he said when he shot it the other day at SHOT Show, the barrel and the fucking slide just flew down range. It completely disassembled itself. So yeah, hey, mag fed or internal mags. Yeah, hey, good on us. Let me turn this back. Fuck, I don't want to do it. Do I have to do it? I'm gonna do it.
Not the enemy, and I'm completely heartbroken to know we are unwanted in this state unless we agree to unrelinquished surrender of our rights year after year with absolutely no end in sight. We have passed 20 plus gun laws in the last 5 years. If this is truly an issue of public safety, why wouldn't we wait to see the effect of a lot of those laws that have yet to go into effect before trying to pass additional legislation? This bill also has significant safety issues, as others have stated, not only to clear malfunctions, but it's not as simple to just epoxy a magazine. Or if you need to replace springs or a follower or something in the magazine itself, it's not easy to epoxy a polymer magazine into a steel firearm and replace those parts as needed. This isn't about the next gun purchase. This is not about buying another AR-15. This is about future generations. Gun legislation is not a bipartisan issue, but gun rights are. It targets minorities and disabilities. We are not the enemy. I am a father of 2 children, and if gun control laws would work, I would be in support of them. However, you can't legislate evil, and I'm tired of being treated like a criminal for crimes I did not commit. I represent the majority of Colorado residents in opposition of this bill and not out-of-state lobbyists here. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir in the green shirt. Go ahead.
Cheers.
On the stem of the mic.
Why do all of us get?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Max Herron. In May of last year, Colorado citizens enjoyed a historic win against tyrannical legislation by defeating the HB 24-1292 bill to ban assault-style weapons that are common use across all of America. I am deeply disappointed that not even but 1 year later, we are here once again to fight for our constitutional rights and the Second Amendment. This bill to ban assault-style weapons was already decided on by the people in 2024. Taking that bill and just repackaging it under the guise of enforcing a current magazine ban from 2013 is frankly insulting to each and every one of us in this room. These actions only demonstrate that the bill's sponsors truly do not care about the legal precedents set not even 1 year ago. It's widely accepted that bans on commonly used firearms will create vast inequalities for citizens who are concerned with their families and community safety, not to mention the disproportionate harm this will have on minority communities when those law-abiding citizens seek protection in historically dangerous neighborhoods. I ask you this. Imagine telling a single mother, a disabled veteran, or even possibly an urban father that they are prohibited from employing the most effective methods to defend the lives of themselves and their family. In closing, this bill and its sponsors have demonstrated that we the people are not being faithfully represented. Proposing a previously killed bill under a slightly different context only shows a lack of trust and respect that our politicians show for the people that duly elected them.
All right, here's a thought, and I got to hit this. So this bill went to, now this is a wide sweeping gun ban. This went to the Veterans Affairs Committee instead of the Judiciary Committee that would normally handle things like this. Why are they playing the fuck games and sending it to this other committee versus sending it to the judiciary who normally handle stuff like this? Well, because they're playing fuck games. Sorry, I had to answer my own question.
Tyrants that my family had to live under have taken in order to strip the people of their ability to defend themselves in cases of extreme subjugation and genocide. While on the surface, this is simply a magazine ban and a change in the status quo with not simply banning the weapons, but changing the way that we're able to utilize them. Ultimately, what this is going to do is provide a platform for future legislation to enact more and more restrictions on the people of this country, where though we are fortunate enough to have not had to deal with certain things like genocide in this nation, the way we've seen in Europe in the last 100 years, we certainly could lead to that same outcome given time and bad actors within the United States government. It can happen here because it's happened everywhere else. I would implore the committee to vote no on this bill and to secure not only the liberty of the people who sit here today, but the future gun owners who may see today's culture and the availability of today's items as an ignition point for their love of their rights, their expression of their rights, and the protection of future generations from potential mass murder, genocide, and violence from the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll loop back to this end, sir. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Hi there. I'm John Hutchins. So I oppose this bill. Born and raised in Colorado. I right now work mental health around adult psychiatry and adolescents. And one common thing about gun control and stuff, it doesn't fix the problem. I mean, we're right now seeing like a high thing going on right now around the world: knife stabbings, car rammings, all that stuff, drug overdosing. I mean, even in mental health, like I've seen people try to commit suicide just by like a can, like one of those can, or even like a saw, like When someone is motivated to commit suicide, they're just going to try to find ways to do it. Banning a firearm or tool that's going to be used for that is not going to stop the crime. It is only going to make the person who wants to do it find another way to do it, so they're committed to do it. So we need to have resources and better understanding and finding a way to stop that, not by banning the tools.
Hanging out doing
Another thing is with the magazine thing, I believe it poses a safety risk when you unload or come back from the range, you know. Right now, it's easy to unload. You just drop the mag, dechamber around, pull the charging handle, or if you have a 1911, rack the slide, you're cleared. With this ban, basically you have to, you have a fixed magazine and you have to basically disassemble it or open the bottom slide, which doesn't make any sense. It would just create more of a risk, I'd see, a safety hazard. And I want people to be safe and knowledgeable and simplified things, because I think for the common Joe, common gal, you know, that's what they need. Simplified things. That is all. Thank you very much for letting me speak to you. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Members, questions? Thank you all for being with us tonight. Okay, next panel are folks who signed up against. William Lugsch, L-U-G-S-C-H.
The turkeys are live.
Christopher Sperling.
Park ought to be going live in just a little bit.
Michael Quinlan.
Muffin Top live.
Everett Souders.
There's a lot of cool cats that are live, right?
John Teagan, T-I-E-G-E-N.
That aren't doing this boring bullshit. So let me do tactical turkeys. And these are really cool fucking cats.
Okay, very good. All right, looks like we have 4. Sir, at the end, please go ahead.
So
you can share it. Hi, my name is William Lugsch. I'm from Jefferson County. Been born and raised in Colorado my entire life. Here to testify against the bill today. My main point I want to get across today is
my computer right.
I don't think collective punishment works. This is what this bill does. All the proponents are saying this is just an enforcement clause basically for the magazine ban.
Yeah,
no, it's banning firearms that, you know, law-abiding citizens like myself buy, purchase for sport, for self-defense, for any leave.
DLD will be going
and
live
forces them to be bought with fixed magazines, which are not a common feature found on firearms at all. So how are the fixed magazines going to be employed?
Let me throw this out there in case anybody is absolutely new in the chat. And you see me throw out links for some other guys' channels right now because I know they're going live right now. I'm handling this. I'm dealing with the hearing that's going on right now, but I will absolutely throw you towards other people's chats. Tactical Muffin Top, second guy I posted, is more about prepping. Tactical Turkeys, they're all about guns, hanging out, just having a great time. I'll point you guys towards any of these chats. If I'm still going in a little bit when DLD goes live, DLD is a mix of kind of everything. I'll throw his stuff out there. And I want you guys, if you're new in the chat, I want you guys to go visit these guys, hang out. There's fucking so many cool cats that are in these chats. It's amazing how many cool guys are there that are, and they have such a wide range of knowledge. So that's why I'll post other people's chats while I'm live. That's just the way I roll. Some people might not roll that way. I do. And I got a small channel. I really don't give a fuck. I do what I do. And yeah, Patriot, this is just getting insane. It's going to continue to get insane until we get the Supreme Court off their asses and they take up these cases and they slap these lower courts down and tell them they can't do this shit. This is what we're putting up with. Whether it's Snope, whether it's Ocean State, the cases we've been waiting on for the last couple of weeks, and they keep kicking down the road, that it looks like they're going to kick till next term. Whether they pick up the Illinois cases, we've dealt with this shit for fucking ever, brother. And it's why I've told you for a long time, don't be surprised if they don't pick these cases up. I don't see them having the balls to actually take these cases. I don't see the Supreme Court actually having the balls to shut down the NFA. I don't see the Supreme Court actually having the balls to shut down the GCA. I don't. They don't have those balls. They're not built that way. They're part of the system. So here we are. Oh yeah, brother, we are in this together, brother, all the way till the fucking end of this train. And I still, Warsaw texted me earlier today. Greg Bishop from the Center Square. If you guys aren't following Greg Bishop, follow Greg Bishop. But apparently he had some really, hopefully he'll post, I don't want to go into it, but hopefully he'll post some stuff about it. He's had some really horrific shit happen with his wife. If you run into Center Squared or America's Talking Network, you run into Greg Bishop, give him some love. I still have to. I haven't done it yet. I haven't figured out what to say. And Warsaw is really good about staying on top of a lot of the stuff, but give the brother some love. There you go, Warsaw. Thank you, brother. But yeah, he's going through. He posted. Okay, I hadn't seen his video on it, man. And I'm not going to show it on the channel or anything like that. That's Greg's thing. I'll watch it later. But he's a really good dude, and thank you, Warsaw, for posting that. I won't play it on my channel, man. As much as I want to give Greg that on my channel, I don't want to be that dude. So I'll watch it. I'll post it again on my own stuff. But I don't know, man. I'm really iffy on that, brother. I love you, Warsaw, but I can't. As much as I want to share Greg's stuff out, you guys follow Greg. Go look at the links Warsaw posted. Matter of fact, let me oh shit, I can't do it here. Hold on, I have to do it here. Here it is. Let me pin this. In case anybody comes in, you guys check Greg out, because Greg's the dude. I mean, he is seriously a good dude, but I won't play his stuff on my channel. I don't want to be the dude that's seen as like trying to gain something off of Greg's stuff. I don't. And I still have to, I'll email Greg or try to get with him later. I really don't know what to say to him at this point. I don't. Much like when Todd had his stuff, I am not great at kind of condensing that into the right thoughts. I'm not. I'm I'm a retard, dude, to be honest with you. But I'll look at that later. But anybody in the chat who is here, look at Greg's stuff. Greg's going through some shit. Give Greg some love, even if you just message him and say, "Hey, prayers, brother." Do it. I wasn't planning on even getting into that tonight, but Patriot said, emailed him, reached out. He's gonna need it, brother. But it's one of those things. I know and I'm different than a lot of people, and I'm way different than a lot of people. If it was me, if some people reached out to me, if they did it in a certain way, I would love that because it would help me. If other people reached out and they did it in the wrong way, I'd be like, no, fuck you, dude. You're trying to do something stupid. And I don't want to be on the stupid end of it. Because I mean, that's some pretty serious shit, man. And I couldn't imagine it. Me and the wife fight. Me and the wife have our issues, but losing her, thinking I'm a train wreck now, nothing compared to the train wreck I would be without her. So anyway, let's get back to this. I'll figure out kind of saying what I want to say to Greg, or even if I do hit him up, I may not even hit him up, man. It may be one of those things where I just let that ride. Even though I got much love for the dude. I don't know him personally.
Stephen Tedesco.
Let me make sure I got all this freaking back up.
Saying the Colorado FFL Association, and as probably the only practicing trial attorney here that's spoken today, I'd be happy to take any questions about CBI backlogs and the Speedy Trial Act, but I want to focus today on the judicial landscape that this bill will be facing. In 2022, we saw the Bruin decision that was decided by the Supreme Court, which instituted the History, Text, and Traditions test. This law clearly will not pass under that test.
Because that's awesome.
The point of the History, Text, and Traditions test was that there has to be an analogous law prior to the Civil War. So either the Founding Fathers or people that knew them passed that law in order to regulate firearms. This bill will not pass that test. It is pointless for kind of law can stand. And at present, it is not a good time to go forward with this because, as the Senator Sullivan referenced in his remarks, HB 24-1353, the law that regulates getting a state license to have your FFL. I've been in touch with DOR leader Stone regarding this particular law. We are working on implementing it, and there is already a plan to regulate FFLs to make sure that we lose our license if we sell these magazines. You do not need to take this new step because you've already taken this step. Give it an opportunity to go into effect this year.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Sir.
Good evening, committee members. Ross Clough, City of Lakewood. Abraham Lincoln once said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Do not trust legislation that will divide this house. The legislation before you is a massive gun ban, larger than ever seen, banning not only the AR and AK platform rifles, but also high point pistols, the most affordable handguns you can get, crucial for low income people to defend themselves. Desert Eagle handguns that are used for hunting, and even James Bond's Walter PPK that he used. In addition, this massive ban also restricts legal gun owners from selling their legally purchased firearms. This affects 2 million gun owners in the state that cannot sell their firearms unless and if you have a disability or an injury where you can't travel, you can't sell your firearms at all, even if it's needed for medical expenses.
Give me a sec. Hopefully this doesn't go exactly stupid, guys. If it does.
Ms. Cat Fry. I am a 7th generation Coloradan. I also manage High Plains Cattle Supply and Armory in Morgan County, Colorado. As I read the bill at my desk, I started to wonder and go through my inventory of firearms. I would say a good 85 to 90% of the firearms I have on my shelf would be banned under this bill. So the next step I had was, what do I replace it with? What do I replace my inventory with so I can make a living? And the options were limited, practically almost impossible. And I've heard somebody said earlier that they hope that manufacturers will find products that can replace this and follow under these guidelines. I can't risk my livelihood on hope. I can't do it. My customers, we're a small business.
These control freaks don't actually care about lower class.
This is even an option to risk the lives of my community members and the livelihood of my fellow employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
There it is. Mr. Chairman and committee members, my name is Brian Catalucci, and I'm representing myself and I'm against this Senate Bill 25-3. You know, every year I find myself here in this building, sitting at a table like this, trying to defend my rights that are clearly enumerated in our Constitution of the United States and in the Colorado constitutions and the Bruin decision. I don't understand why these bills keep being resurrected, just like Dracula every year. These bills are placing more and more restrictions on law-abiding gun owners rather than spending the time to stop the small fraction of people with mental health problems, criminals that cause these mass shootings. You know why these fixed magazines aren't going to protect me and others in home invasions and street confrontations? A fixed magazine seriously degrades a person's ability to fix a jam or other gun problem. Any cop or Marine or Army person will tell you that. You mean you're trying to tell me that I need to try to disassemble a fixed magazine?
As my connection goes absolutely stupid, and this guy's actually speaking some truth. So sorry, guys.
And automatics. I've seen them on TV, and they're not even members of this country. They don't care about this fixed magazine ban. The sheriff that spoke here earlier testified to that fact. People don't need.
All you need is go rent a Ryder truck.
Nebraska and about this since it's only 40 minutes away from my house in Sterling. So thank you for being here. Sir, the NASCAR-like highways, NASCAR is a hell of a lot smoother than what we have in our state. So
Can you go into depth about the CBI backlog that you talked about at the very beginning?
Yes, and what I can tell you is that I started out as a prosecutor. I've been currently practicing criminal defense for the last 12 years, and CBI has a massive backlog of cases. About 4 years ago, we sent all DUI blood testing to CBI to be performed. The Colorado Springs labs were able to get it done in about 2 months. CBI is close to 6 months at this time, and that's with massive state funding going towards that. Currently, every case that I see for possession of a weapon by a previous offender, there is a function check of that gun performed. The PALPO statute doesn't require that you have to have a function check, but prosecutors realize it's something that needs to be done so they can present that evidence to a jury. That's currently taking 2 to 3 months to be done. What we would be facing under this particular law is that anytime there is a new case filed, you would have to get tests done on these firearms to determine whether or not the magazine is detachable. Although it's an easy thing to say, well, you can just push the button and see if the magazine is detachable. It's not going to be that simple. This bill does not outline exactly what methodology is going to be required for this. In California, they have bullet buttons. They have stripper clip feeding uppers. There's lots of different ways to do this. And this is going to tie up CBI resources. And by my own calculation, I think that the 17 hours may be a little bit short, because what you have to understand is these expert reports have to be written by an expert. They have to provide their
Here we go with the shitty ass connection again.
And pushing a button to see if it drops because of how our judicial system works.
Senator Arpelton. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that explanation. You know, we were trying to get at that a little earlier, kind of around the fiscal impact. I want to go back to Section 6. I don't know if, I'm sure you've read the bill.
Yes.
We don't have anybody from the AG's office here to expand on this, but, you know, it looks like it's granting quite a bit of latitude to the Attorney General. Do you have any insight into that?
Yes, and my insight on that is I believe that is simply because this law is written incredibly vague. In particular, when you look at the section regarding rapid fire devices, it simply states any item which can increase the rate of fire of a firearm over what is standard. Again, we've had people that are disabled that have problems with their fingers. They have talked about, I have to lighten the trigger pull on my gun. My 10-year-old daughter, I've taken her out to the range, and she has a muzzle brake on her rifle to reduce the recoil. And that reduction of recoil is going to get her on target faster. If I have a semi-automatic rifle, does this mean that simply the ability of myself to shoot it faster, or the cyclic rate of the weapon is what is going to be key in determining if it's faster? This bill doesn't say that. This bill is very, very vague, and I would point this legislature here back to Robertson versus City and County of Denver. This is the 1989 Denver assault weapons ban that was ultimately partially upheld by the court, mostly thrown out on terms of vagueness. And this was all decided by the Colorado Supreme Court before the Bruin and McDonald decisions, in which they found that there is a fundamental constitutional right to own a firearm for self-defense. The entire reasoning the Colorado Supreme Court used to uphold whatever small portions of the Denver ban that they had has been completely undone by this time. And it shows how these laws are not even going to stand under Colorado law, let alone under the new federal standards.
Further questions of this panel? All right, seeing none, thanks for being with us tonight. Okay, next panel of witnesses is signed up in opposition. Michael Burton.
Jesus, they're going to go.
Elliot Rule.
Go. Now, the good thing is you have a lot of people there who are in opposition to the bill. That's the good thing. The bad thing is there are so many people there who are
Jafar Partoma. Come on up, sir. Do we have Barbara Miller? Okay, we have 4. Commissioner, we'll start with you.
Where's my hammer? My hammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Stone. I'm a Teller County Commissioner. And yet again, I'm here testifying against another bill which will take away the fundamental rights of every citizen in Colorado. And really don't want to do that. But we have to ask ourselves today is, what are we really trying to achieve here? Because I've always held that a bill or the tragedy that's being referred to is not about saving lives. It's about taking your freedom. When you look at gun crime in Colorado, in the United States, 80% of people who commit gun crimes obtain those weapons illegally. In the Columbine shooting, Senator Sullivan, my deepest sympathies to you and the other families of Columbine. Every one of those firearms was obtained illegally. This bill would not have stopped that, and many others. But when we look at this and we look at violent crime and these kids from Denver East, my goodness, my heart goes out to them. They are truly scared. And you know what? I would be too. And here's part of why they should be scared. In Colorado, a class 3 assault is when a person knowingly, recklessly causes bodily injury to another person with criminal negligence, or the person causes bodily injury to another person by means of a deadly weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a misdemeanor in the state of Colorado. You get a summons, and they are back out on the street. Why are these kids scared? Because people who commit violent crimes don't even get booked into jail overnight. They are given a summons. We are putting violent criminals back on the street to reoffend. That's the responsibility of this body. The responsibility of commissioner is life, health, safety. Last night, I went to, I ran out of time. 120 people came out in Cripple Creek to talk to us about this bill last night before I testified. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We'll go down the line. Sir, please go ahead.
My name is Jaffer Partoma. I live in Aurora, Colorado. My firearm was stolen when my car was broken into in a gun-free zone. Fortunately for me, this was before July 2013 when the magazine capacity limit went into effect, so I was able to replace it. But with this bill, if it's in effect, that's no longer the case.
Not your liable.
Listening to the testimony today, one thing's crystal clear. You're all focused solely on violence, but nobody's focused on self-defense. We all saw the migrant gangs in Aurora roaming the apartment complex. Can you guarantee me today that won't happen to me and my loved ones? Can you guarantee to me today that when they do attack, they'll attack me one at a time? No, you can't. So when we're talking about, I don't care if you guys can't see the reason why I need to own something. It doesn't matter. That's not how rights work. More innocent lives are lost at the hands of governments than they are by civilians. Can you guarantee me today that in the future, administrations won't eventually target us like those in past under Hitler, Mao, Stalin, or Pol Pot?
Nope.
I don't even understand why we're here trying to defend my right. You should already know any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. And I can't see anything more repugnant than traumatized legislators taking their aggressions out on innocent citizens. I didn't kill your son, Tom. Violating my rights won't bring him back. But I pray for you. I pray that God reunites you with him soon before you have a chance to hurt anybody else.
All right, so that's over the line. Please keep your commentary to the bill. Go ahead and finish.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Let me take exception for a second. These legislators, oh, well, you can't, don't involve personalities or anything like that. You can't say that. Wait a second. You sons of bitches are talking about making a law that will take normally law-abiding people, expose them to contact with police, possibly get them in a conflict with police, or put them in prison for extended periods of time. But I can't mention your name. Fuck you. This my connection drops out. But yeah, you can do all this stuff that's going to expose me to all of this legal peril, prison, the money I'm going to have to spend, possibly getting me into a conflict with police. But I can't mention you. No, fuck you. I'm going to mention you by name. Actually, your rules of decorum. Roll them up into a really tight package, lube them up a little bit, and shove them straight in your ass. And if I ever testify in the House or Senate in Alabama, that's how I'm going to act.
Period. This extreme gun ban will cost taxpayers of Colorado millions of dollars in legal challenges because, trust me, there will be challenges. The Aragua gangs to wreak havoc and forcing law-abiding Colorado citizens to endure senseless and red tape in order to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Sir at the end, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rob Friedel. I'm here on behalf of my wife and children. Senator Wiseman, is not the first time I've sat here in front of you, and though I am diametrically opposed to your policies, one of the things I do admire and respect is your ability to conduct this committee, which I think you've done well, like you have done in the past. So here's the deal. It takes at least one of these two things for a society to function: a shared set of values and a mutual trust in the institutions. A trust that those in power are at least somewhat inspired by a concern for the people at large and are willing to do the work needed in order to be fair, not favor one class of people over another. Given how leftist and woke this state has become in the last 10 years, I at first thought that the unjust, abusive, and negligent legislation I've been seeing coming from this place was born of a distinction between the left and the right. But I've been able to realize what's really going on with the Colorado Democrats, and this bill is the absolute perfect demonstration. This has nothing to do with favoring left over right, but everything to do with favoring the rich and elite over the poor and working class. Nobody here is an idiot. Everyone knows this bill is aimed at taking gun ownership away from citizens. Unlike you all up there who have armed guards and can pay for armed security in order to survive this city that your policies have turned into a hellscape of third world crime and violence, the rest of us have to take responsibility for our own safety. And when the tools to do that are removed by this bill, the only ones who will be left to protect themselves from crime will be you guys, the rich and the elite. People treat things according to how they see that thing. Sitting here today, it's more than obvious that you don't see us down here as your fellow citizens to whom you answer. No, this bill makes it clear that you see us as your lowly subjects whose necks you're willing to stand on in order to rub elbows with the rich and the elite, to whom you apparently answer like dogs on a leash.
Damn, I don't have
question, Senator Beepel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Miller, my question is for you. You're a firearms instructor. Talk about clearing the firearm. If it's got a fixed magazine from and how you would train to do that compared to what you do now.
So I'm going to be completely honest with you, Senator.
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Senator. Just you asking that question
Magazine really freaks me out because if there's one in the chamber, I don't know how to get it out.
Members, other questions? All right, thank you all for being here tonight. Commissioner, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair, may I ask for senatorial file?
Why are gun people this way? Why? Oh, hold on. What happened? Did they end it? Like that? Maybe they did. What says it's paused? No, sir. You're supposed to be in bed. Come here. Hey. Give me that and that. How about this? I'll pour you a little bit of this. But it's still time to clean up and go night-nights. You are my child. You are a night owl from the word go. Like vampire night owl. So yeah, did they just kill that whole hearing right there? It's saying paused. Let me refresh some shit. Because they were still going hard and heavy. This ain't picking up. All right, shit, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill that. So yeah, apparently they said fuck all. They're not showing anything else tonight. Which now it's 10 o'clock here, a little after 10, which means it's about 7 o'clock there. What, bud? What? You're supposed to be night-nights. Hey, come here. Come here. You're supposed to give me night-nights. And you're supposed to be night-nights. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Buddy. You're supposed to be night-nights. Come on. Night-nights. So, yeah, that's... All right, so apparently Colorado's whole stream just... unless... I'll have to pull it back up later and see whether I can find it. But apparently, yeah, they just killed that one, nipped it in the bud. Let me pull something up, though. And this is what Warsaw was sending me earlier. And I'm really hesitant about talking about what's going on with people especially if I don't know them like personally. If I know someone personal and they tell me some stuff and they tell me, here, share this, that's different. Not knowing someone personally when they're going through some really serious shit, you're typically not going to hear me talk about it. And that's just me, because the way I think about things is if I'm going through some really deep shit and we're not great friends and I don't tell you to share something out, you shouldn't share it out. But we're going to share this because this was man, I hate to even fucking say it. Greg Bishop's wife due to cancer. And this was the Illinois, the House of the Senate who actually gave her a moment of silence.
For an announcement.
Let me make that.
State your announcement, Senator.
Yeah, let me bring that.
Thank you, Madam President. Today is a sad day.
Jesus Christ.
We have a member of the press who is typically here covering session, Greg Bishop. He's a very diligent, hardworking reporter. I almost always run into him when I'm around the Capitol when we're in session. And unfortunately, recently his wife, Megan Harmon, just passed away. And she worked in the library division of the Secretary of State's office. And so I would just ask all of you to keep Greg and his family in your prayers. And I would ask right now if we could do a moment of silence in honor of Megan over this tragic death.
Would the members please rise for a moment of silence?
So that was. So Greg Bishop, I posted this stuff in the chat earlier. He covers a lot of stuff from Illinois and around that area, but he covers a lot of stuff that affects nationwide gun control. And apparently his wife just passed due to cancer. I can't even imagine, brother. I can't. So you guys, hearts, thought, prayers, whatever you want to say, give brother some love. And I don't mean to run by that passively. I don't. I just also don't know how to address it. And that sounds kind of screwy to some people, but I just don't. Because I can't imagine it. So if you guys are following Greg, send Greg some love. And I don't know how Greg is about certain things. So you guys will have to handle that as it comes. But he's a solid guy. He really is. Been following him Warsaw for at least the last 2 years. Because I started following Greg from Warsaw. And it wasn't too long after I started following Warsaw that I started following Greg. So yeah, it's like 2022. I've been following Greg, following all the stuff that's coming out of Illinois as well. The gun bans, the different shit headed out of the Seventh Circuit. And Greg's just a solid dude. So if you guys run into Greg, you run into Center Squared, man, give the dude some love. Of course, give him some space. But if there's anything you can do to give him some reinforcement, man, give it to him. And I am horrible about knowing how to do that shit. And that's just fuck, man. You guys been with me long enough, you know I'm honest as fuck. And that's just me. That's all I can say. So anyway, I'll tell you what, seems like Colorado petered out. Colorado got done with their bullshit. So I know, let me check real fast. Let me check who's doing the whole lives right now. And we'll throw you out a couple of flavors. So Tactical Turkeys are live right now. Tactical Turkey should be shutting down. Jesus Christ. Computer. Tactical Turkey should be shutting down pretty shortly. DLD will take over. I don't know how long Tactical Muffin Top's going to go. As much as I love all the guys, I will probably bounce over and see what Brother Muffin Top's got to say. And there's differences in all the guys. Tactical Muffin Top is more the prepper end. Tactical Turkeys are more just the gun end of things. They all meet in the middle, for sure. And all these guys are absolutely awesome. So let me throw Brother Tactical Muffin Top out there. And I'm going to hit the head. And like I said, I'll probably head to Tactical Muffin Top, hang out for a little while, as much as I love the turkeys. Brother Dark, hold on, I got his up. I got Brother Dark up here somewhere. Dark is a mix of basically everything, man. I damn near sometimes don't know how to describe Dark. Because he's a mix of the gun community, the prepper community. He's a mix of the gun law community. He covers every freaking thing. Tactical or Muffin Top might have shut down. So I'll throw Dark out here, just in case anybody's out here who doesn't know him. Dark's just one of those cats, man. I love this dude to fucking death. So there's Dark, that last one I posted. So I'm going to shut this one down, guys. We'll catch you in the chat somewhere. If I catch Muffin Top still up, I'll bounce to Muffin. If Tactical Turkey's still up, probably catch you guys on Dark in a little bit. Either way, man, you guys watch what's going on, pay attention what's going on. Even if you think your state is safe, I promise you your state's not safe. It's just not. And other than that, man, keep that thing on you. Love your family. Take care of everybody. Keep that thing on you at all times. And I'll see you guys on the next one. I love you guys to death. Y'all be cool. Ow. Smokes. So I'm trying to quit anyway, so sucks quitting.